Did you say what kind of animal it was that attacked her?
So yeah, they're saying it's some type of animal attack. Statistically, there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths, people gone missing.
In other news, local authorities remain perplexed by the animal attacks.
What attacked her in the woods?
An animal. What else could it have been?
Welcome to It Was an Animal Attack, home of the supernatural drama series. I'm Fadzai.
And I'm Sandile.
And today we will be continuing with part 2 of the amazing Stefan Salvatore, the best vampire boyfriend there ever was. We will be gushing, we will be keying. But in this era, we do see him at, I won't say his worst, but I'll say in terms of good writing.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot to say in this one. Before we start, though, I do want to real quick, just first of all, preface, we are off Easter. If you follow either the pod or myself on Twitter, you will know I came back quite ill after the wildest week that I or Fadzai has had probably this year so far. But to lift the spirits a bit, Fadzai, you would agree we're a relatively small podcast, yes?
Yes. Like when people are like, small Twitter accounts when they get 5 likes.
That's us in the podcasting world. And so very often, or I should say every now and then, I'll throw out, hey guys, leave us a rating because it helps, push it out into the feeds or whatever, give us a review, send us your thoughts. But I guess over the last year, in the back of my head, I just sort of went, yeah, no, don't worry about that too much. It's it's not going to be a thing until we become a thing. As it turns out, we do have a couple of thoughts that people have sent in that I didn't know about.
Oh.
And so I'm just going to read a couple right now. It's a complete surprise to you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Is it Elena fans? Oh, no.
So, thankfully, no, they're all nice. I will give you that. I won't make you anxious.
Okay.
There are no Delena stands in here. So, the first 2 things I'm going to mention, Spotify allows you to comment in episodes of a podcast that you listen to. And then I was like, wait, do we have comments on Animal Attack? And I've never checked. Went back. Yes, there is a comment from 8 months ago that was on the White Oak Ash Dagger episode. If you'll remember, we did a Gilbert
Love
journal
it. Dagger Watch.
on the daggers. Dagger Watch itself, baby. This is from a mono. Actually, I don't know if I should say names because I don't think anyone's going to go searching in their Spotify account. And if you feel otherwise, let me know and I will edit the episode to remove your name. Don't worry about it. Just DM me. So they, 8 months ago, said, I still don't know how many daggers were in play here. Crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji. I absolutely love this episode. So that was a comment we got on that.
Love it.
And
Neither do we, just to be honest.
That's what I said. As soon as I saw it, I wrote back, by the end, we honestly didn't know either. Thank you for loving this episode.
There were as few as 5, but as many as 6 or 7? I don't know.
7.
Gosh.
By the end, there was there could be 7 daggers here, man.
The superpositional one that was used on Elijah.
God, that episode's fun. If you haven't listened to that, it's a quick 20 minutes of just absolute nonsense and it's fun. And more recently on, I believe this is it's from before the Silas episode though, or it's from someone who didn't listen to the Silas episode, but listened to our our mixed bag on supernatural creatures that weren't the main 3. So doppelgangers we discussed in that. Or it might have been an Esther. They said, raid doppelgangers. I thought doppelgangers occurred as the magical counterweight to Silas and Amara's immortality because they can't die. The universe continually creates versions of them that can die, thus making doppelganger blood good for immortality / vamp-related magic. This is from all caps MTM. And I replied to them, by the Silas episode, we did remember that. So all good. We're all back on the level. So just wanted to shout those out. And one last one is on Apple Podcasts. It was a review. It's the only review we have on Apple Podcasts, which is so funny to me because this is a 5-star review we've got on Apple Podcasts that was left, I think, a couple weeks ago. And it's on the Enzo Part 2 episode.
This could only be our friend whose name starts with an R. Who else would have listened to that episode?
I didn't recognize the username, so I'm not sure. If it's a friend, I will double check with a friend who I think this could be, if this is them. But if not, it's from username Love at First Glow. 5-star review, and they said, "Hi, I tried to listen to Enzo Part 2 because y'all said that episode barely had any listeners, but I hate the character too much to finish. Sorry, guys. Heart emoji."
Real.
And I thought that was so good. That's what I wanted to shout out.
I sympathize. I understand. I wouldn't say I agree. I don't hate Enzo only in as much as I don't feel enough for him.
I don't care about him
to
enough.
call the emotion hatred.
You know, it's like hate implies that you've engaged me in some way, and most of the time I'm just like, what is he doing here? But our episode is fun, so listeners, if you want a fun time, go listen to both parts of Enzo, just as a gag. But yeah, thanks to those people who commented on Spotify and gave us a review on Apple Podcasts. If y'all would love to do that, please do. We will read them out. They're really funny. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Season 3 opens with Niklaus and his new stooge, Stefan, on a quest to find werewolves. Episode 1 is The Birthday. Elena turns 18 so that this season she can be pursued by Damon, who's frozen in adulthood, unlike Stefan, who's frozen in adolescence.
I've not been able to stop thinking about that.
That is what it is.
Especially because it's, as it seems, a lot of people subscribe to that notion that vampires are only as old as the age they're frozen at, which I'm still like, okay.
I mean, if you're psychologically frozen that way, then I'm like, okay, what the hell, sure. But if your story doesn't go out of its way to make that clear, then I'm like,
Yeah, which Vampire Diaries doesn't, I don't think.
Yeah, Stephanie Meyer at least goes out of her way to say, my vampires are frozen, not just at the psychological, like, developmental stage they're at, but just, like, the mindset. So if you were turned into a vampire while traumatized in Stephanie Meyer's world,
You live in an
you have
endless
PTSD
state of
forever.
trauma.
On the Stefan side of things, Klaus is looking for the werewolf Ray Sutton, goes to his house, finds 2 women, and is like, I know he comes here every once in a while, tell me where he goes, because I'm looking for werewolves. One of them is a bit more compliant, the other one, he has to like force it out of her. So afterwards, he's like, cool, I've got my deets, I'm gonna go. Stefan, who has been invited in, the invitation was given under duress. He's like, Stefan, could you stay behind and like murder these 2 innocent women? Make that one over there suffer, because she made me work for the info. And then Stefan just coldly kills them with no visible sign of remorse. It's like, damn,
Yeah.
how far we've fallen since the season 2 finale.
Yeah, it's a very stark difference from the Stefan I mean, watching it live, as I'm sure some of you were. For me, this was weirdly my first introduction to Stefan. Was the beginning of season 3. It must be very jarring to be like, oh no, our sweetie, our brave knight, our darling boy is now just like killing machine, and like very clearly in servitude, right? Like the broad grandstanding Klaus was making about a guy he's gonna make a deal with, and like a ripper he could be allied with, is like, well, you've just enslaved him.
Yeah.
Very clearly from jump, Stefan is working for Klaus. So there's also that.
Just a very dangerous loaded gun that he's just pointing where he feels like pointing it. And at this point, Stefan still fully has his humanity. So
Yes.
it's interesting to like imagine what mindset is he in? How is he compartmentalizing this bloodlust and this Ripper persona that he's given into without flipping the humanity switch? Because it's always his grief and his remorse and his guilt that makes his vampire experience so bad for him. If he just didn't value human life the way Damon doesn't, I think he'd be fine.
Yeah.
On Elena's side, just thought was worth noting, she starts off this season quite melancholy in Stefan's absence. It's also because John and Jenna have been dead for like 2 months. But also because Stefan is missing, she's kind of on the same wavelength she was at the beginning of season 1 before she met Stefan. She's been looking for him. She's been following leads on all these nearby massacres that appear to have been vampire attacks. However, when she goes to Damon to share her info, Damon's like, highly dubious. I don't know. Seems like you're clutching at straws. Despite the fact that on the DL, he's been doing his own investigation investigations with the help of his pretend girlfriend, Andy Starr.
Oh, God. Every time I remember, she's
Justice
still
for
here.
Andy, frankly.
Justice for Andy.
Stefan and Klaus eventually locate Ray Sutton. Klaus gleefully uses Stefan as a somewhat unnecessary backup while he's accosting Ray. He's like, I've had my friend Stefan here compel everyone in this bar, so no one will help you. And I was like, did you need Stefan to do that? Like,
No,
you're
he did
kind of
not.
just being lazy at this point.
He just
He's
likes
killing
to
people for
watch
you.
it, though.
He likes to watch.
Yes,
Oh, no.
he likes to watch Stefan exert power and exert will. He likes to watch Stefan be the like corrupted vampire. That's Klaus's whole thing in this. Because as you say, he doesn't need Stefan to do all this stuff. He's the most powerful. He has the same gifts Stefan has, but better.
He likes to watch, because as long as he's watching, it's not gay. So...
As long as you don't partake.
As long as he's just watching.
Right. It's just interest.
Anyway, Ray eventually arrives and they're like, yeah, Ray, we're going to torture you now so that you can tell us the whereabouts of your pack. Stefan doesn't seem to be particularly into the torture, though. Now that we're seeing him outside the situation of a feeding frenzy, like he was in the first scene, he kind of just looks like a browbeaten, passionless employee who's like, yeah, this is my 9 to 5. Klaus has me torturing this dude, and I'm like, yeah, dude.
He's a salary man. Absolutely.
But elsewhere, Damon takes Rick along to follow the latest Stefan lead, and they find Stefan's victims' corpses in Ray Sutton's house. They had been decapitated, but their heads had been placed upon their bodies so that they appear to be intact. Damon explains to Rick that this is Stefan's MO, and this is the reason that vampires like Stefan are called rippers. They feed so hard that they rip right through their victims' necks, severing their spines and tearing their heads off. But then, at least in Stefan's case, post-bite clarity kicks in, and he feels remorse, so he tries to fix the victims by putting their heads back on their bodies.
You can't say post-bite clarity when you're describing something so tragic. That's not fair. Now I'm laughing, and I look like the ass.
Then they find an underground cellar with chains, and they're like, okay, cool, so Stefan and Klaus are after werewolves, even though we are in the South, and we like to pretend like nobody had slave sellers here. But anyway, Elena tells Caroline that she feels like she's got to fight Damon every time she has a lead on Stefan. Tyler, who is around, suggests that Damon might not want to find Stefan because he's into Elena, and now has her all to himself. Which is it's kind of the storyline for this season, that in the absence of Stefan, now we get to pursue the Delena of it all.
Yeah.
Which I just think is worth, I mean, we brought it up before in other episodes, but I'm like, it's just worth mentioning that Stefan has to be removed from the story for Damon to stand a chance.
It's true. It's true. I think I said in the Damon episode that, like, this season is the best shot he gets, or at the very least, the best shot the story gets at trying to convince you that, hey, Damon's actually a conceivable alternative here. Because the only way you could conceivably do it is if Stefan's not present. Because if Stefan's present, then it's absolute nonsense, right? It's the only choice you can make narrative. So I don't knock it. Was it efficiently used? I'd say probably no.
Yeah, it's another thing that's sort of in season 3 that sort of falls away by the time you get to the end of the first third.
Yeah, because even in this, as you're saying, in this first arc where Stefan is the worst, he's not actually gleefully doing this stuff. Like, the whole conceit is that Stefan's the bad guy now in this season, but it's like, as we'll learn through this first arc, no, he's not. He's very much making conscious choices to keep the villain away from his loved ones, and is sacrificing his entire future and happiness to do so. Even in this, Stefan is still somehow the hero. It's like, I'm just very curious as to what the thinking was in that, oh, Stefan's gonna go bad, but he's still the good guy, technically. Like, what that choice was.
I guess at this point in the story, right at the beginning of the season, it's kind of like, we see Stefan isn't bad. Damon, I don't think believes Stefan is bad, but he's like, Stefan's gone off the deep end. I've seen it before, at least from afar. I don't think it's going to be easy to get him back to where he needs to be. Well, as easy as Elena believes it will be.
Right.
And then from Elena's side, it's like, okay, well, her main love interest is gone. Now we have the ability to set up at least the pieces we need to explore her second option love interest. And then once we're done with this beginning part and Stefan's morality actually does shift, now it's like he's no longer gone physically, he's back in the story, but he's at that point no longer someone you can rely on as the character you know and love. So in that way, we can still explore more Delena.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of Klaus's stooges shows up to tell him that Damon is hot on their trail, and Stefan overhears and offers to handle it rather than letting Klaus go deal with him. And Klaus is like, what guarantee do I have that you'll come back? And Stefan's like, no, I'm totally loyal. Like, you bought my loyalty and servitude when you saved Damon from the werewolf bite. Which is funny, because when he reminds Klaus what their deal was based on, Klaus is like, why are you making it sound so indentured? And I'm like, Klaus, this is
Klaus,
indentured. He doesn't want to be here.
Quite exactly what this is.
You triggered his addiction and turned him into a murderer again.
You set
and
this
you
up.
took him away from his loved ones.
You asked for this. Alexa, play Halcy's. You asked for this. Klaus.
He's like, Stefan, aren't you at least having a bit of fun, like gesturing at Ray's tortured, bloody body? And Stefan's like, no comment, but he dryly states that he will make sure Damon doesn't bother them anymore. And I'm like, yeah, I like that he doesn't dignify that question with a response. Like, Klaus is like, aren't you having fun hurting people? And I'm like, well, no, Klaus, especially now that he's not feeding and he's just hurting Ray for you and not even indulging his bloodlust. This isn't the kind of person Stefan is with his humanity on. He's not a sadist like you.
But the thing is, and this is what I'm curious about, is that to distinguish, that's the word, between Stefan's Ripper fugue and Stefan's flip of the humanity switch, because they're not always overlapped. A lot of the times when we hear about Stefan being a Ripper, he doesn't necessarily have his emotions turned off.
Yeah.
Which is why when he tears through people, he needs to put them back together because he feels that grief. I do think in this era, he is in Ripper fugue, but weirdly he has some sense of control, right? Because in these offbeats, as you say, he doesn't like leap to the opportunity. We see him drinking blood, especially later on when also Rebecca comes through. We see like several times of him drinking human blood and then going to write down his little names. But he's still Stefan. He's still in control. And in the quiet moments away from the originals, we see he's in so much control that he's trying to play them.
Yeah.
So I've just always been very fascinated by this era of like, what's going on in that man's mind?
I guess it's just compartmentalizing. He's like, I'm doing all of this to protect the people who I truly, truly care about. And season 3 is the season where these people solidify themselves as incredibly selfish. The Mystic Falls gang.
Yeah, the rope starts pulling tight.
They do become very, it's me and mine. For the sake of keeping Elena safe from Klaus and everybody else, he's like, if I have to murder innocent people that Klaus is bringing me into their proximity, I guess it's, in my own mind, it's the lesser of two evils, is what he's thinking.
Ugh.
In order to, chase Damon off, Stefan goes to Mystic Falls and attacks Andy and compels her to stand on some sort of catwalk thingy. And then when Damon shows up to find her, he makes her walk off and she has a great fall. And dies.
She does do that.
I'm sorry, I keep using your great fall thing, but I can't take it as seriously as you took it. Or rather, I can't say it as straight-faced as you did.
There's that, and there's also, I'm like, I don't think anyone anywhere else has attached so much to it as you have, and now I have, that they're gonna know you're making a reference. I don't think they're going to know.
I'm gonna make sure that it
they're
becomes
gonna be
a
like,
thing.
yeah, I guess that's the Humpty Dumpty thing?
No, but it is quite sad, and we've discussed Andy and the lack of agency the story gives her in the Damon episodes. It's terrible that she ends up becoming collateral damage.
It's honestly crazy she starts
for
off
the
season
sake of
3.
affecting a man who never really cared about her that much.
Right, the fact that she starts off season 3 just as Damon's girlfriend and we're pretending that's normal and cool is already so messed up.
Yeah.
We're like pretending nothing in season 2 happened. It's so funny to me.
And then Stefan's like, yeah, I'll kill her to make a point. And I'm like, I guess the point being made is less I'm hurting Damon's feelings, but more I'm showing Damon that I will kill innocents to keep him away. Which is very un-Stefan, I guess.
That's fair.
In this scene, he does, I guess he's fronting. He's trying to act a little bit like no humanity Stefan would.
Yes.
Because when Damon sees that Andy is in peril, he's like, not cool, man. And then Stefan's like, oh, come on, it's a little bit cool. And I was like, why are you acting like you're enjoying this? I don't think you're enjoying this, Stefan. You're doing this so that Klaus doesn't kill Damon himself.
Yeah, make him pissed and get him to run away. It's, what is it? I know what it is. We had a whole thing. White Wolf.
Old
He's
Yeller?
White Wolfing him. No, that's what I thought it was. But
Oh,
it
White Wolf. I
actually
always
is.
say Old Yellow. Old Yellow is shooting the dog
Exactly.
because he's rabbit.
White Wolf is throwing the stones at the dog so it runs away.
Stefan, meanwhile, goes back to Klaus, just in time to see him force-feed Ray his blood and then kill him. Klaus is like, yay, you're back. And Stefan's like, oh, did you doubt me? And Klaus says he never doubted Stefan for a second. That is, he never doubted Stefan would act in a manner that proves he still cares about his brother and his old life in Mystic Falls. And Stefan tries to front again. He's like, no, I don't care about anything anymore. So I guess it is that thing of like, oh, let me try and act the no humanity part, which we will later see Stefan do again a bit more successfully for a time. Seasons later. But Klaus says he knows Stefan's putting on a show and warns that Damon better believe it for his own sake. And he tells Stefan one never stops caring about family, but he knows every time Stefan feeds, it makes it a little easier to let go. At the end of the episode, oh, here's a fun one. Stefan phones Elena, and when she answers, Stefan cannot bring himself to say
Drop
anything.
in the ocean.
Ah, that
Change
song!
in the weather. I was praying that
So
you
sad
would be-
because while Caroline and Tyler are finally getting together properly, we have this heartbreaking moment for the A couple, the primary couple.
wrenching. Oh my god. His face while he's holding the phone. Elena immediately knowing it's him, just being like, Stefan, it's okay.
You know?
You can get through this.
She tells Stefan that she loves him and no matter what, he must hold on to that and never let it go. This scene... I can spoil this much for those of you who've never seen Buffy and Angel, because my co-host has seen this far. This scene is very reminiscent of a scene that functionally acts as a brief crossover moment between Buffy the Vampire Slayer season 4 and Angel's first season. In the Buffy episode which aired first, Buffy receives a random phone call that doesn't have anything to do with the plot. She answers the phone, but whoever's on the other end doesn't say anything, and she eventually hangs up, assuming that it must have been a wrong number or something. In the Angel episode which aired next, we see the scene from Angel's point of view. He calls Buffy, despite the two of them having agreed on a clean break when they ended their relationship in Buffy's third season. And he hears Buffy answer on the other end and becomes emotional, but he cannot bring himself to speak to her because that would only hinder her ability to get over him and move on with her life. So he says nothing and lets her hang up.
Okay.
If you hadn't watched the Buffy episode and you didn't recognize Sarah Michelle Gellar's voice on the other end of the line, you might have no idea who Angel called or what that was about.
Imagine going cold into Angel just being like, and now what's he up to? When are they gonna pay this off?
He just phones someone and then doesn't speak.
It just gets emotional.
Imagine watching Buffy and refusing to go into the spin-off, and she just randomly gets a phone call from someone who doesn't speak, and it doesn't go anywhere.
That's funny. But they didn't have Ron
Shared
Pope's
universes,
Drop in
man.
the Ocean playing, so actually, who's got
They
the
didn't.
superior seat?
This is one of the least glaring similarities between Stefan and Angel's story beats.
yeah.
Episode 2, The Hybrid. Stefan and Klaus find Ray's pack out in the woods during the day. They dump Ray's dead but in transition body before his pack, and Klaus introduces himself. Ray awakens. Klaus grabs a nearby human who's hanging with the pack for whatever reason and informs the werewolves that he's going to use the human to complete Ray's transition. Ray doesn't want to feed, so Stefan threatens to be the one to feed off the man instead. And he says, if you don't drink it, Ray, I will. Problem is, I don't know how to stop. And again, he's sort of leaning into that Ripper persona. Except here, I'm like, okay, you're working for Klaus and doing what he wants, but you are about to possibly feed if this person doesn't comply. So maybe we are blurring the line between Stefan being an actor and the Ripper being the character. He's like almost losing himself in the role a bit. I wonder if some part of him is like, please let Ray actually refuse so I can eat this person, because I wouldn't mind.
It's like an undercover agent getting too lost in the role. They suddenly actually become the the like mob guy.
I don't know. He could just be performing really well. He could just be like, well, this is what Klaus would want from me. Ray begins to feed. Klaus feeds another werewolf his blood and kills her, and then repeats the process with the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, Elena and Rick go to find Stefan, but Rick tells Damon where they are, so Damon shows up to protect Elena in his typical Damon manner. I do believe he's there to protect her, but it's a very Damon way of doing it, so it still makes me roll my eyes. Stefan, back at the camp, asks Klaus about his master plan to build a new race of vampire werewolf hybrids. And that's when Klaus tells Stefan that he wants an army so powerful no one will dare challenge him. Stefan asks if that's why Klaus is keeping him around. And Klaus is like, you'll know when I want you to. Anyway, Ray doesn't take well to his vampirism. He turns rabid and runs off, and Klaus sends Stefan after him. Stefan is bitten while tussling with Ray, and then Ray vamp speeds away. But before Stefan can pursue him, he overhears Damon, Elena, and Rick not far off in the wilderness. Thankfully, they just manage to walk out of sight as Klaus approaches. They don't see Stefan. Klaus doesn't see them. And Stefan's like, oh, Klaus, I have a werewolf bite. And Klaus tells him to locate Ray and bring him back if he wants to be cured with Klaus's blood. Ray runs into Elena, Damon, and Rick, and they subdue him and tie him up, but he starts to turn without the full moon, so the trio is forced to flee. Then suddenly we cut to like after sunset because it's fully nighttime and they're still running, and a completely wolfed out Ray catches up to the trio, but Damon manages to lead him away from the humans in a way that's reminiscent of when Stefan and Caroline led Mason away from Matt in season 2. So I guess it's true. Werewolves would rather chase a vampire
than a human. Yeah.
Then confusingly, a little bit later, Ray shows up back in human form, but with his clothes still on. Somehow.
Some time. He was real quick, was like, well, I'm not going to come back to
this
them.
Rabid man turned back into human.
I'm not going to come back indecent. Let me just pull my scraps together.
He's rabid and chasing Damon, but he took the time to turn back into human form, find his clothes wherever he'd left them, put them on, and then continue to chase Damon. He attacks Damon, but Stefan arrives and kills him, saving his brother. Stefan asks why Damon is still following him, and Damon tells him Elena is actually the one pursuing him, and that if Stefan wants Elena to let him go, he shouldn't be phoning her late at night. And he tells Stefan that Elena's not going to give up on him. And Stefan says, no, Elena has to because he's not coming back. And he tells Damon to get Elena home and see that she stays there this time. Stefan watches from the distance as Damon, Alaric, and Elena pile into the car and leave. Elena seems to sense his presence, but he vamp speeds away as she looks up to where he was. So in the end, he goes back to Klaus with Ray's corpse, and Klaus is ranting and raving about how all these hybrids failed to transition properly, so now they're all dead. Stefan has a bad poker face, I guess, because Klaus seems to notice Stefan's unease. He's like, you look like hell. And then Stefan's like, I am dying of a werewolf bite.
I did get bitten by a werewolf, and I told you this hours ago, so I wonder what that could be. What could be happening? I don't know.
Stefan's like, hey, I had to kill Ray to defend myself, but I'm acting the part of a loyal servant. I'm gonna apologize for failing you, master. You can kill me if you feel like that's what you gotta do. But Klaus is like, I don't have any other friends.
Yeah.
He heals Stefan, telling him that it appears he's the only comrade he has left. Which is sad, Klaus. Not sad like, I feel bad for you. Sad like, it's kind of pathetic where you're like...
embarrassing, bro. You're 1,000 years old. Couldn't scrounge up one loyal ally.
Your indentured servant is the only comrade you have left?
Imagine.
Oh, I want to ask you something. So season 3, episode 3 is called The End of the Affair. I'm sure that's a reference to something like a book or a song or a turn of phrase.
Second.
But in terms of the decision to make it the title of this episode, I'm always like, what does it mean here? Because I always read it as like this weird thing of, Elena and Damon have been, spending a lot of time together in Stefan's absence because she hasn't seen Stefan, like, unlike Damon who has seen him, she hasn't seen Stefan in 2 months. And in this episode, she finally comes face to face with him. So it's like, okay, I guess that little thing is over. But also nothing really happens in that era with the two of them. So I'm like, why is it called The End of the Affair? Or is affair in the more general sense in this context? Like just the end of the business that was going on.
So I believe this is the episode in the context of the show where Stefan and Elena have the encounter where Stefan convinces Elena he's not worth chasing after. This is it.
Yeah.
There's no version in which he comes back to her within her lifetime, even if they manage to get him away from Klaus. He's like ruined for her. The reference to the 1999 film, The End of the Affair, starring Ralph Fiennes and Julianne Moore and Stephen Ray, is... a movie set in, I guess, World War II. What is it, 1946? Or just post-World War II, I guess. About an affair that happened 2 years prior. So I'm guessing one man was away at war and then the woman had an affair with the other guy. I don't know who Ray Fiennes is in this triangle. But yeah, that would then allude to the Elena, Stefan, Damon dynamic because, of course, as we know, Elena and Damon, I think in this episode, make chili, and a number of people are like, what's going on here? That might be episode 4, actually. But the seeds of the affair, quote unquote, have been happening for some time, and perhaps her now firmly leaving Stefan to his own devices then means that whatever's going on with Damon is no longer an affair.
Ah, yeah. I guess if we take Stefan at his word, which Elena kind of does at the end of this episode, this is officially a breakup?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, let's get into it. Stefan and Klaus return to the old stomping grounds of 1920s Ripper Stefan. Chicago! He's waxing poetic about how wonderful Chicago was in the 1920s jazz age. And Stefan, who's not exactly proud of who he was in that era, is cold and uninterested in reminiscing about what Klaus seems to think were his glory days. Damon gets a phone call from Catherine, who reveals she knows where Klaus and Stefan have gone. So Damon goes to Elena and tells her that they have to take a trip to Chicago to find Stefan. Damon and Elena speak about Stefan's condition, and Damon tries to prepare her for the blood-crazed state that she might find Stefan in. And Elena tells Damon that she's already seen Stefan in his darkest periods and she can handle it. But Damon's like, no, you have no idea what you're walking into. Here's one of Stefan's diaries from the 1920s. Take a gander so you can really see what's coming up. And at first, Elena is adamant that she will not read through Stefan's private thoughts, which I thought was a cool little callback to the brief discussion about diaries that she and Stefan have in the pilot episode. But when Damon starts to read it aloud himself, she takes it from him, and then her curiosity gets the better of her and she starts to page through it. So I was like, no, Elena, this is an affair. You're misbehaving in Stefan's absence.
I mean, it's sort of necessary, right? It's like, I think in a life and death situation, you're allowed to read your partner's diary if it would help save their life or something in that sphere of being.
Yeah, that's fair. I thought it was worth noting that she's of this mindset, and then it's Damon that makes her cave and convinces her that she needs to read through it.
That's fair. Listen, where lines are blurred, Damon can usually be found, so it makes sense.
Klaus is actually in Chicago because he wants advice from a local witch, Gloria, who he knew in the 1920s, on how to make proper hybrids. Stefan remembers Gloria from the 1920s, back when she was a young jazz singer who either just worked as a performer in Stefan's favorite joint or was its owner as well. I'm not sure if she owned it back then. Stefan recalls meeting a young woman with blonde hair while he was at Gloria's jazz lounge one night. The woman revealed herself to be a vampire when she whispered to Stefan that she could smell the blood of his last victim on him. He was immediately enticed by her, but she was coy and wouldn't engage with him further at first. But on that same night, and I checked, this woman and Gloria are wearing the same dresses as the previous scene, so it is definitely the same night.
Oh, okay.
Stefan was being kind of raucous with a group of his boys. The enigmatic blonde lady, noticing that Gloria didn't appreciate them making a din over her performance, walked over and told Stefan and his friends to keep it down. Stefan continues to find her alluring in this flashback and asks for her name, but she's like, I'll give it to you when you earn it. She has an English accent.
Yes, she does.
Foreshadowing.
Who else have we met with an English accent? That doesn't make sense necessarily geographically and time-wise.
When Stefan sees Gloria in 2010, he's surprised she's still alive and only slightly middle-aged, but she explained that witches can use magic to slow their aging a little. While Klaus speaks to Gloria about all his failed efforts, he tells Stefan to make himself busy fixing them a drink at the bar. And I'm like, not you
now he's
domesticating Stefan.
Now, as you're entertaining guests, he's like, bringing you
love,
drinks.
Fix me a drink while I discuss business with my equal.
Right. He has fully been conformed. He's not just the bouncer and the bodyguard and the jobber. He's now the domestic wife. It's such a, like, all unpaid also. All that thread of his life and the lives of his loved ones.
Trad wife Stefan Salvatore. He's like, hey, I'm from the antebellum South, okay? I was raised to believe that my man
must be served by a good Southern woman. I hung from my mother's apron strings, okay? I know how to make a good Southern meal and fix a proper Southern drink.
I also know how to stay out of the way and pretend like I can't very clearly hear the conversations happening here because I'm not supposed to.
I know how to pick up more than I should be able to.
A good trad wife is to be seen and not heard. Because Because it's weird that Klaus doesn't seem to want to speak in front of him, but Stefan is in the same room and can clearly hear him with vamp hearing. And I'm like, Klaus, did you forget that Stefan's a vampire? Stefan does indeed eavesdrop and hears Gloria telling Klaus that she can help him figure out what's wrong, but she'll need to contact the deceased witch who cursed Klaus in the first place. And she's like, in order to do that, I will need you to bring me someone named Rebecca. Stefan wanders around her bar and discovers a picture of himself and Klaus looking very chummy in the 1920s when Ripper Stefan was a patron of Gloria's bar. And he's astonished that he and Klaus had already met and was seemingly friendly, but he has no memories of this. Damon, meanwhile, takes Elena to Stefan's old Ripper apartment in Chicago. He breaks in and shows Elena Stefan's murder board filled with the names of dozens of his victims. Elena is shaken.
Yeah.
Damon then stupidly leaves her at the apartment while he goes to look for Stefan. Stefan asks Klaus why he doesn't remember him, and Klaus is vague with the answer, but he does reveal that he met Stefan a little while after Stefan met the blonde vampire woman. He and the blonde vampire became involved. There's a flashback to a night later than when Stefan first met her because she's in a different dress.
I'm glad we've sorted that one out.
By this time, they're apparently in love.
Oh, so it's been a couple weeks?
Because when Stefan notices the necklace that this woman is wearing, and we see it's the same one that he gave to Elena in season 1, he asks where she got it, and she's like, oh, a witch gave it to me, and it's supposed to be magic, which I believe because it brought me true love.
Wow.
Then Klaus walks into the flashback, and it's finally revealed that this blonde woman is Rebecca, Klaus's younger sister. So back in the present, Stefan's like, wait, I knew another original? What? Klaus takes Stefan to his little coffin storage place, opens Rebecca's coffin and reveals her withered grey body with a white oak ash dagger in her chest. And Stefan's like, I hate to say it, I hope it don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this girl is. Stefan's like, why are you keeping me around again? And Klaus is like, well, you have talents that I admire. I even learned some of my favorite tricks from you. We get a flashback to the night that Stefan and Klaus first met each other. Rebecca is still in dress number 2, so I guess it's a continuation of the earlier scene. A man shows up looking for his missing wife while Stefan, Klaus, and Rebecca are chilling, and he accuses Stefan of knowing where she is. Stefan calls the man's wife over. She is already under his compulsion, and the scarf around her neck makes it clear that he has fed off her, and he compels the man to sit down at their table and then drink his wife's blood that Stefan makes her bleed into a glass before sending her off. The man is quite disgusted but has no choice, and Stefan and Klaus and Rebecca find this hilarious. And I'm like, oh, this is the version of Stefan that Klaus is looking for.
I don't know, just vampires and cuckoldry is like an interesting connection there that I guess is a natural development when you can mentally control what people can and can't do. There's just gotta be like a very easy and well-trodden pipeline to like supernatural cuckoldry that exists there. I've always been very fascinated by that. Not like fascinated, I mean like narratively. Wild.
And yet these are the same vampires who will permanently slut-shame Rebecca.
Like,
who will herself slut-shame every other woman she encounters.
all of y'all.
Back in the present, Klaus undaggers Rebecca, compels a human to be her blood bag when she wakes up so that she can revive properly. And he tells Stefan, hey, I'm going to prove to you that we were friends in the 1920s by showing you that I know one of your little secrets. And he takes Stefan to his old apartment where Elena is still waiting for Damon and reveals he knows about Ripper Stefan's murder board and that he loved how Stefan had asked for that man's name because he wanted to come write it down and relive the kill over and over again. And I'm like, I mean, that's how you're interpreting it, Klaus.
Yeah.
Others interpret it as Stefan wanting to keep a record of his sins so that he never forgets.
Yeah.
It could be a bit of both.
Which, I mean, in itself is like, it's a very indulgent thing to do because it's like, okay, you've done that, but the people are still dead at the end of the day, which is like the most callous thing I can say about Stefan and his Ripper era. It's like, it's very nice that you write your little list and you keep your names, but it's like, the people are still dead. It doesn't really help there. It's very much for you that you're doing this in your atonement, which, you know, fair enough. That's kind of how Christianity works. So he's not too far off historically from the initial sense of atonement.
Klaus makes it sound like, oh, Stefan is scrolling back through his old camera roll and looking at pictures and going, what a time to be alive. Look at me there. This was fun. This was cool.
This was me
on
on
that
Maui.
again. And I'm like, I don't think it's fully that, Klaus. I think a little bit of it is like, yeah, I did do something bad. Because we will later on learn that technically Stefan wasn't in a no humanity era in the 1920s.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it depends who's speaking about it at which point in the story. But
Yeah.
they make it seem like he did have some feelings. Certainly he was into Rebecca.
Which is, I think we said in the originals episode that, like, she says in a moment that, like, oh, the Stefan who doesn't care about anything is my favorite Stefan. We're like, that's not true, because y'all fell in love, so he must have had his humanity on. My sense of him in that era is that he's drunk on the blood. Like, he's high all the time. And we don't really see him in the moments outside of Klaus and Rebecca, because we're only seeing Klaus and Rebecca's perspective of him at his highs. We don't see the lows of Stefan in the 20s. All we see of that is the names on the wall. And Klaus and Rebecca don't have a sense of what state of mind those were written in, because they only saw him in the clubs, in the party, in the high life of Chicago 20s, when he was completely coked to the gills.
That's a good analogy.
You know,
that's why both of them are like, we love the old party you. Why are you
Yes.
so broody and moody now? And it's like, you didn't know. He was struggling. He wasn't sober.
You didn't see the other
Gosh.
side of that. I can't take credit for Coke to the Gills. That is from Connor Goldsmith of the Cerebral podcast, a phrase that stuck in my mind immediately. But yes, that is how I read that whole situation.
Speaking of the murder board, Elena is hiding in the closet at this point and narrowly avoids being caught by Klaus. Stefan finds her. She is quietly elated to see him for the first time in months. And there's this brief tense moment where it seems like Stefan might expose her to Klaus. Like she gives him like a little smile.
There's
He's like got a
whole
blank face, and then he's like,
conversation.
"Look what I found."
So good. In absolutely silent looks. I have to give credit to both of them for having a full conversation in that moment. Oh,
He's like, "Look what I found," and Elena's face falls. She's like, "Oh shit, he's about to sell me out." And then as Klaus comes over, he pulls out like a bottle of wine, and he's like, "Oh, I've got this from such and such a year.
Look at this
Let's
classic."
go find some human person whose blood we can pair it with."
sommelier
And I'm
Stefan
like, "Oh, no,
Salvatore.
you're actually clever. You're distracting Klaus and leading him away."
Brilliant.
That scene and how he handles it is a great example of what he's currently doing in the story. Indulging Klaus, pretending to be super into all this nonsense, all for the sake of protecting Elena. Who at this point, obviously, Klaus still thinks is dead.
And because you'll get to it, I'm sure, by the end of the episode. But again, talking about this dynamic between Klaus and Stefan, in which he feels it's camaraderie or friendship, but it actually is just control and servitude, is that, like, at any point since they've met, Klaus could have given him his memories back and been like, we were friends in the 20s, boom, here you go. I took it away for your safety. But Klaus makes the choice to try every trick in his book. Is it a book that reads well or makes sense? Up to you. But tries every trick in his book to get Stefan on his side with
I almost name-dropped an author.
starts to like clock that, like, oh, I'm not swinging him on the idea of being a ripper. Okay, I guess I'll threaten his loved ones. Okay, he's now working for me, but he's not into it. Okay, let me convince him we were friends from like vague references and pictures on walls and witches he hasn't seen in 100 years and doesn't know who they are. Oh, it's still not working. God damn it. Let me show him my sister who I guess he was in love with, whatever, who cares. Oh, that's not working. Fine, I'll give you your goddamn memories then, as a last resort. To get Stefan on his side is so insane.
Another interpretation, more cartoonish, is that Klaus is super dramatic. Klaus would have been at home amongst the, Théâtre de Vampire.
He lives for the theater, the drama, the reveal.
He's a theatrical, queer-coded little drama queen. Because truly, as you say, the way that he chooses to reveal this, I fully believe he was always going to give Stefan his memories back. But I'm like, why did you spend all day walking down memory lane with someone who doesn't have the memories? Like, what is the point of this?
For the gag.
Ultimately, just tell him what was going on. You have the proof.
It truly is for the, like, he is existing above the story and being like, this is such delicious narrative tension. It's like, this will make for an excellent reveal at the end. Wig snatched. Here's your memories, bitch. We were best friends. Crazy.
He is on the CW, and at this time, Gossip Girl was still airing. He was like, how were we best friends? How do we know each other? That's a secret I'll never tell, Stefan.
XOXO.
I know you loved me. XOXO. Klaus. Stefan asks Klaus if he wants him as his stooge because he admired the horrors that Ripper Stefan inflicted. And Klaus is like, well, actually, you used to admire me as well. And we see in the flashback that Ripper Stefan was praising Klaus's power and status, and Klaus is being all mopey about, oh, my family never liked me. It's actually Stefan who like uplifts his mood by saying, no, it's two drunk buddies having a key, building each other up. You're attractive. You can have anything you want. You're
You could have
charismatic.
anybody
You're
in
cool.
this
You're a
bar.
catch, man.
Klaus is staring at him with the biggest doe
And
eyes.
Stefan's like, no, your family's jealous of you because you're a king. They want what you have. And Klaus is like, oh, to be a freak, an abomination. And Stefan's like, no, to be like the coolest person ever. You're so unique and amazing. And I was like, wow, okay.
Whoa, all right.
I guess this is what Klaus has been looking for.
He had one person gas him up and he said, that's mine now. And I will come back 100 years later to get it back.
But yeah, Stefan and Klaus, in the absence of their real brothers, found a brotherly love with each other. Brotherly. Stefan's like, okay, if we were such besties, how come I only know you as the hybrid who sacrificed my girlfriend on an altar of fire? And I was like, clock him, Stefan. Actually,
It's not bad. He did just do that.
whenever Stefan swears, it's so fun because he doesn't usually have a potty mouth.
It's true.
But yeah, Klaus explains that one night a vampire hunter working in tandem with the Chicago PD conducted a raid on Gloria's Lounge, and Rebecca was like, oh my, I know exactly who this is. I'm terrified. And Klaus is like, yeah, we gotta skip town immediately. Rebecca drops her necklace in all the rush. In this flashback, she's wearing dress number 3. So we know that all of this took place on at least 3 different nights. Stefan is about to pursue them, but Klaus is like, no, not you.
Yeah.
Let me compel away all memory of this supposedly deep relationship we've had. You will not know me or my sister because I have to prevent you from becoming a liability. You earlier, like a few minutes ago, framed it like in order to protect Stefan somewhat. I'm like, I don't even think he was protecting Stefan. I think he was fully protecting himself.
Maybe it was generous. I don't know. I like to think, despite all his antics, Klaus did genuinely have some affection for Stefan and thought, if you come along, you'll be snuffed out instantly. And you'll just be someone I have to protect now on the road here, and that's a liability. That was my sense of it.
I guess, but we also know, or at least we learn later on, that Michael is happy to kill other miscellaneous vampires along the way. So how did he not know leaving Stefan there wasn't a death sentence?
Yeah, I guess assuming that, like, well, if you don't know anything about us, maybe it's whatever. I don't know.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
I mean, he's not a werewolf. Maybe Michael would be like, I'll spare you.
Right. Around the corner, I know there's a wolf pack I need to decimate for no reason. So, see you. Like wolves will often chase a vampire rather than humans, Michael will chase a wolf pack rather than a vampire.
Perfectly balanced, as all
As
things,
all things
should be. But yeah, it's because of this that Stefan deduces Klaus was running scared from some threat. Then Damon shows up, unbeknownst to Klaus at first, and lures Stefan outside so Elena can confront him. He's like, you're confusing me because you murdered Andy in episode 1, but then in episode 2 you saved me. So like, are you evil or not? And I'm like, oh, Damon, both those things were done to save you. They're actually actions on the same
plane.
on the same wavelength.
He's actually somehow still the best thing that could have happened to you.
But Stefan explains that, you need to get Elena out of the city because Klaus almost found her today, and I think that her being alive post-sacrifice is the reason that Klaus can't make any more hybrids. And then Elena appears, so Damon's like, okay, yeah, you tell her yourself, I'm gonna go distract Klaus by being Damon. Elena begs Stefan to come home, and she tries her season 1 trick of embracing him and then tranking him from behind with a vervain syringe. But Stefan is like, fool me once.
Yeah, my eyes are
Shame
open,
on
babe.
you. He catches her wrist and is like, how much clearer can I make this? I don't want to come home. He's like snarling at her, being aggressive. He explains that he's trying to protect Elena from Klaus, and she's like, no, you can return to Mystic Falls with me and we can work this out together the way that we always do. And Stefan tells her that even if I came home with you, it would never be the same. I have left a trail of innocent victims in my wake this summer. And Elena's like, no, well, I read your diary and you've told me about Lexi. She saved you from your blood loss once before. We can do it again. We can work through this rehab program. And Stefan's like, that rehab program of mine, it takes decades to complete at a time. At which point half your life would be over. I cannot ask you to wait for me to be okay until you're in your 50s. That would not be fair. And then he white wolfs her, I guess, because he tells her, I don't want to see you. I don't want to be with you. I just want you to go.
And she goes.
It was so heartbreaking.
It sucks.
And this was the first season 3 episode I saw, because I missed the first 2 when it was airing.
That's crazy.
But elsewhere, Rebecca revives, and Klaus restores Stefan's memories of his time with them. And Stefan remembers that when that photograph that he found of Gloria's was taken, he was so close to Klaus that he told the photographer they were brothers. He was like, come take a picture of me and my brother. And I'm like, all right. Episode 4. This is our last Chicago episode for the time being. We get to see Rebecca acclimating to the 21st century while Klaus teases her. Stefan pretends to be into teasing her in the background. Catherine, who at the end of the last episode was revealed to have been stalking Stefan even in the 1920s, is back in Chicago stalking him again. Catherine lures Stefan out and he tells Rebecca and Klaus that I need some fresh air because all the girly shopping is boring me and the sibling nonsense is boring me. That's when he and Catherine have their chat and she's like, oh, Stefan, what are you planning? What are you plotting? I know you're not loyal to Klaus because I know you so well, but you must be up to something. And Stefan's like, yeah, I've got it under control. I'm planning things. And she's like, well, you're not as diabolical as me, so you should, clue me in on what it is you're cooking up so I can help you. And Stefan's like, I must be doing a good job with the most diabolical woman I know can't figure me out.
Iconic. So true.
Later on, Stefan meets back up with Klaus and Rebecca in Gloria's bar, I believe. Gloria's doing her witchy woo. She's like, I need to locate the necklace. And Rebecca's like, cool, I was the necklace's owner for almost 1,000 years. Use me to do a locator spell. Gloria does. Back in Mystic Falls, the necklace burns Elena. Stefan, who doesn't know Elena's being burned, but understands how locator spells work, is like, oh shit, she's seconds away from figuring out where the necklace is. Then to make matters worse, Gloria's like, I'm getting a vision of a girl who's wearing the necklace.
I'm seeing this girl who looks kind of 5'7", brown hair, very small town stunning. Stefan's like profusely sweating.
Sweating bullets. Rebecca immediately gets angry and is like, who is this sleazy, skanky, two-faced
Never
whore?
met her once.
Gloria, who seems to sense that Stefan is looking a little uneasy, is like, okay, all of you need to leave because you're harshing my mojo. I can't concentrate with you vampires in here being all over emotional. So they step out. That's when Stefan, Klaus, and Rebecca go and feed. Stefan is like, okay, let me double back and go see what Gloria does or doesn't know. He leaves claiming, I have to go do something, and very expertly predicts that Klaus will assume he's going to write on his murder board, which we see that Rebecca has never heard of, and is like, so you were in love with her, but you told your boyfriend Klaus, your brother from another mother, Klaus,
we
about
talked
your
about
murder
this in
board.
the originals episode, that it's like interesting Klaus knows this and Rebecca doesn't, but some of that may be intentional energy from the writing, and we can never know.
But Stefan goes back to Gloria. He's like, oh, how come you haven't told Klaus about what you know? And she's like, girl, I ain't working for Klaus. I don't want to die, so I'm not going to openly defy him, but I actually just want the necklace for myself. It's a talisman of a very powerful witch who you'll learn about later this season. But if you don't give me the information that I want, I'll tell Klaus about this girl that I saw in the vision who you're so eager to keep from him. Stefan's like, okay, vamp speed, but she attacks and disables him with magic because she is literally from the 1920s and she's been doing this a long time.
It's 100 years old minimum.
She performs a really visceral, interesting type of magic that we won't see again in this universe until maybe New Orleans?
Maybe New
when
Orleans.
we go into the spin-off?
That's what it feels like to me. It's one of my favorite visual moments of magic in the show, with the chains hanging from his open wrists, and she's got some herbs on her fingers and she's touching his forehead to connect to him. It's very cool.
She's using vervain as well, which she claims has other magical properties that just happen to be what she needs in this moment. The fact that it's burning and weakening Stefan is just a plus.
Accident.
She begins to dig through his psyche and finds out that, oh, this is the doppelganger that Klaus is supposed to have killed. That's why his hybrids aren't taking. Won't he be so stunned when he finds this out? Then Catherine comes in, jams her own... What is that blade called? I always forget what it's called.
Stiletto?
The witch's knife.
Oh, I don't think they have a name for it in this world, but in other places it's called an athame.
Yes, an athame. She gets the athame, stabs it into Gloria's neck. She dies instantly.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, damn. There goes an interesting supporting character.
A character I would have gladly followed for at least an arc to be like, what's she up to? Nothing, I guess. Don't worry about it.
You know, if the story gave a damn about Bonnie, maybe that could have been someone for her to interact with this season.
Maybe she wouldn't have been missing for the first 3 episodes of the season, and we could have gotten to this point with her. I don't know.
On video chats with Jeremy.
There's a hot second in this episode where Bonnie's like examining the necklace with magic in the background of a scene where she ends up in a magic fight with Gloria from across the country. And I remember thinking, that's really cool. Why is this happening in the background of the story? I'd love more of this.
Catherine's like, well, looky here, my sweet little ex-boyfriend. If I hadn't been stalking you like I always am, you would be helpless right now. I saved your ass, but you don't want to work with me. So I'm going to offer you again. Let's be partners in crime, Stefan. It'd be so sexy. And he's like, no.
It is interesting, though, that now that Catherine has come back post her departure in season 2, the dynamic has shifted, certainly. I mean, he's surely aware that she did betray them just before she herself was betrayed. But I guess because she did bring that blood to Damon, it's like, well, I guess she's not an active threat right now. So I can have this kind of playful back and forth with her because I don't really have anything to fear from Catherine. It seems.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Yeah. I guess he knows that, at least for him, as Catherine's favorite person, the only person she loves 50% as much as herself, the most dangerous thing to do would be to let her in and trust her and depend on her as an ally. Because that's when you get stabbed in the back by Catherine Pierce.
True.
Stefan eventually goes to the creepy little coffin storage warehouse, and he seems to be contemplating, like, maybe pulling a dagger out. And I'm like, I wonder if he was going to do the Elijah release months before Damon did. Rebecca shows up before he can do that. And Stefan's like, why don't you ever undagger your siblings? And Rebecca's like, no, because Klaus would dagger me. She speaks about Elena, who she believes is dead, and says, oh, you know, you were in love with this girl, but, you know, she's dead, and that must have been hard. But could you hypothetically maybe ever see yourself, like, moving on with someone else who's, like, you know, maybe blonde instead of brunette and
maybe
is a vampire like you,
beautiful than, say,
you know,
other girls. Yeah.
And Stefan's like, well, you know, maybe one day, possibly. And Rebecca's like, oh, are we having a moment? Let's kiss. And Stefan's like, yeah, sure. I totally could see there being a future with you. I'm kissing you. I'm into it. And Rebecca's like, I can tell through that kiss that you aren't really aligned with us. Even Klaus couldn't pick up on your bullshit, but I can. Nick shows up and she's like, yeah, Nick Klaus, he's not with us. And Stefan's like, no, I swear I am loyal to you wholly and entirely. I don't know what she's talking about. She's being hysterical. Then Klaus knocks Stefan out, I assume by snapping his neck. At the end of the episode, Stefan revives and sees that they're back in Mystic Falls. And Klaus is like, I know you've been up to something, and I know it's got something to do with your hometown. We're going to investigate and find out what exactly you're keeping from me. Welcome back to Mystic Falls.
That moment where he opens the back of the van and you see the very familiar town of Mystic Falls, I remember jumping in my seat. I remember being like, oh, that's a gag. Oh, you've got me. I did not see this coming. Immediate danger. And as you've said before, next episode opens, he's in Mystic Falls High. They waste no time.
He's in the high school. I was waiting for like there to be like we dance around the issue. Elena's maybe gonna figure out he's here before he realizes she's alive. No, she turns a corner and he's right there in front of her in
right
the
there,
school.
dragging her by the arm, just being like, we're gonna play a little game. It's like, Jesus, let me breathe.
That's when he enacts his little plan to be like, how to make a hybrid properly. Bonnie Bennett, you go figure it out. Stefan had awoken inside the truck while Klaus was still inside the high school. Rebecca is initially with him and tells him that, oh, Klaus has been snapping your neck all day. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess they had to explain why Stefan is regaining consciousness again, but Klaus is already like on the next day, or at least at the end of the day. But, when does he join them in the gymnasium?
So Rebecca beats his ass, I remember, at the top of this episode.
Oh,
then,
yes, she stabs him with something metal.
Through him, yes. He manages to get away from there and come towards the school and into the basketball court, where Klaus is already there with the two teenagers he's got like standing on one foot, and Elena, who is his primary focus.
Klaus is like, Bonnie Bennett Witch, if you don't figure out how to successfully make Tyler Lockwood into a proper hybrid, forget saving his life, because he will die, but maybe that's not enough for you. I'm gonna make Stefan hurt Elena. Stefan at this point is being used by Klaus to threaten some human bystanders. He's warning Elena that you better not try to escape, because Stefan will kill these people if you do. And I think that's the scene. No, it's not that scene. When does he send her flying?
She flies across the room. It is this scene.
When does he send her
because
flying?
Elena's like, no, Stefan, you don't have to. He won't hurt me. He needs me. And then Klaus backhands her, and she flies across the room.
Backhands her, sends her across the basketball court. It's so awful.
Stefan tries to react. He's not strong enough to fight Klaus, so then he has to eat some teenager to death so Elena doesn't get whacked again. It's all bad. It's all bad.
But again, as we near that dark moment, it's Stefan very much with humanity having to do awful things and give into the bloodlust to protect the person that he cares about. He's like, hey, better these extras than Elena, my beloved.
What a dark place to be in.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what can he do in this moment? I mean, this is certainly better than some of the decisions the group will make later on in the season when they absolutely don't.
Without a doubt. In like clear of mind, like just dooming thousands of people. I think this makes sense as a more like impulse, emotionally charged, like dark moment for Stefan. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Elsewhere in the episode, Catherine had come back to Mystic Falls as well, impersonated Elena, and stolen Elena's necklace, which Bonnie was hanging on to at the time. So once Klaus and Rebecca have figured out that, oh, this necklace that used to be Rebecca's was with Elena, and we need that in order to figure out some original witch stuff, Elena's like, well, I don't have it because Catherine Pierce stole it. So then Klaus is like, okay, well, I mean, if Bonnie can't use the necklace, Bonnie at this point is off somewhere else doing things with Matt. But
she's trying to figure out how to resuscitate Matt, who has drowned himself. Bonnie's struggling.
But Klaus is like, I was trying to help you make things easier for Bonnie. But now I guess the motivation is that if you haven't solved my problem in the next 20 minutes, Stefan is going to feed on Elena.
Put some time on the basketball clock.
He's like, Elena, if you try to run before the counter runs out, Stefan's going to break your spines, but you can't. And I'm like, jeez Louise, Klaus.
Like we
damn.
said in the originals episode, it's specifically about Elena being the thing that has kept Stefan's mind and heart here in Mystic Falls, and not with Klaus himself. He cannot fully have Stefan because Stefan is so tied to this girl, and this is his vengeance for that. It's not about Damon the way they like speak about it in the narrative. It's about Stefan and Elena and Klaus. And this is him spiting her for that.
And because Stefan is under that good old original compulsion, he has no choice. He and Elena briefly speak, and she's like, hey, okay, so I know you haven't been in town for a while, but a few episodes ago, Caroline's dad proved that ordinary humans can resist vampire compulsion. He trained his mind to do it, so maybe you can, like, Jedi mind trick your way out of this situation and not give in to the compulsion. And Stefan's like, that's not gonna happen. Like, I don't have the power to do that. How am I supposed to resist this?
In these 20 minutes, me, a Ripper, you, the girl I love, whose blood is more intoxicating to me than anything. Like, what is your plan here, girl? And his favorite line, I'm a Ripper, Elena. A Ripper's not able to stop.
I think this is the scene in which he's like, oh, am I supposed to be able to do that because I love you? And she's like, yes, Stefan, because you love me. Because after everything we've been through, you owe me that. And he's like, listen, girlie.
You're right.
When that clock runs out, I am going to bite into your artery and drain you dry. This is what it is. And as the clock nears its end, Stefan is like, okay, Elena, you need to run. He's snapping off pieces of wood and staking himself in his stomach to slow himself down. Elena's like, well, I can't run because Klaus said you have to fracture my spine. He's like, if the clock runs out, you're dead anyway, so you might as well go.
It's dying now or waiting to die in 10 minutes, girl. Run.
Oh, it's so awful. She's racing through the school. It's very Final Girl. And he's like, Elena, run!
Stefan, as you say, staking himself, grabbing himself on walls to like impede his motion, doing every single thing he can to fight it. And by the end, I think he gets something close enough to his vitals to like disable himself, and he collapses to the floor.
Yes.
And Klaus finds him and he's like, Oh, this is disappointing.
Klaus is like, this is so boring. Like, I'm not here for a love story. I'm here for a horror story.
Chill us down, Niklaus.
Eyes green with envy. He's like, ugh, your humanity is killing you. I have an idea. Turn it off. And then Stefan says, no. And it's like, what?
Right.
He managed to speedrun the Bill Forbes
Like
course
that.
on anti-compulsion.
And what else could help you do it, if not the love that allowed magic to stretch across a town to make an effect? If not the love that helped you fight your bloodlust to begin with, when you were drinking human blood bits by bits? If not the love that allows you to control yourself now in a full ripifuge? What else, except for the man, the myth, friend of the pod, Bill Forbes himself, would be able to fight a direct command from someone who is compelling you? This man, this relationship, I don't care what anyone says.
It's that thing when someone tweets something and they're like, I don't care.
I don't care. You can't tell me shit. After this is the moment. He's him.
The mechanics of compulsion are interesting here because Stefan is under Klaus's control, and we know that when you've been compelled to follow instructions, you will follow any other instructions given until you get on a vein.
Yes.
So Klaus telling him to turn it off should have been enough.
Yes.
But then it doesn't work and he's able to resist. Mm-hmm. And then Klaus renews his compulsion by staring Stefan in the eye and screaming at him to turn it off while his pupils do the things that they do. And then it works.
It's fascinating and it's brilliant and it's a testament to both his willpower and the strength of their bond. And it sucks that in this moment, at least for now, it is so painfully severed. Because then Stefan, eyes darken, face shift, the animal releases, and he feeds on Elena, presumably for some time, because the next time we see her, she's unconscious and in a medical bed being drained for all her blood by some nurse.
Like, you lost a lot of blood, sweetie. Then she says, wait, you're taking my blood?
Emmys for that nurse. Being so sweet, so regular, doing the most heinous shit under compulsion.
That's where we end out that episode with Stefan. It's truly sad. He does show up again, less in a feeding frenzy and more just like chilled. Because Klaus has been scared off at that point by Damon showing up and saying, hey, we found Michael the Hunter who you're terrified of, and he's coming to town. So Klaus deuces out and leaves Rebecca behind. But Stefan is like, hey, Klaus has told me that I am now being tasked with watching over the doppelganger blood bag. So I'll be keeping a close eye on you and all our little friends. Tee-hee, see you later.
And the weird part about, because there's the narrative thing of Elena has made her peace with the fact that Stefan is now, well, at first it was like, well, Stefan has decided this thing and there's nothing I can do about that, so moving on. But now it's like, well, Stefan has been turned into something that is not the Stefan I know and love, and I have to make peace with that. But then he immediately becomes present in their surroundings, so they cannot avoid him even. He's living in the house, in the Salvatore house. He's like, this is my home too. This doesn't need to be an issue. Clearly, y'all have something going on. And I don't care, because I don't care about anything. But he's hanging around because he's been commanded to, and he's sticking around Elena. He starts, like, beating people up at school who look at her the wrong way. He starts...
She's trying to move on with her life, just like, okay, I'm getting back into athletics and I'm jogging.
Right.
He's there like, I'm jogging next to you. It's really giving like annoying high school ex that won't leave her alone, but in the most sinister way.
In her personal space all the time. It's giving shades of season 1 Damon, actually, when you think about it, which I guess is kind of the point. But at the same time, it's like the most threat Stefan is in his no humanity era is that he's just like kind of annoying. Like at no point is Stefan like a direct danger to like any of the main cast. I think at most it's like some guy at school gets roughed up by him and Elena has to like convince him to step off. He's not scheming, he's not like causing trouble, he's just around being a social menace. Which I'm always like, wow, that's kind of funny. Because even by the time, because it's in this episode and then the next, well, by the end of this episode is when Elena, Rick, Damon, Caroline, they all concoct to like drop Stefan, essentially, to trick him into a place, lure him somewhere, and then drop him. And then they have to get rid of Tyler because he's been sired, and that's a whole other storyline. But as we've discussed, Rick and Elena, largely through Elena's brilliant drunk acting, get Stefan to a point off in the bleachers where you're like, wait, hold on. his humanity's off, but there's something of him underneath that's still there when he catches Elena, and it's super romantic and beautiful. And then they vervain dart him.
Oh,
from
and she's
afar.
like, I knew you'd catch me.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And you have to be like, even in this era where he has no humanity, he's not all that bad. Right?
And insult to injury from Rebecca's point of view, because if we can see that Stefan's emotions and care are somewhere under the surface, the humanity switch is more of a dimmer than a switch. She's fully ready to rekindle what they have now that he's on Team Klaus, and he couldn't be less interested.
Uninterested. Fully just like swarming around Elena like a bee around honey. He keeps saying, because Klaus commanded me, but he's intent on engaging with her in conversation, having these like flirty like digs. It's like, Stefan, what's going on, man? Right after that is the episode 7 where the veil starts to drop because of Barney, Jeremy, and Anna antics, the ghost drama. This is Ghost World, where Lexi comes back, super exciting.
Lexi!
Love to see her always. It's the first time we've seen her since, again, she was mercilessly murdered at the hands of Damon's plans. She manages to get Stefan in a cell and is like, I've been watching from the other side. This shit is ridiculous. Let's sort you out. She walks Elena through her, as discussed, plan to like bring him back from the edge. It's like, we go through this episode of torturous, like, hey, Elena, this is the reality of this. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be messy. You're going to have to hurt him. But understand that at the end of this, it's going to be to get back the Stefan we all know and love. Which, you know, it works for a bit. And then the veil closes and we see we've not been successful. And Elena makes her decision to be like, okay, I could spend the rest of my life doing this, but honestly, I'm not going to like do this unless you want to come back.
Yeah.
Like, I love you. I'm going to be here for you always, but you need to want to be back again. Like, that's the space we're playing in. So it's like the arc of Stefan, no humanity, ooh, he's a danger, ooh, he's the bad guy, lasts about an episode and a half. Because right after that is episode 8, where Michael comes to town, and in that episode, Stefan and Damon are like buddy-buddy drinking at Mystic Grill. So, for the entire, like, first 10 episodes, where Stefan is meant to be the worst, he's like kind of fine, you know? At times he's a bit annoying. He has killed a lot of people, yes, but we say it's for a purpose, it's with intent. He's not like bad, you know? It's weird.
I like that when Lexi was trying to torture him into being good again, she was creating the psychic illusion that he'd gone for so many decades without blood. And I was like, how effective would that be in like the long run? Because maybe that would have been one way for us to get Stefan through it in Elena's lifetime. I don't know.
I guess Damon wouldn't know, right? Because my thought would be, Damon is clearly adept at mental powers, the way vampires use them. I guess there's the argument that maybe he's not old enough to like have that effect on Stefan, especially now that Stefan is juiced up on human blood, so maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe there's not someone immediately who could do what Lexi could do now that Lexi is dead.
But yeah, in ordinary people, does Stefan do much?
That's Damon's, his intention is like, well, Lexi's dumb, stupid plan doesn't work, so I'm gonna do it my own way. I'm gonna go drinking with my brother and try and get him back that way. It doesn't work. And then Michael shows up and blackmails them to get Klaus back to town.
Michael shows up and is like, I need your help to get Klaus here so I can kill him. And Stefan's like, well, I've been compelled. And now because he's got no humanity, the whole like, I'm quite literally telepathically enslaved to this man, he doesn't seem all that bothered by it. He's like, sorry, can't help you. And Michael is like, lure him back and I'll kill him. But if you don't,
I'll kill you.
I'll drive this stake through your heart instead.
It's like, damn, why am I in it? I don't want to be here.
At the end of this episode, I don't know if Stefan is now starting to break through the no humanity stuff already.
That's the
because
question,
Damon says that,
right?
oh, look, you showed emotion. You saved me again. And Stefan's like, no, I did it for me because he was threatening to kill me. And also, I want Klaus dead so I can be free. And as soon as I'm free, I'm leaving you all behind because I don't care about y'all. And I was like, okay.
At the very least, because leave the deflection about Damon, the fact that he is already turning on Klaus in terms of anger rather than like being subservient to him says something, right? Because if he didn't care and he was just compelled, it's like at most it's like, it sucks that I can't like go and do my own thing. It's fascinating. It is the first time we see a humanity switch flip both ways. Because when we meet Isabel, at least by Damon's account, Isabel does not have her feelings on. So the first switch we see off and then on again is Stefan. And it's interesting that his one, when it comes back, is more gradual as opposed to the more aha moment we get with other vampires.
Yeah.
The more of the snap that we get back.
Snap is one way to put it where Elena was concerned. Poor Matt.
Oh, Maddie Blue.
But yeah, the homecoming episode is where we get that elaborate plan that's so multi-layered to have Stefan call Klaus and say, your father is dagger dead. We lured him back to town and had one of our available humans dagger him. And then Klaus is like, I want to see the body. And then after they hang up, they're like, yeah, but because Stefan has been compelled to not lie, we're going to show that this is like a heist movie flashback that we had agreed to actually have Michael be daggered by Elena so that when Stefan says, Michael is dead, I'm looking at his body right now, he's not lying. Also, at this point, they've managed to get, very briefly, Rebecca's loyalty. So she's like, yeah, Nick, I'm here with Stefan, and he's telling the truth.
Character witness. Brilliant move by Elena, our queen.
Unfortunately, wait, how does Catherine figure out what's going on?
How does Catherine figure out anything? She shows up and pretends to be Elena and hears it.
I've forgotten how exactly it happens.
This is after Elena has daggered Rebecca. And they're like, we need to make sure nothing goes wrong in this plan. Also, Klaus has moved the dance to Tyler's house, so he's on the watch. So they switched out Catherine for Elena at the dance, so they had one more vampire present for when shit went down.
And because they didn't fully trust Michael, who would have happily killed Elena, as we see when he stabs Catherine.
Exactly. So then Catherine approaches Stefan at the party after Klaus speaks to her thinking she's Elena, being like, I know y'all are planning something, and if you try it, just know I have contingency plans to kill Damon.
He just fully tells her the plan.
Straight up. The whole thing. He says, try what you want. If I die, Damon dies. And I know for whatever reason y'all all like that loser, so just consider it.
When Michael manages to attack Klaus and briefly drop his stake in the tussle, Damon picks it up and is like, fine, I guess I'll stake Klaus. And then, amazingly, if you're watching this episode in real time, Stefan stops him. And Damon's like, what are you doing? So Klaus grabs the stake, kills Michael, who bursts into flames and is burned up along with the stake. And afterwards, when everybody else flees, Klaus is like, Stefan, you saved me. You betrayed your friends and showed true loyalty. So I guess keeping you as a slave would be kind of wrong. So you are free from my compulsion. I'm hoping at this point you'll stick around on your own because, you know, you did something for me, I did something for you. This shows you love me. This shows you care.
There's a bit of tragedy to Klaus in this delusion because it is the thing that screws himself over just entirely. It makes his greatest enemy, honestly, of the show. In his mind, he was like, oh no, we're in a great place now. We're true friends, you and I. It's like, oh,
He's
buddy.
like, this is where I was trying to get to you from the moment the season started. And I kept alluding to, you know, admiring your work. And then I revealed that we were friends, etc., etc. I just wanted you to choose me on your own.
Oh,
and now you
sweetie.
have, because you have a chance to betray me and you didn't. It's like, oh, sweetie,
Oh, honey
he
bunch.
did that for Damon.
Like-
I'm going to hold your hand when I tell you this.
There are about 17 loved ones on his list before you, babe. I'm sorry to tell you.
He was even willing to work with Rebecca on this team over
Imagine.
you.
With
So-
Catherine. What's with Catherine to take this man down?
So at the end of the episode, we see Catherine have that conversation with Stefan where she's like, I guess I'd miss Damon if he was gone, but I didn't particularly care either way. I gave you the info because I know you love your brother, and I'm crazy enough to think that I still love you. You're kind of no fun when you have no humanity. I'm just gonna say, I'm not like Rebecca. I like my Stefan with feelings. I think today we got just a flicker of that boy because I know how much you love your brother, and you showed that when you saved him. And if you can feel anything at all, that means you can feel angry, which is good because I need you to get mad and I need you to take Klaus down because, sweetie, I've pushed my luck enough. I'm not sticking around. This split screen doppelganger image budget, it's run out for this season. It's expensive.
Yeah, it's true. We're putting a lot of money into the compositing of those shots. But also, This scene is unfortunate because it's like, yay, Catherine allyship, Catherine actually coming through, but at the same time, she then goes, I want the true Stefan back because I think you're better that way. Now let me point you like a gun at Klaus, because ultimately... I also want Klaus dead for my own purposes. Is always going to be the thing with Catherine.
I guess the fact that she didn't, because I mean, we know, given the White Oak stake and original Bloodline stuff, they would have all been dead.
True.
But
True.
As far as she knew, she could have let Stefan kill Klaus and then let the hybrids rip Damon apart afterwards, and that would have been no skin of her nose. But she was like,
Lupin back. Let me do a nice deed for 1 year. The one deed of Catherine Pierce. What is it? The one good deed of Catherine Pierce? Like the 100 deeds of Eddie and McDowd.
She's the one who sets Stefan off into his next arc for this season, which is, I am the spirit of vengeance. I am hell-bent on ruining Klaus's life.
And off my point about how Stefan's really not that bad in both the Ripper arc and the No Humanity arc, this, in my opinion, is his worst arc. This is the roughest time for Stefan Salvatore, because it's like, he doesn't kill all that many people. Oh my god, the things he's willing to do, the lengths he's willing to go, purely for revenge, right? Purely just to get revenge on this guy.
Much like how Elena, when she gets her humanity back, she zeroes in on her hatred of Catherine and getting revenge on Catherine for getting Jeremy killed. Stefan's like, it would be too much to feel everything else that I will feel when I let those emotions back in. I'll feel guilt for murdering people, for hurting Elena, for breaking her heart and rejecting her even before I fed off her. Like, no, it's easy to just be like, I'll feel good when I've killed my enemy Klaus, because ultimately he's the reason all of this happened. Which, I mean, you could be like, yeah, there's some responsibility for your own actions there, but yeah, obviously Klaus set all of this in motion
and
he enslaved you when all you wanted to do. Yeah, you just want to save your brother, and he set you down this path, triggered your addiction, made you kill people, hurt the girl you loved. Yeah.
There's also something,
and to that end, he steals Klaus's coffin.
There's also something so self-destructive about it too, to just so boldly and openly declare war against the oldest, most powerful being in your universe. Like, he does successfully do it for a few episodes there, but there's still something about, like, going, I could die any day in making this decision to go to war against Klaus, but it's also giving me a weird high to try and get this revenge, but also if I died, would it be so bad? It very much ties into the suicidality of Stefan Salvatore, which we've seen plenty of times in the first 2 seasons as well.
I mean, I love how irreverent he is of Klaus.
Oh, yeah.
In this era.
It's fun. Somebody needs to tell him some shit.
The New Deal is the next episode. He's hidden the coffins and he's threatening Klaus. I think it's because the town is crawling with hybrids.
Yes. So Klaus is trying to find the coffins in this one. Stefan refuses to budge. And because they're hidden by magic, by the 100 Dead Witches, which I think we learn at the end of the episode because Bonnie's led to them, Klaus cannot find them. He tries to threaten Elena, Jeremy, and Damon because he's like, well, Stefan's y'all's buddy. Like, get him to bring my family back. And they're both like, girl, we don't even know what that man's up to. Leave us out of it. But after he nearly gets Jeremy killed in an accident, Elena gives him Rebecca's daggered body and says, take your sister, go home. My family's no longer under harm. Klaus is like, oh, there's plenty of other people that you care about I can hurt. And then Elena's like, again, Stefan's on his own mission. Don't put me and mine in it. Also, this is your fault. So if you want someone to be mad at about the fact that Stefan's now raising hell all around you, look in the mirror, babe. And Klaus genuinely like absorbs this a bit because he doesn't then go after anyone in Elena's circle after that. It then becomes directly Stefan and Klaus in the subsequent episodes.
Amazing.
But I think it's the next one where Damon then decides, no, screw this. I'm going to figure out what Stefan's up to because at this point, what the hell are we doing? We have to send Jeremy off to Chicago for his safety or whatever. Delaware, I think.
Denver.
Denver,
Colorado. Some family friends in Denver.
Yes.
But it's the episode Our Town where the town is crawling with hybrids and Stefan goes to Klaus and is like, your hybrids are getting annoying. I want them to leave. And Klaus is like, you're getting a little too brave for your boots there, Stefan. You don't tell me what to do. Like, I want my coffins back. And Stefan's like, either you tell your hybrids to go or I will drop one of your siblings into the Atlantic Ocean, let's say. Klaus's right-hand woman at that time is the hybrid Mindy, who I think we met in like Homecoming.
Yeah.
And she's around. He's at his manor with all the, the hardware equipment around him and doesn't take Stefan's threats seriously. And Stefan's like, okay, cool. Grabs a hacksaw, decapitates Mindy in front of Klaus. And is like, there, one of your hybrids dead.
The black community has not forgiven Stefan for this heinous act. Mindy did not need to die in this way, and for Klaus's nonsense. But alas.
I like how ballsy he is. He's like, you think I'm playing Klaus? Because Klaus is shook.
It's true.
Klaus is like, okay, I didn't expect you to do that. I'll be honest. But then that's what leads to Klaus getting angry and being like, okay, because me and my boyfriend are fighting, Tyler, I need you to bite your girlfriend. But then after all of that, I'll come and heal her with my blood and this will start off our romance for some reason.
Somehow we figure that out. Then Damon muscles his way into the caverns where the coffins are being kept by Stefan. He follows Stefan out into the woods and then kills the hybrids that's looking for sniffing around that place. The hybrids really just start dropping real quick, which is a shame. And Damon forces Stefan to reveal the truth to him after a gruesome fight. There is a fun scene where the 100 Dead Witches unspell Damon's ring and he starts burning in the light, so that's fun. But Stefan is forced to tell him and then bring him into the fold. Then they become unified in the fight against Klaus. At this point, they're starting to hear through Barney's witch element that one coffin that is not accounted for among the siblings they've seen on the etchings on the wall of the Michelsons. That's the weapon that they're going to use to defeat Klaus. So that's the focus now.
This is also the episode where Stefan's like, okay, I guess my coffin threats aren't working as well as I thought they would. So he kidnaps Elena. Phones Klaus and says,
this is a dark moment for all of us. This is the
a dark
darkest moment.
He has Elena in the car. He's driving wildly, as vampires like to do, calls Klaus and says, if I murder Elena, you'll never make any more hybrids. So this is a serious threat. Tell your hybrids to get out of town or I'm going to kill this girl. And Klaus is like, oh yeah, the girl you love. Sure, yeah. Tell another one, Stefan Salvatore. And then Stefan's like, oh, you think I won't do it? And Klaus is like, I know you won't do it. And Stefan's like, okay, fine. Maybe that bluff was a little too wild. Oh, I've got an idea. Force feeds Elena his blood. Very Damon adjacent, season 2.
I'm gonna tell you why it's doubly so in a bit, but keep going.
Then he's like, cool. How about I kill Elena and then she comes back as a vampire? So I can still have her if I want her, but you won't have any more living doppelganger blood. Elena is in the scene in distress. She's not in on this plan. She's crying. She tried to stop the blood being forced down her throat. She's now got his blood dripping off her lips. Stefan then speeds this car towards Wickery Bridge, the place that Elena took a tumble off with her parents before season 1, the place where she almost died, where she lost her mother and father, where he saved her.
Defining trauma. It's the worst thing you could ever do to this girl.
And he's accelerating and he's still on the phone with Klaus. Klaus can hear Elena's screams and he's like, call off the hybrids. Because as we know in this universe, when you make a promise, you're just magically bound to it. Nobody can bluff.
You gotta keep it. Old world vampire magic.
Eventually, Klaus is like, okay, fine. We've got a deal. Don't kill Elena. I'll tell the hybrids to leave. Stefan hangs up and Elena is furious. Gets out of the car and is like, how could you do this? You know this is where I almost died. You know this is where my parents went over this bridge and died. And Stefan's like, listen, calm down.
It's where you
I was never gonna hurt you.
It's where the whole thing began. It's so bad.
He's like, I just needed Klaus to believe. Oh, is this what you're gonna reference?
That is why it's definitely a Damon thing. Not just that he force-fed her vampire blood, which is a Damon thing in season 2, but that he made a plan that as you say, Elena had no concept of, in which she would be in peril the whole time, thinking the worst thing was going to happen or has happened, just so that her response would be real for some other person. Actually, Klaus, both times.
Yes,
for Klaus,
Klaus.
to believe that something has happened. It is the most Damon thing you could do. And that's why this is the breaking point for Elena where it pertains to Stefan. And I think that is important. Is that when Stefan is at his most Damon is where she goes, oh, you're so far gone that there's nothing I can do for you. So... it's bad. It's awful.
That's awful. And I think it's at this point when Elena is like, oh, you're pushing everybody away so that you will have nothing left to fight for or concern yourself with when you get your humanity back eventually. And Stefan is like, well, actually, no, I don't have anything left. You make it seem like I have things left. Me getting revenge on Klaus is all that I have, which it's terrible that he feels that way. Elena clearly disagrees.
Elena's directly telling him, even in this worst moment, being like, you could have all this back. Like, you're trying to destroy it and there's no need to do that. But he can't hear that because of his sense of self and his mind, his state of mind in this moment of like, no, it's over. It's been over from the moment I left town. I'm too far gone and too destroyed to ever have anything good in my life again. Like, that's nonsense. It sucks. It sucks so much.
But we will later on learn that this moment was also a turning point for Stefan, as he will reveal in a few episodes' time.
It kind of has to be, man. What do you do after this? There's no lower you could go.
And I have to say, I know a lot of Stelena naysayers, or at least people who are like, oh, Stefan is just as bad as Damon, if not worse. People will be like, look at this moment. He threw Elena's trauma in her face, and he was being horrible, and he made her cry. And I'm like, I don't think that we can pretend Damon has never done anything worse than this.
We've just said that these are two Damon moves that have actively happened. But
more importantly, B, look at where Stefan has to be in order for all of this to happen. Mind controlled.
Yeah.
Forced to give up his humanity, which most vampires do by choice. He was compelled to do it.
Right.
Blood addict.
Trying to claw his way back in the throes of like vengeance and anger-fueled revenge. Like, you have to compare Stefan on his absolute worst day to Damon on a Tuesday to have any leg to stand on.
Damon who murdered Jeremy in front of Elena at the beginning of season 2 because she made it clear that she wasn't into him.
Because she wouldn't kiss him. Like, I super don't think those things are comparable. I'm sorry.
Damon gets rejected and is like, cool, I'll kill your sibling and one of the last family members you have left. Stefan goes through all sorts of trauma and is like, I'm still not gonna hurt you. I just need you to believe I am, so Klaus does what I want.
Let us be clear. These are both monsters, and let us never lose that. But if we're comparing apples and apples,
it's
like,
just one apple is rotten to the core, whereas the other one, you could eat around the rot.
You can take a couple bites, have a sustaining meal.
The next episode, The Ties That Bind, I think is the one where we get to meet Bonnie's mom.
Yeah.
So Elena and Bonnie go off to go and find her.
I love this episode.
I guess Stefan leaves the coffins at the 100 Witches' house with only Damon as protection?
Yes, because at this point, Elena and Bonnie have disappeared without telling Stefan where they've gone, when they're all now currently key to his plan against Klaus. Like, Bonnie needs to go get her mom to unlock the seal on the coffin. Elena's gone, okay, we found where your mom is. Leave Stefan out of this. We have an emotional narrative need to fulfill in reuniting you with your deadbeat mom. If Stefan's there, he's just gonna mess it all up with, like, pragmatic planned stuff about Klaus. So they dip without telling him. He goes to Elena's house and sees the pages they've stupidly left on the counter.
Oh yes,
and knows where they've gone.
He actually calls them. He calls Bonnie and Elena picks up. And she's like, no, we're at that lake house from season 2. And he's like, okay.
The lake
While
house,
looking at the pages they left lying around.
So he goes straight there because he's like, well, now you're God knows where without my protection. Also, I need y'all to fulfill this plan. And that's why he chases after them. Thankfully, because Klaus has sent a hybrid after Bonnie to go, like, threaten them in advance. After Abby, sorry, to threaten them before Bonnie and Elena can get there. The hybrid compels Jamie, because when Stefan shows up, he finds Elena over there, and he's like, didn't tell me where you went. Elena's like,
Oh, yes, I always forget that Jamie was acting under compulsion in that scene. That's the thing. That's why I always forget about the hybrid. I always forget that Jamie was compelled.
No, he was fully compelled. There's that brilliant scene where Elena finds a loophole in the compulsion. It's so good. But also blackmails Abby to, like, tie Bonnie up and have her prepped for kidnapping, essentially. Elena tricks Jamie under compulsion because, and this is the problem with compulsion, is that if you give conflicting instructions, it's an issue, because they compelled Jamie to kill Stefan, wound him or stop him by any means necessary, and to tie everybody.
Which he does
else
wound
up.
him. He's full of buckshot from that shotgun with his wooden
Shrapnel
bullets.
to all hell. But because she listens to the full compulsion instruction and then is like, oh, I've not been mentioned. What did the hybrid say about me? And then Jamie says, Elena Gilbert is not to be harmed. And then she goes, well, these ropes that you have me tied up with are straining my wrists. If you could just loosen them a bit and I could get comfortable. And Jamie's like, well, of course, that's my compulsion. And he goes and loosens them. She gets free, grabs a shotgun and whacks him over the head. She's an icon like that. And then she spends a lot of time pulling these wooden shards out of Stefan's chest after she's tied up Jamie.
Yes. He's like, Elena, help me.
Yeah.
It's scraping against my heart.
I'm gonna die, Elena. Oh my god. She's like, well, if you haven't been an ass this whole time, maybe you wouldn't be in the situation, huh? It's a really good episode for them.
I like that him seeing her having done all this, like,
Yes.
tricked Jamie, overpowered him. She's helped Stefan now. And he's like, oh, you're stronger now. You've gotten tougher. And she's like, well, yeah, I had to. We all did in your absence. And I'm like, oh, he really has been like the team superhero. Like, in as much as Bonnie is treated as the fix-it by the plot.
Right. Right. And Damon is like 50% reliable on a good day.
The story at least acknowledges that Stefan is super useful to everyone. Bonnie is like, oh, yeah, thanks. And then we forget about you and you go visit your dad for 3 episodes who we still haven't met.
But Stefan is particularly useful narratively because not only is he a physical superhero, he's usually the one emotionally as well to be like a rock in your corner. He's the one who's checking in on people. He's the one who does the peacemaking and the allying with others who might become our enemies. Without him, it's a very rough go for the Mystic Falls gang. And as you say, it's a great growth moment for Elena because she's got to figure out how to do this shit even if he's not there, because the assumption that he would always be there, while very romantic in this world, is not helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They lose their safety net, and it's great to see them grow. As we've said, I'm disappointed with what they choose to do with that absence regarding Damon. But
I mean, all else aside with the romance stuff, it's floated at some point that the change in Elena in season 3 is because of Damon. When it's very clearly explicated in this episode that it's the absence of Stefan and Elena deciding she has to become tougher by herself. And like so much work and growth on her own to become this person in response to the supernatural around them. It just always smacks weird to me that they attribute that to Damon somehow.
yeah, I don't know what Rose was talking about. And she was like, he challenges her. And I was like, what? When? What?
When and
What are you
how?
talking about?
Damon refuses to let this girl do anything. He won't let her have a thought in her mind.
If the story wasn't so obsessed with keeping Damon the bad boy, because God forbid he have an arc where he changes
And becomes
his,
somewhat
not even
like-
personality, but his
Right.
characterization somewhat. We really could have had that thing that they touch upon, where it's like, in the absence of good boy Stefan, who do you become? Like, I think we discussed it in a Damon episode where I was like, as much as I don't quite like this era of X-Men comics that I'm about to reference, there's an era where Scott Summers stops being nice. He's like, listen, I've tried being nice. I'm done being nice.
Oh, the schism era.
Yes. And part of the reason that Scott says he can do that is because Wolverine has been acting very nice in that era. And he's like, since you're no longer the bad boy, I get to be the guy who does what needs to be done. So in a similar way, it would have been nice sort of from the opposite end, where it's like, now that Stefan is the bad boy, Damon needs to be the safety net, at least try to be the good guy. And instead, we get like one scene where he tells Elena that I don't want to be good because when people see good, they expect it, and I don't want to have to live up to people's expectations. And then that's it.
Right.
He just like continues to be a nuisance.
It's like you would think the natural subsequence of that is, well, maybe it's okay when people expect good of you. Maybe that's an opportunity to rise to the occasion. You would think that's the growth moment for Damon and the lesson for him, but it's not.
And it would be so much more believable that Elena is turning to him and falling for him in spite of herself, because now the one that she relied on is gone.
Right.
And she's seeing that, oh, actually Damon does have goodness in him. I couldn't notice it while he was being outshone by Stefan.
Right. But unfortunately, right after this episode is, I believe, the ball that the Michelsons throw. Well, not right after. It's 2 episodes after. Where even again, Stefan in his bad boy era and Damon meaning to be the reliable one, it's very clear what roles those two fulfill in Elena's life. Who is still reliable, who is the one she can work with, and who is the one who tries to keep her locked in a box somewhere. I don't know.
Oh, in The Ties That Bind, Elena does tell Stefan that she kissed Damon, and he's like, no comment.
Yeah,
I'm walking away.
She walks away into the desert.
But the next episode is when Elijah has been undaggered, bringing out the dead, and we have that lovely sit-down with the Michelson brothers and the Salvatore brothers where they discuss their ways and means and plans for the future. Stefan is the one to tell Damon that, can we trust Elijah? He screwed us over at the end of season 2. I don't know how good a plan it was to undagger him. Ultimately, it does work out for the best. We do get some nice scenes between the 4 brothers that sort of like highlight the similarities in each pair's relationship. Eventually, Klaus gets tired of the dinner and Stefan's constant attitude. Klaus is like, actually, no, you know what? I'm not going to have a truce. I'm not going to make deals about leaving town and letting Elena live out her human existence and all this other nonsense that you want to say. No, actually, I'm going to kill you, Stefan, if Damon doesn't go with Elijah and get my coffins right away, because I've been too lenient and I just remembered I'm the most powerful person in the world. When Elijah and Damon leave, Stefan's like, oh, Klaus, I know you're just gonna kill me anyway when Damon brings the coffins, so just do it. And then Klaus is like, shame, Stefan. You've really lost your fire, hey? Like your will to live. Like you're angry at me, but I can see that underneath the door, you've kind of given up on life. And that's when he's like, where's the fight? Where's the ripper?
I think it's because at this point, they've gotten back most of the coffins except the big one, because while that whole
sorry,
Abby Bennett thing was happening, Klaus came.
It's the Esther coffin that's missing.
Yes. So Stefan has lost a lot of his fight because his plan kind of got torpedoed while he was away getting shot by some guy.
But then Elijah and Damon return, revealing that they have undaggered all of Klaus's siblings, and they're going to deal with him on their own now. And Elijah's like, Stefan, you and Damon are free to go. This is family business.
They go back to the cave to find Bonnie and Abby unconscious and the Esther coffin having been opened, because she goes all the way from that cave to the Michelson mansion. She's not in the mansion at the time.
Was she buried with shoes on, walks barefoot to the Michelson
through Mystic Falls. Through a cave system. A Viking woman indeed. But yeah, that rolls over into All My Children, where they're in some sort of uncertainty because Esther was meant to, well, they didn't know it at the time, but Esther, who was in the coffin, was meant to be
is it not Dangerous Liaisons?
Dangerous Liaisons, you're right. Dangerous Liaisons.
That's the big Michelson ball. I guess as far as Stefan is concerned, it's a very Delena versus Stelena episode, with Elena going to the dance with both of them on her arms. She dances with each of them because it's some sort of a waltz where everyone's swirling around and switching partners. Ed Sheeran's Give Me Love is playing.
And I want to highlight when they get the invitation to the dance, because Stefan, Damon, and Elena are now in this very tenuous alliance. Elena says, this is a chance to speak to Esther, who wants to speak directly to me. Stefan says, yeah, this is an opportunity. We need to get some info, and we need to understand, is she still intending on getting Klaus? Damon goes, that's stupid. Elena needs to stay right here. What are y'all talking about? The only bum part of this triad is Damon, who is impeding the plan. Again, I get that it's meant to be. He's concerned about her safety and his growing feelings for her. A liability in this moment.
And Elena tells Stefan, she's like, listen, I won't be able to see Esther because Damon doesn't want me to. And I know that you don't care about anything other than killing Klaus. So can you intercede on my behalf and keep your brother away? And I'm like, it's a shame that that's how she has to frame Stefan's motivation. Like, can't rely on you because of your care for me, I have
when
to be
she
like,
says
oh.
that, she's being fishy. That's the thing. It's a little, I'm throwing the lead into the water because Stefan has a facial reaction and Elena goes, well, what? Am I wrong? As an opening to be like, tell me that's not the case and I can reframe it again. But as far as I'm concerned, this is what you've told me. And Stefan's like, no, you're not wrong. And she's like, well then, I guess that's where we are. So there's still like an open door.
She still loves him so much. And I almost feel bad that maybe, I mean, we've spoken a lot about season 3 and how it might have been the last season, all that. But I'm like,
yeah,
I wish the story maybe had given Elena a little bit more time with Damon, but in a good way. Rather than this nonsense that we get.
I agree.
Where really season 3 was meant to be Damon's, how can I describe it? You know how people on Team Jacob perceive New Moon, even though that girl, Bella, never loved Jacob.
I would say in the movie, it's a pretty good lap.
In the movie, fine. But people perceive it that way. Season 3 was like,
Damon's
was the chance
new
to be like, New Moon. Damon's New Moon. Stefan is gone. Now it's his chance. But really, this season is just largely, okay, Elena's falling for Damon, but she's still waiting for Stefan to get better.
Yep.
And hoping he'll get better, even if it's just for his own sake. And then we end the season where we do. And it's like, how was this later on retroactively used as the setup and justification for Delena being endgame?
It really does feel like they were like, we need to wrap it up at the end of season 3 for the potentiality that we spoke about this in the Elena episode, that we may be getting, like, we won't get the green light for season 4, so the story ends there. Because a lot of aspects of season 3 feel like they were wrapping up. Maybe they had a longer arc with the schism in mind, and then kind of like contracted it to fit within season 3 when she loops back. I don't know. It does feel like it, though.
Maybe.
You're right.
It's just there's so many rich Stefan moments in as much as they are painful moments and tragic moments. And then the Damon moments, I'm like, there's so much that you could have done, but that you didn't do. And
Right.
ultimately, all we get is A, yes, Elena finds Damon physically attractive.
There's lust, right?
B, Rose is the sole member. She's the treasurer, vice president, president of the Delena fan club. And then C, we get some retroactive flashback nonsense at the end of the season.
That means nothing, as we've said. Listener, if you haven't listened to the Damon episode, frankly, baffling that you're here, but go back. We have thoughts.
But here at the ball, Elena manages to lure Damon into a little trap with a text. Stefan snaps his neck so that she is able to go and speak with Mama Esther.
Damon does wake up and they end up in a fight after that. And Stefan, even in his bad boy era, is like, hey man, when are you gonna learn that when it comes to Elena, there's no working around her, there's no working without her, you just have to trust that she knows what she's doing. Which is something Stefan has stood by the entire time. And for whatever reason, Damon refuses to learn that.
Yeah, it's more writing flaws. It's like, I disagree, but I get that what the writers seem to be going for is Damon loves Elena so much, he will lock her in that gilded cage against her will in order to protect her, because some people find that romantic.
Yeah, well,
but I'm just like,
don't care for that.
That was fine when it had been only one season 1 into season 2, where Damon had evolved from being a villain. I'm like, here is season 3, a chance to give him growth, to force him to be good.
Because that's what you've got to do. And frankly, I think it's restrictive. Not restrictive, because it doesn't restrict Elena, because Elena's too cool. It makes little sense when you're also writing a protagonist who, in this genre, is being quite active as a main character, as a human. She's engaging with powerful beings, she's making deals, she's in action scenarios too, she has learned how to fight this season. She's doing a lot of cool shit. So why is the person that you want to pair her with for the moment, and then will eventually pair her with forever, the person who feels she should not be able to do any of that? It's just odd.
It's such a disappointment. Truly, I had such high hopes because, back then, I didn't know Delena was going to be endgame, and I was looking forward to seeing it be explored as a temporary relationship before we looped back around.
But alas.
I think that's it for this episode. Damon gets pissy, but that's his own stuff.
That's his own thing, yeah. I think
yeah.
At the end, Stefan meets back with Elena at her house, and they have a brief moment where looping back to the thing where she was giving him a bit of an opening, she's like, hey man, like, we can come back from this. And Stefan has a moment of emotion, but he's like, good night, Elena, I have to go. And then he leaves. It's very sad.
All My Children, the episode in which Mama Esther plans to kill her kids, but dear sweet Elena has an attack of conscience.
Oh, bless her.
It's actually at the end of Dangerous Liaisons, Elena tells Stefan that she feels a bit guilty about lying to Elijah, and Stefan is like, girl, he's collateral damage. She does not take that to heart, unfortunately. The very next day, she's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel bad about, like, helping her murder her kids. Mostly Elijah. I don't know those other two.
Who is my friend.
And, you know, Rebecca hates me. She tries to give Stefan a ring. He ignores her.
She runs into Elijah in town, who's like, Miss Gilbert, take a walk with me. And then he fishes out that she has
Easily
lied
gets
to
the
him.
truth out of her. Earth bends her into the ground. Just stomps his foot, opens up the cavern system beneath them, and then decides she's going to be the hostage for the day.
They try to dagger one of them to drop all of them in the midst of this plan.
When does Elijah go to the Salvatores and explain to them?
He probably does that first, and then they try the daggering, and then that doesn't work. Oh, I think they contact Bonnie, and Bonnie's like, sorry, Esther's channeling my whole bloodline. I'm in this now. There was a scene earlier this episode where she just walked in and said, hey, I'm stealing your magic, and we were like, all right, I guess.
Colonizer, one of the first.
Right.
While the Michelson brothers go to confront their mom, the Salvatore brothers go inside the 100 Dead Witches house and they find Bonnie and Abby. And previously, they had discussed between themselves that, oh, we need to sever Esther's connection, but she's channeling all the witches living and dead. So how are we going to do that? At first, they treat it like, we'll just kill one of them and that'll sort it out. And I think they have their little coin toss where they say, okay, heads or tails, one of us will have to kill one of the Bennett witches and be hated by Bonnie and by association Elena. Forever. And the other one, you know, will have a chance of still winning the girl. They're now like actively and openly competing with each other.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, but here we are.
And then I think Stefan loses the coin toss, which we only learn at the end of the episode, and goes fully prepared to, I guess, kill or turn Bonnie, who, when he shows up, he's very menacing. She looks so scared. He's like, yeah, the only way to stop Esther is to cut off her link to your family. And Bonnie's like, no, like, she looks like tearful and shakes her head. And I'm like, damn, Stefan, you're cold. Like, this was your friend at one point.
I think it's just flavor at this point, because surely they've made the decision before he gets to Bonnie. I think that's flavor to make us as the viewer worried he's about to kill Bonnie. But they must have decided before leaving the car that A, they're gonna get Abby, and B, they're not gonna kill her. Well, they are gonna kill her, but they're gonna turn her into a vampire. I don't think Stefan was actually gonna do anything
So
to
I
Bonnie.
guess they decided that even though Stefan lost, Damon was still gonna do it?
Yeah, I think Damon decides that. Because then that's the conversation that they have at the end of it, where Damon goes, well, it's better if she hates me rather than you, because obviously at the end of this, you guys are gonna get back together. Which makes me like this action of Damon more than I do the season 2 thing. What is the thing he does in season 2 where he's like, I don't mind being the bad guy? Is it force-feeding Elena his blood? Well, that's why. There's a difference between doing something where it's like, I force this onto you versus I take this on for myself. Even though you are turning Abby Bennett into a vampire and destroying her whole magic shit. That's messed up. But at the very least, it's like, I don't know, there's a consequence to you here. And he did it for Stefan.
Yeah, it is a thing where it's not like, oh, I had a discussion where Elena made her wishes clear to me and then I disregarded it because I thought she was stupid.
Something.
It's like,
yes.
oh no, something awful needs to be done, and token evil teammate is going to be the one to do it, which is honestly Damon at his best. If the story could only respect the mechanics of how that trope works.
Because he goes, I take it on myself, and whatever like fallout there is to that will be on my head, so I can spare my little brother having to deal with all of that. That is where Damon should have stayed. This is maybe the best thing he does. It's an awful thing, but like narratively, it's maybe the best thing he does.
Yeah.
So.
And he tells Stefan that, like you said, you're the one who has a better shot of getting back together with her, so I might might as well let her hate me. And then Stefan's like, no, I disagree that I have any shot. I think I took it too far, hey. I think I've really burned that bridge, no pun intended.
Yeah.
And there is no hope for me and Elena. And then Damon's like, okay, fine, then neither one of us gets her. And I was like, you don't believe that.
I wouldn't mind. Listen, by the end of all this, it is crazy that that's the thing they're concerned about in this. Neither of them mentions Bonnie at all.
They're like,
this
who?
really distressing choice they have to make.
Who and who?
Yeah.
I think it's also, is this the episode where Damon notices that Stefan hasn't been drinking human blood?
Yes, it is.
Which
We had said in the first part, we'll leave it to the future to see where the human blood starts and where it ends. Since he nearly drove Elena off the bridge, he has not had a drink of human blood. I would say that maybe is around the time then that the humanity switch came back on. It seems to be a bit of like self-flagellation, but also he's trying to go cold turkey.
Which, as we go into the next episode, we see that Damon is again.
Just as I praised him. Just as I praised him.
Just as you praise him. I saw on, I don't know who they were talking about some celebrity, and someone tweeted that, oh, he's such a beautiful man, or something complimentary about him. And someone quote tweeted and said, I want to agree, but every time we compliment a man on this app, like a month later, he does something that embarrasses
Absolutely
us.
true.
In much the same way, as soon as you compliment Damon, he disappoints you.
Immediately.
Because 1912 is a very flashback heavy episode where we see Ripper Stefan closer to the start of the 20th century. We're also dealing with all the intrigue with the murder mystery and who's been killing people in town lately and who was killing people back then. We also see that Damon, I think, met Sage in this era.
And I guess that loops into the present day where he's decided, okay, I'm going to help you through this blood thing. But it's like, oh, Damon, even your best efforts are harmful. I wish that weren't the case, but here we are.
Stefan comes to visit Zachariah, not to be confused with Zachariah Salvatore, who is either their half-brother's son? Grandson?
Have they mentioned the half-brother at this point? Like, I know he has to exist the whole time.
Damon mentions, without even mentioning gender, he just mentions in season 2 or something that their father knocked up one of the maids, his words. Given that that person is called a Salvatore, one can assume it was a boy.
Maybe he's the son of their half-brother, I don't know.
We see Damon trying to teach Stefan that, you just feed a little bit and then stop. And you'll be fine, because that's how you tackle addiction. This thing that we are, at this point, we've rooted in the text that it is an addiction.
Right.
If you just stop yourself, then
Damon,
you won't go overboard.
Now, see the thing you're describing that's called stopping? So there are some people in this world, I don't know if you've heard of them, who kind of have trouble with that part of the process intrinsically.
I mean, I can forgive him in 1912. Maybe the science wasn't out yet, but he's doing the same thing concurrently in the present part of this episode.
Yep. He has vocalized that he is throwing out the tried and tested Lexi method that has worked every single time that Stefan's been off the rails. Because I feel, he doesn't say this, and I don't know if that's what the narrative is trying to say. Maybe this is a Genesis read of Damon, but there's a sense of like, well, Lexi was able to help my brother in a way that I couldn't. So there's maybe like an envy or an enmity about the fact that her method always worked. And no matter how much I try, though he doesn't try all that often, I can't seem to get him on the wagon. It's like, that's the most generous read I can give because there's at least an emotional tie there. But then again, it's like, that's you centering yourself in your brother's addiction. You're not the point in this. Which maybe is a thing that like Damon struggles to grasp sometimes. That he's not always the point in a thing.
Perhaps. Or maybe because, I mean, Damon revels in his vampirism. I'm sure Damon, as all newbie vamps do at some stage, we've seen it with Caroline. We later on see it a bit more with Elena, but then there's also cyber nonsense there. But
he's like, you have to kill somebody.
You have to kill somebody, you'll get over it. All newbie vampires struggle with control. I guess his logic is, because you never learned to get over that hurdle and learn to control how much human blood you want and are taking, that is the reason you struggle with it. You refuse to complete grade 1, and that's why you don't have a matric certificate. And I am going to force you to keep going back to school. And Stefan's thing through Lexi is that Stefan can't go to normal school.
Neurodivergent. Regular school doesn't work for me.
It doesn't work for him. The school system is flawed as far as he's concerned.
It's just like, And frankly, the episode proves that because Damon tries to, like, with Rebecca's help for whatever reason, have him learn on a person just on the road and then is unable to stop Stefan. And then after the horror of that and the horror of Elena seeing him covered in blood, he then tells Stefan,
oh, he looks so ashamed.
So ashamed. He doesn't get that that's the core thing.
By that point, Rebecca's been sent off, so it's just Damon with him, and he just, like, stalks off and is like, no, just leave me alone. And I'm like, oh, Damon.
And Damon's like, no, you'll be fine. You'll be the king of moderation in no time. It's like, you don't get it. You may never get it.
And in the flashback, we see Ms. Mariana Lockwood and Ms. Samantha Gilbert, the former of whom Ripper Stefan feeds on when he seems to be having a good time with Damon. It's going quote unquote well. They've been feeding together. They're not angry at each other. Stefan starts to overindulge and Damon's like, okay, dial it back. It's eat, snatch, or race. Don't be greedy. And Stefan like shoves him off. He's like feral. And then he keeps eating. And then there's this awful ripping / snapping sound. And her head comes clean off.
And Damon's horrified by this. It's kind of funny to see Damon horrified by like gore.
I was horrified. Because we'd seen the two headless women at the start of season 3, but we hadn't seen him do it. Like, seeing him do it on screen, like biting so hard that he rips clean through a person's neck, I was like, oh no.
It is a feat.
And then Stefan is devastated. He's looking at this woman, comes to his senses, and he's like, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And like takes her head and like puts it back. And I'm like, oh no, Stefan, she dead. She good and dead. You killed one of Tyler's, I don't know, great aunts or something. The next time he saw Stefan was the Ripper of Monterey. And he does blame himself because, gosh, I gotta give Damon some points where I can. He feels guilty that he didn't stop Stefan when he saw him going off the rails. And Stefan is like, no, there was nothing you could have done to stop me. You couldn't have stopped me. And Damon is like, no, I could have. I just didn't want to. I want to now, and I'm gonna be there to help you from now on.
You know what?
And he says...
That's something. That's something.
That's something.
Give you that, buddy. Unfortunately for him, it seems he's not built to do that, and that's fine. You know, we can't all be the support system that our loved ones need.
At the end of 1912, in his research that he and Damon and co have been conducting, he found out about Samantha Gilbert and how she had the ring, and he's like, oh, she could be back as a vampire, killing people. And then they're like, well, actually, no, she very much died as a human. There are records there, and we know where she was buried and all that. And she didn't have the ring when she died, by the way. The ring is the thing that is causing these serial killers. I think while he's figuring this out...
3 different people figure it out.
Yeah, Meredith is telling Rick that she's figured this out, and then Elena comes in after reading Gilbert journals and is like,
Gilbert's
Rick,
diary.
I think that she's right.
After this is the Samantha Gilbert stuff. The originals have scattered, and they're in a bit of a, like, null period. Stefan is sublimating about blood. He's staring at blood bags in the middle of the room. And Elena's like, oh, weird. And Stefan's like, oh, I need a distraction. Are you trying to sort the whole Rick serial killer stuff? Let me help you out. Messes it up the first time. Tries to be very blunt with her and is just, like, giving her no hope whatsoever. Then goes to where she is at Rick's apartment when she needs to go find some stuff for Rick. He apologizes. He tells her, I'm not in a good space right now. There's a lot of talk about Rick being out of his mind because of potentially the madness that is being driven into his mind by dying and coming back from the Gilbert ring. And there's a lot of parallelism between Killer Rick and Stefan as like a Ripper, no humanity, whatever he's been doing this season. Elena's trying her hardest to keep Rick from falling off the edge. Stefan thinks it's a fool's errand, but they're more or less talking about Stefan and how far he's gone. And Elena asserts, hey, if we're talking about you or Rick, it doesn't matter. I don't give up on the people I love. And that's like a huge hope moment for Stefan after a lot of like disaster that's been happening in the last couple of episodes. Then they head back to her house because Rick is with Meredith. Meredith fell. She's been keeping him safe, but he has flipped to Killer Rick in the moment. They didn't realize that even without the ring, he could still, like, shift personalities, which he does do, and then Meredith's in danger. I think she gets gutted with a knife and is bleeding out with the bathroom. As we see in that episode, Stefan having to fight him off to defend them and knock him out. And then he's like, Elena, I need your help. Come upstairs with me. And they go upstairs and they find Meredith bleeding the hell out. Elena immediately rushes to her side to help her and then says, Stefan, she's gonna need your blood. Stefan is immediately, like, she turns to look at him and say something. His vampire face is already there. And it's like, I can't get any closer without going crazy, girl. And she's like, you can do this.
I love that he calls her up when he smells where Meredith is. He's like, Elena, come upstairs with me. I'm gonna need your help. And it's like, he already knows.
He recognizes his triggers.
With Elena there, he has a better chance at controlling himself and not hurting this woman who he genuinely wants to help and not eat.
So good. And it's her assertion that you're not going to hurt her, you're going to help her, I'm right here. And it gives him the strength to center himself because he has the vampire face, and then it recedes and he bites his own wrist and feeds Meredith his blood. And once he's felt she's got enough, he then gets out of the room. And that will forever be the testament that Elena, in their worst era, is able to get Stefan back to himself far better than Damon ever could, which I think we discussed this in the Elena episode, that someone during the season says that it might have been Elena herself, tells Damon that Damon's going to be the one to get Stefan back because they're brothers. Unfortunately, not the case. Elena's the one to get Stefan back consistently throughout the season. Sorry. That's just what it is.
I think that's really the most important stuff, apart from that they find out about the Wickery Bridge sign still having white oak stake in it.
Rolling into
The Murder of One, where we start off with men at work. It's Stefan, it's Damon, it's Alaric. They've got a whole like wood cutting thing going on at Rick's apartment as they're buzzing through the sign and shaping it into all these stakes. They're wasting a lot of like excess wood, I will say.
They could have made bullets out of that.
Bullets, arrowheads. Those little what was it?
The blow dart, like little...
The blow dart things that Brady was using.
Right. Like... Also, you said Men at Work, and I thought you were talking about the Australian rock band, and I was like, huh? Do they have that song there? That would seem so cheesy. There's that song Down Under. I come from a land down under.
I've never heard of Men at Work. I'm so sorry.
You've heard the song Down Under, certainly, though. The listener probably knows it.
My apologies to the Australian actors on this show that we're talking about.
As a former Australian, this is disappointing.
This is the episode that they make the plan to go off and hunt for originals. They managed to make 12 stakes out of the Wickery white oak. Once they're done with that, they then rope in the rest of the Mystic Falls gang.
Stefan's in the Mystic Rill with Elena and Matt coordinating. They are meant to have Bonnie with them. They can't get in touch with her and completely don't follow that up at all.
Oh, yes! It's also Stefan who tells Elena that, oh, the woman you've seen walking around town with Finn Michelson, that's Sage. She's 900 years old. So maybe stay your hand. Let's not go after Finn just yet.
Right. They, of course, do the brilliant gambit of Stefan just like showing his face and being like, ha ha ha. And then leaving the girl to like spook them.
Right after they ingest vervain, which I guess they knew they would blame Stefan for that.
Mm-hmm. Then they follow him out. Stefan scuffles with them. The stake falls down. A side utility door opens. Elena comes in, shoots Finn with a stake. And then Matt himself, Golden Boy, runs up, grabs the stake, and stakes Finn Michelson for good. And then they recede into the shadows.
Dies in front of his beloved Sage. Then, as they're letting their victory bask over them, we find out that Klaus has actually had Bonnie kidnapped all day, undoing the linking spell that Estad performed. And she literally finishes the spell as Finn is being killed.
Yeah.
So Cole, Elijah, Rebecca, and Klaus are all A-okay. Rebecca has also kidnapped Damon at this point for her own reasons because of drama between the two of them.
As she should.
Bonnie sees Damon, and when she is allowed to leave, she calls Elena and lets her know that, oh, Damon has been captured and looks really bad. By the way, I'm not okay. And Klaus is alive and well. And Elena's like, no, Klaus should be dead. And Stefan is like, well, I'm quite angry. I'm going to go kill him myself. And she warns him that it'll get you killed and it'll get Damon killed along with you. And then Stefan says, Klaus doesn't get to survive this. Yeah. Not after everything he took from me. And honestly, considering how many times Klaus has managed to escape death at this point, I'm like, nah, I understand Stefan's frustration.
I get it.
This man was supposed to die at the end of season 2.
Just kill him. Damon will understand. Damon will cheer from the other side. It's fine, guys. Just do it.
As Stefan walks out of the door, he gets flung back in by a very angry and still 900 years old and strong Sage, who is being accompanied by her vampire progeny, Troy. Sage tells him that you killed the love of my life, so I'm here to kill you, and starts to fight Stefan while Troy keeps Caroline and Elena at bay.
Is this Victoria?
What?
Is this? Hold on.
Is she Victoria?
Finn, James, Victoria, Sage, Troy, Riley Beers.
Except Sage didn't go after Elena. She went after
That's
Stefan.
fair. But she does go after Edward.
Sage, as we know, starts to suffer the effects of having her bloodline original die, and she starts to bleed and throw up blood, and she falls to the floor and desiccates, and they're like, whoa,
Yo.
okay. Troy dies a few seconds after her, and then Stefan is the one who is like, it's the vampire bloodline, and they're like, oh wait, that means if we kill the originals, all the vampires descended from them will die, which means the other 4 dying means you guys will definitely die.
Yeah.
So Stefan says, okay, fine, I'm gonna go trade the stakes that we have to Klaus in exchange for my brother. However, we are fully in our selfish era now, so we're gonna keep 3 stakes for ourselves to kill whichever originals we aren't descended from. Hopefully Klaus is one of the ones that we can kill.
Yeah. Now that we've talked about the fact that, like, maybe they were considering season 3 might be their last season, it's one of those things where this should have been discussed, like, a little bit more. Because it's mentioned offhand that, like, we'd be killing 3/5 of the vampire species as a whole, and then everyone moves past that.
3/5 on purpose.
On
We've
purpose.
already killed
1/5
1/5.
is already gone by their hands, and we're brushing past that.
Elena's not even looking at Caroline when she said that. I think she's like cleaning up or something.
Right. Just as I'm doing something else also, casually let you know we're about to commit, like, by all metrics, a genocide. Unless you don't consider vampires people, which I'm sure many people don't, but that's like kind of part of the thing. That's like one of the 10 steps of genocide.
And Elena and co
man. It's
definitely
not
consider
great.
them people. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
I mean,
they are also vampires in their number.
If it was, I mean, obviously everyone loves Caroline and Stefan. There's bad blood now, but he used to have fans in the Mystic Falls gang. But I'm like, if Matt or Jeremy had been the one to say something like this, I could have been like, okay, maybe.
It's wild. It's wild. It's the sort of thing that should have taken another episode for them as a group to like discuss it. Very like Daredevil and Punisher on a roof in New York after a grueling fight, just like having an ideological argument. Like that's the sort of thing you'd hope for this kind of plot point. But we're barreling through, baby.
We're barreling through. Stefan gets caught in a lie because Damon has been bled of his vervain, and Klaus compels him to tell him the real number of stakes.
Yeah.
And Damon is like, there were 11 apart from the one used to kill Finn. And Klaus is like, oh, 11! So you lied, Stefan. You lied to me. Rebecca weirdly has an attack of conscience and decides that, since I'm feeling the pangs of mine own brother having died, I kind of feel bad for the Salvatore. So I'm going to let them go and let them go fetch the other stakes and bring them back. Stefan gets to leave with Damon, goes to look for the remaining 3 stakes. Unfortunately, one of those stakes was hidden by Alaric's alter ego, Evil Alaric, after Alaric had hidden it himself. So now the group has no idea where it is.
The next episode, he's largely dealing with Alaric trying to get his evil side out to tell them where it is.
Oh, just beating down on him because he has to.
It's beating down on him occasionally, but mostly he does the beat down first because Rick tells him, listen, that's what you're going to have to do to get him out because he hates vampires. Because I hate vampires. And he does that and he gets Killer Rick out and it's this interesting conversation between the two of them. I've said it before that like Killer Rick and Ripper Stefan are real like solid parallels. And this is the one episode, the one scene we get where there's like rich discussion about that. And Killer Rick cannot stand Stefan. He's like repulsed by him. It's so funny to watch. It's just like, hey buddy, have you looked in the mirror lately? And it's kind of part of it.
Two sides of the same coin.
Klaus, of course, does come by and go, "Ooh, I snatched a steak that was just kind of chilling around here while you weren't looking. Thank you very much. Now you just owe me 2."
And then he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna kill you if you don't tell me where it is. Evil Rick tries to call his bluff, but eventually he does give in when Stefan is like, okay, on the count of 3, I'm gonna snap your neck.
Right.
And he's like, okay. He's hidden it in the underground cave system that comes into play a lot this season. I'm glad they use
Pretty
it.
cool. But Rebecca and Klaus are in the house when he gets his info, so they're like, perfect. Rebecca, who is already Esther at this point, I think, grabs Rick and heads off and says, don't worry, I'll take care of it, while Stefan stays behind for Klaus to berate him a bit more about nonsense things. And that's about it. Then it's prom?
No, it's the
Right?
60s dance.
That's what it is. It was
Yes.
some sort of school dance.
Sorry, it's the 20s dance that was meant to be a 70s
There we go.
dance.
There we go. We got
Because
there.
Rebecca just came and beforehand changed the theme? But she's possessed by Esther. Why did she change the theme?
She changed it before she got snatched up by Esther. There's some episode pre her getting snatched up. It might actually be the same episode, and right after that, Esther snatches her. It's very
This girl
sad.
can't go to a high school dance to save her life.
And she shouldn't be, but it is sad. Also in the episode where Stefan's beaten down Rick, Elena and Damon, at Stefan's advice, have gone off to go fetch Jeremy in Denver, Colorado. And so now they've had their arms of the ocean swelling kiss at a Motel
yeah.
6 vending machine. So that's happened.
Again, in the absence of Stefan, in this instance, Stefan sends her off to go and do this with Damon because he's
As
like,
he was
you
doing
need to
in
figure
season
out
2.
your feelings.
Right. But this is the episode where Caroline's like, Stefan should get a chance to. This is The Bachelor. This is Love Island. And so Elena asks Stefan to the dance, and it's very cute.
At this point, I was like, it doesn't feel like there's any hope for Delena. The story is truly already closing this loop.
Truly, off of this season, it makes no sense. Off of the season, it never makes any sense, right? At this point, it has not built up nearly enough for you to genuinely believe that at some point Elena's gonna pick Damon over Stefan to be with in perpetuity. It just doesn't track.
I mean, I like how the season ends, given
Yeah.
the decision she makes and their relationship and what happens to her. But maybe if they'd held that off for another season, so we could have at least gotten another season of them not being together, not being a couple.
Maybe.
If we really want to explore this Damon thing.
And maybe that would have given Stefan and Bonnie a chance to be friends again. That certainly happens at the beginning of season 4.
The Decade Dance episode, that's when Esther enlists Evil Loric's help and transforms him into Vampiloric so that he can kill her children with the indestructible white oak stake that she has bound to his resurrection ring. Apart from going to the dance,
Yeah, he's just in the salt circle the whole time.
he's just in the salt circle trapped at the school. He is the one who gets Klaus to like not murder Jamie when he's getting frustrated. He's like, oh, Bonnie's not doing what I want. I'll kill your little foster brother boyfriend. Stefan's like, oh, come on, Klaus. Bonnie doesn't give a damn about us. We start hurting people that she cares about, she'll tell us all to go to hell.
And Bonnie does seem to notice that, okay, cool. Good word from Stefan. And honestly, he saved my foster brother boyfriend. So we're good. We aight.
And yeah, and then he's there at, I guess, Alaric's little memorial that they have while Be Still by the Fray plays in the background. My favorite thing about that shot is how the camera pans across each of their faces, seemingly going from right to left. And then it goes out and gives us a group shot. And they're not in the order they were in as the camera was moving.
I've never noticed that.
Go back and watch. It's kind of funny.
Oh, that's wild.
You're like, oh, you were standing there? Oh, okay.
I'm just always tickled by the fact that Meredith's there. And it really is like, you kind of dated him for like 3 weeks?
The majority of their relationship has been her investigating him. And then trying to help him overcome evil
investigating him
Alaric.
for murder and covering that up for him. Like, I don't understand what you're doing at this funeral. Love her. She's great. And then at the end of that, he's the one to console Elena when Rick dies, because Rick does die in this episode. Naturally, because he doesn't complete the vampire process after killing Esther. And he's the one to talk Elena down when she's starting to spiral, collecting the stuff from his school office, all his weapons and stuff. And it's a really sweet moment, because she's like, I've lost so many people. It's just me and Jeremy. We're all alone. I'm all alone. And Stefan's like, you have me. I assure you, you have me. And it's a nice sort of loop back moment of like, yes, Stefan is part of the fold again, despite all the struggles and the hardships that they've faced individually and as a pair kind of throughout the season. He is now solidly back.
Vampalaric is created because of witchy nonsense and possession of Bonnie. And then we go into the penultimate episode, Before Sunset. Damon revives because Bonnie had aneurysm spelled him under the witch's control. Brings her over to the Gilbert house to be like, guys, problem. So Vampalaric is a thing now. When does Elena sneak out?
It's early in the episode because she gets the call from Vampalaric that Caroline's been snatched.
Yeah, Vampalaric who's kidnapped Caroline, but failed to stop Rebecca from escaping.
Rebecca tells Klaus,
who comes to collect Elena, who's already snuck away.
Right. And then he starts threatening the Salvatores, and they're like, okay, fine, you're nonsense, you're pissing us off. We're gonna orchestrate a plan like normal people.
Also, they're like, Elena's not even in the house,
right.
So stop throwing things through the window and trying to stake us from afar.
But yeah, Bonnie comes up with that desiccation idea that her mother used on Michael,
yes.
Which is kind of cute, a generational thing on both ends of that spell. Oh, that's spoilers, because she uses it on Klaus at the end of the day. I was like, wait, that doesn't work. I know I had this thought for a reason. But the three boys all head off to Mystic Falls High to go rescue the girls, with Klaus assuring them that he's their sire, so if any funny business goes down, they'll all die. And it's like, okay, Klaus.
And Stefan is the one to point out that we're not going to kill you anyway because we're in a stalemate thanks to Tyler being, your progeny.
We're not about that.
That being a fact we're aware of. And Damon's like, speak for yourself. I would happily sacrifice Tyler if I knew that we weren't descended from Klaus.
We love him. Romantic lead.
He's like, once we've dealt with, Vampalaric, I'm gonna leave town, and I am taking Elena with me. And Stefan's like, no, it's fine. I agree that we can't stop you. I will go with you and be your servant again. And Klaus is like, too much has happened in our relationship this season, Stefan. You've hurt me, and I don't trust you anymore. And Stefan's like, girl, once again, it ain't about you.
Really
I will
isn't.
follow you anywhere if it means I can keep an eye on Elena and protect her. And then Klaus is like, I have always been Team Stefan. That's why you're the better boyfriend, Stefan. And I'm like, oh, Klaus.
All right, buddy.
At this point, Klaus has finally realized, I think what Stefan's been trying to tell me is that he doesn't like being Ripper Stefan. I don't know. Like, call me crazy, but I think that's what he's been trying to say.
Sensing.
So if I want to show that I admire him, I should tell him that I admire how well he takes care of Elena.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'll give that a try. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Yeah.
Klaus and empath. Maybe Stefan wants to be a good guy?
But they all go to confront Vampalaric. He wipes the floor with their asses quite easily, including Klaus. And then Elena gets him to stop by threatening to end her own life. So then Klaus is like, okay, cool. Snatches Elena and runs away and decides, time to bleed you dry so that I can have as much of your living doppelganger blood as possible, but also your Vampalaric link kills the only person who I can't beat. Vampalaric, who is trapped at the school without a daylight ring, waits for Stefan and Damon to wake up and is like, get up, you useless boys, and go save your girlfriend, because as much as I hate all of you, I can't let her die, because then I die.
Right. And they come running into Klaus's house.
Tyler is going up against Klaus and about to get killed. All three of them hold him down. Stefan plunges his hand into Klaus's heart, and it's so poetic, as we said in the Michelson episode, that Stefan gets to be the one to do it. Hand on his heart, like Klaus always wanted, as Bonnie casts the desiccation spell and stops Klaus's heart, dries up his veins, and he's down for the count. And he's looking into Stefan's eyes as it happens.
I don't know what the statistical chance is that someone in our listenership is an artist, but if you are, please let me know, because I would love to commission just a fan art drawing of this exact moment of Stefan plunging his hand into Klaus's heart to desiccate him, and the sheer betrayal and sadness in Klaus's enormous eyes. I need to see it immortalized in art. Please and thank you.
He has really expressive eyes. They get so wet so easily. It always looks like he's about to cry.
Moments from tears.
I'm like, as someone who cried quite easily as a child, I can see why Michael couldn't stand your ass, Klaus.
Oh, no! I actually rarely cried. I was emotionally stunted.
Oh, no.
So...
Well, Michael would have liked that. He would have been like, good, bury your feelings. Like a real man does. At the end of the episode, they all toast to Klaus's demise. Elena finally speaks to the brothers and is like, listen, I know we've been in a love triangle, arguably since season 1.
Yeah.
And I know it feels like I'm stringing you along, as several characters have pointed out. But the truth is, I've realized that once I choose one of you, I'll lose the other one. And I don't want that. Which is kind of crazy to say because she never really had Damon, like, as an actual boyfriend. I'm like, Damon has been your friend. The idea that you'll lose him in some way means that you're aware that this isn't a real friendship. This is a straight man waiting to get into your pants.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's the weird kind of aspect of this where it's like, the implication is lose him as a friend, but the implication is also if they cannot be in a romantic relationship with you, then they disappear from your life. And it's like, well, damn, what does that say about your bond with these people?
I mean, I could understand it with Stefan because she and Stefan have been romantic, like, from the get-go.
But I'd like to think, and that's what proves to be the case, it takes some time, but ultimately they are also friends. Like, the idea that you can't be friends with
Stefan
somebody...
Cooper.
Right. That you can't be friends with somebody you were in a relationship with, personally, I feel silly. I guess her implication is this is such a catastrophic end to the relationship, and also because I will be with the other one's brother, that there's no way back from this.
I think that's a big thing as well. Yeah. Dating either your ex-boyfriend's brother,
right,
or forever being with the man whose brother you know is in love with you.
Right.
Yeah. Then she goes home, or is she already at her home? When they leave, she then collapses from previously acquired head trauma.
Yeah.
We go into the finale. Stefan and Damon are supposed to be driving Klaus's body. I think they haven't left yet.
They bring Elena back after she collapses from hospital. Elijah comes back to be like, give me Klaus's body. And they say, sure, if you help us defeat Rick. And he's like, absolutely.
Stefan is there for that convo. Damon is on the phone, which means he's already en route to putting Klaus in storage.
Exactly. So he goes off with the Elijah party to go fight off Rick, because Jeremy is now leading Rick to a specific location to ambush him. And before he leaves, he turns around and tells Elena, in case they don't make it back, and then he gives her a big ol' kiss. And it's the first time I think they've kissed since, I think, the whole season.
Oh my gosh! I've never realized that in any of my rewatches.
Oh, that's so depressing. I don't think they kiss at the dance. I think they just dance and speak. I mean, not just dance and speak.
So that means, barring whatever might have happened between the sacrifice and the funeral and Stefan going off to become a servant, we haven't seen them kiss since Stefan had to let Klaus take her off to the quarry?
Since the last day. It's been over a season by an episode.
That's so sad. And how fitting that Klaus taking Elena away from Stefan. Mm-hmm. He's the one who ultimately is the source of all these things keeping Stefan away from her for most of season 3.
But yes, gives her a big old kiss, heads off. Elena in the interim gets drugged. Don't super worry about it. They go off to go fight Rick, but Rick has already sniffed the trail of Damon and goes there instead. All the stuff in the finale happens as it happens, but thanks to Jeremy and Matt, Elena ends up away from her home, away from Mystic Falls, halfway between where Stefan and Damon are. Because truly nothing else that happens in this episode is relevant to Stefan. Damon's truly the hero in this episode, which, good for him. And so, when they learn that Rick has supposedly staked Klaus there in the locker room where they've been keeping him, they're like, okay, all the vampires are gonna die then. Elena has to decide, do I keep driving to go see Damon before he dies, or do I turn back and go to Mystic Falls where Stefan is going to be with all my loved ones? And as we know,
she chooses Stefan.
She calls up Damon to tell him, I'm going back home. It is Stefan, but it's not just Stefan. It's also Caroline. It's also Tyler. Which other vampires?
Bonnie's mom is about to die as far as she knows, so there's that too. And then Damon's like, oh, I get it, but if it was just between me and Stefan, who would get the goodbye? And then she's like, I love him, Damon. He came into my life at a time when I needed someone, and I fell for him instantly. No matter what I feel for you, I never unfell for him. Which, very real and very true, and indicative of how a lot of love triangles work. Like, you don't necessarily see someone just have their feelings for the original option just disappear when the second option is introduced. And she does say to Damon, maybe if I'd met you first, which leads into that other retcon nonsense.
Don't worry worry about it. Who cares? I don't care.
That's not important to Stefan. What is important is that Matt does drive Elena back to Mystic Falls. While they are crossing Wickery Bridge, Rebecca, who fully believes her brother is dead and that Vampire Rick is unkillable, or rather unstoppable without killing him, is like, okay, let me just stand here in the road and let Matt, I guess, swerve to miss me and then go off the bridge. They go off the bridge into the water. Same bridge Stefan threatened to drive her off earlier this season.
But
Same bridge
also-
she went off before season 1.
My Stefan saved her the first time.
And then Stefan, who was in town, and I guess his Elena senses were tingling, finds them in the water.
Oh, Rebecca calls him. That's how he knows.
Oh, Rebecca calls him and is like,
She's
I
like,
killed
sorry,
Elena.
babe. I'm driving him off this bridge.
Shooting yourself in the foot there. Oh, yes. She calls him
got
as
away
they're
with
approaching and
that.
she's like, I have to kill Elena to save my family.
Right.
A lot of the scenes are interspersed with scenes of a flashback to before season 1. And we see that fateful car crash where she goes off the bridge with her dad and her mom. She and her mother are unconscious, or in her mother's case, possibly already dead. Her father is conscious and sees Stefan swimming under to try and save them. And he insists that Stefan saves Elena first, which is what Stefan does. I think this is the first time Stefan sees her?
Yes, because when he lays eyes on her, you see it in his face. He's like, Catherine?
If anything, he should have been like, let me save these humans first. Catherine will be fine.
But thankfully he's in hero mode. He's like, well, I mean, I'm not sure what's happening, but people are drowning, so let me act.
He respects the wishes of this conscious man and saves the girl in the back seat. And unfortunately, the man and his wife are not so lucky. And Stefan isn't able to save either of them. This ties into what's happening at the end of the season where Elena is conscious, but Matt is knocked out. And she's kind of trapped in her car seat. Stefan shows up, rips the door off its hinges, and is fully prepared to save her. And she stops him. And he doesn't give in immediately. He does try to force the issue, but she insists that he save Matt first because she's Elena and she loves her friends. And Stefan, true to form, is like, I don't like it, but I'll do it. I will save Matt because I respect this girl's wishes. Brings Matt to the surface. I mean, many fans have asked, why didn't you just pull them both? You have super
She
strength.
really does just sit there after that.
Why didn't you
unfortunately.
break Elena's car, like her seatbelt that I think had her stuck? You have super strength. You can free her, and then she can swim because she's conscious.
It really is a narrative contrivance, unfortunately, the second half of the scene. It's like a very emotional and like fulfilling narrative loop to the beginning of the show. It's crazy that happens.
And so Elena, with an eerie quiet, drowns and dies.
Yeah.
But as we learned through Meredith Fell, her head trauma was pretty severe, and Meredith had to give her some of that Damon blood she had stockpiled away in order to heal her. And so Elena died with vampire blood in her system, and she gasps and wakes up in transition. And that's where season 3 closes out.
There's something, I have a half-formed thought about Damon, because, I mean, the retcon, that means nothing, but if we have to juxtapose it, because this is going to be their linchpin going into season 4, that Damon meeting Elena for the first time, having a weird, lusty flirtation, and then wiping her memory of it, which is very Damon, and will be very Damon and Elena going forward, right? Retroactively speaking. Versus Stefan's first meeting with Elena being like, I save this girl from drowning after a car crash, not really knowing who she is, right? Doing it because that's the kind of thing I do as a person, and then thereafter learning who she is and falling in love with her through, like, you know, actually interacting with her and seeing what kind of person she is. There's I'm not sure what the thought is. There's something there in the, like, how did these two each meet Elena? It's very defining for their characters in contrast to each other with regards to Elena. And it's fascinating to me that they put that scene in thinking that it would help Damon's case somehow.
That it would help his case, because Elena does say, maybe if I'd met you first, and then we learn, Damon doesn't tell her that that's the case, but we learn that, oh, he did meet her first. So I guess our takeaway is supposed to be, if Damon had tried to win her over before Stefan got to her, he'd be with her, and Stefan would be the second choice. And I'm like, okay, there's a lot of ifs and maybes and could haves there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and even just in the ways that they meet her is just so definitive for me, where I'm like, if we're discussing who the better option is here, like,
And the way the Delena relationship is treated, I'm like, narratively, what's the point of this being how Damon met Elena? At least for him. For Elena, I guess it's the nonsense that Rose had been saying earlier, like, oh, he wants her to have this life full of passion and drive. And he's like, oh, I can see that you're bored with your boyfriend, even though I just met you and I don't know what's going on. And I'm not interested in you because I'm holding a candle for Catherine, who's definitely in the tomb, like a mile from here, underground.
Right.
But I just want you to have a good life because you look like a girl that I loved once. So yeah, super altruistic and cool. And I'm like, okay, but that's the Elena side of it, like receiving it. For Damon, since we treat this relationship like, oh, Elena saved Damon, fixed him because, you know, a man needs to be fixed by a good woman. She couldn't.
She didn't.
Why is this the meeting? I don't know why the writers struggle to find that for the Delena relationship. As I keep saying, I really wish they'd worked harder on season 3 being a good Delena time. Because I just look back and I'm like, Stefan looks really good this season.
The whole time. Which is so bizarre. Again, we need to stress. Ripper Fugue first arc. No Humanity second arc. Vengeance arc. Darkest moment comes back from it. Just by being who he is. By virtue of who he is, just bounces back from that. And because their bond is just like, okay, then what chance was Damon ever gonna stand?
You know?
And then from there, we're gonna have to go into season 4 now and be like, no, it was Damon actually the whole time, and it makes sense. Don't worry about the magical mind control he's got going on in the background. That's not important. Don't pay attention to it.
And also, Stefan, the one who a season ago said, hey, I would love to spend eternity with you as a vampire, but I understand you want to be human, and therefore I want that for you. No, now
Not
he doesn't
anymore.
like that she's a vampire, and it's kind of a turn-off for him. It's like bumming him out.
Fun. But I guess, you know, we'll get into it. But season 3, his most dynamic season, I'll say. And he really kind of goes on like a cosine curve, down into the trenches and back up to our dented golden boy. His armor has some dings and scratches, but he's put it back on. And you love to see it.
And it makes sense. It's not us, for now, it's not us looping through boring cycles and there's no character development. This season was to show us this is what Stefan looks like when he's in his Ripper stage and when he's in his no humanity Ripper stage. Because before then, we hadn't really seen it. We had like 2 episodes of Bloodlust in season 1. And all these anecdotes of, who Stefan used to be and how he lacked control and how dangerous he was and how Lexi had to fix him time and again. And it's like, now let's see how he is in this relationship with Elena, or if you want to acknowledge that the relationship was officially over, just this romance with Elena. How does it affect her? How does it affect the rest of the Mystic Falls gang and all these new people in his life, as well as Damon and this war with Klaus? And when people try to use this as the counterweight to all the things that Damon has done and will do,
Silly.
even if we're sticking with the seasons that are well written,
Silly.
I'm just like, no, not quite. Sorry to disappoint you, but no.
No, it just doesn't work. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go find that TikTok that I found that was comparing Stefan and Damon and just post it to show the ludicrous how you have to twist things in order to try and make it seem like Stefan's really the worst one. You've got to be an absolute delusion to think that.
Yeah.
And we say this, as you're saying, Fadzai, as people who are like, oh, well, damn, we wish Damon was better. Like, this is not a gleeful... I mean, sometimes it is, because of course. But it's not a gleeful, oh, Damon sucks and will suck forever. I am always complaining that Damon sucks this much. I wish he didn't.
Damon, with some better writers, hey, I could have...
We could have been here. We could have been keying.
Season 4 of The Vampire Diaries. It is all downhill from here for everybody who's not Delena.
I would argue even for them.
Yeah, I would argue if you wanted a good Delena storyline, it's also not that great for them that this is how we start.
Only the Delulu people who thought that all went pashash and great and nothing strange, underhanded, nonsensical happened. They're the only ones who are truly happy by the end.
And I mean, power to them if that's... If that's what you want in a love story.
That's your journey, babe. That's your part and parcel.
But yeah, Stefan, this is going to be so painful. So Stefan ended season 3, as I've said, with Elena having chosen him categorically, and then she died.
And you know what? Death changes things sometimes. Certainly we can say that much.
And how? Season 4, episode 1, Growing Pains, deals with Elena waking up in transition. The deep denial that Stefan and Bonnie are in around, no, we'll find a way to save her. She doesn't have to be this way. We know she doesn't want this. Damon, for once, being the more reasonable person and going, but guys, we know this is not how the mechanics of our vampire lore works. Like, we all know that you either feed and complete the transition or you die properly. Damon is very bitter about the fact that Stefan chose to save Matt. Stefan makes it clear that, hey, look, I didn't want to save Matt. Believe me. Like, if I had it my way, I would have grabbed Elena and then gone back for the footballer. But I respect Elena's decision, as always. And I saved her. I'm not happy about it, but I did because that's who I am. And Elena, for her part, in her private conversation with Stefan later on, makes it clear that, no, Stefan, like, I love that you did that for me. Like, you respected my choice the way that you always did. And Stefan's like, well, you shouldn't be going through this. And she's like, hey, if you hadn't done that, then Matt would be dead. And then imagine how I'd be feeling.
And where
then.
would I be? Right. It's like their whole thing. Some would say the, like, fundamental difference between Stefan and Damon and why he is so categorically, as you said, the choice.
It's funny that Stefan says, he tells Damon, hey, I made a choice. And I'll regret that choice for the rest of my life. And I was like, oh, you have no idea, Stefan. Well, the rest of the season, at least, and some of season 5. Elena has her little hallucinations of the memories that, compulsion had taken away that are coming back. But when she comes back downstairs, by this point, Damon has left. Pastor Young and the town council have showed up. They have all their guns trained on Stefan, and they capture the two of them.
You love to see it.
So Elena, who is still believed to be human because, she hasn't got... Well, I don't think they know about daylight rings, but she's, I guess Pastor Young brings her into the house without inviting her. So they're like, yeah, she's cool.
Yeah, there's nothing that she's currently doing other than tweaking the hell out that would give away that she's a vampire. So,
but I have to respect that, unlike the Founders Council, Pastor Young, once he realizes that, no, this girl is acting kind of weird, decides, okay, maybe she's a vampire and we don't know everything about vampires.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, you know what? That's wise.
You rolling, buddy.
Elena is acting sus, so they lock her up in the cell opposite Rebecca. Well, she's next to Stefan, who's opposite Rebecca, so she and Stefan can't see each other. Rebecca can see both of them, and she's like, I thought I killed you once, but now I get to see you die again.
Yeah. It's just like, Rebecca, we don't have time. Please, honestly, sit on your side of the aisle.
She's going to be on this wavelength for a few more episodes.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. Elena's life starts to dwindle, and she tells Stefan she'll die if she doesn't get blood. Before they got captured, she was also hoping that, we'll find some loophole and I can still be human. Stefan calls out to the guard outside and is like, hey, let Elena go or she'll die. The guard comes in and is like, I truly am all out of F's to give, and shoots Stefan with wooden bullets for his trouble. And Elena's all like, no, stop, don't hurt him. And then Rebecca's like, aw, look at their concern for each other. She watches as Stefan digs a bullet out of his leg, and then he's like, Elena, you still with me? She says that, yeah, she's okay. And he's like, no, I can hear you breathing, girl. Vampire ears. I know you're not okay. You're dying. And then he's like, damn it. You know what? Damon was right. We should have completed your transition this morning when we had the chance. Elena says something really nice. She says, no, you had hope. And that was all I ever wanted you to have, and you had it. Mm-hmm. And then Stefan says he loves her so much, and she says, oh, by the way, since I didn't get the chance to tell you this at the end of season 3.
Because I had to call bloody Damon to close up his narrative. I didn't get to call you before I died.
She's like, I was only on Wickery Bridge because Matt was driving me back to you. I had a choice to make between you and Damon, and I chose you because I love you. God. And no matter what happens, that is the best choice I ever made. And then Rebecca's like, shit, fine.
Who am I to say otherwise in the face of this true love?
She lures the guard closer, pretending to bribe him, frightens him back. Stefan grabs him, is very violent. This is uncharacteristic of Stefan.
He crushes that man, slams him against the gate so many times until he dies. Because his girlfriend is dying.
Yeah. Stefan, the man that does what needs to be done when it needs to be done, but is able to reel that in when it's not necessary. Damon, Damon, who spent the whole of season 3 being like, yeah, let's kill Tyler if we need to. He's a liability. But yeah, he hurls the man's bleeding body to the ground. After some struggle, Elena is able to get to the blood and complete her transition. Just in time to go outside and save Matt, who Damon is about to kill out of spite.
For no good reason other than to assuage his own spite. I just, like, he's in the middle of a failed plan to try and save Elena. That is just like, who envisioned this working? And then just turns around and is like, I'm gonna kill you anyway, Matt.
And Damon, from his side, there's this thing that happens this episode where it's like, okay, Stefan, understandably, is like, in season 2, I made it clear that I'm fine with Elena being a vampire. And I do want to point that out because this season will suddenly act like that's not true.
Right.
But Stefan said, I would love to spend eternity with you as a vampire, but you told me it's what you don't want.
And I wasn't going to be selfish about it.
And now I don't want it for you because I know it's not something you desire. Damon makes a shift this episode and says, hey, I used to not get it. I used to not get that you wanted to be human, but now I do. And I'm furious that you don't get that because Stefan chose to save this glorified featured extra named Matt Donovan.
Does he say that?
No, he doesn't talk about featured extras, but he does say that.
No, the bit about Elena being human.
Yeah, he does say that. He says, I didn't used to get it, but now I do. And I would have happily let Matt die to let you have that. Which I'm like,
God.
Okay.
I guess one foot through the door, but that other one is still anchored.
The other foot is on Matt's neck saying, I'll kill him if it can save you, even though I know that's not something you want. For Matt's part, he manages to get away, stumbles into the barn where Stefan has managed to get out. I don't know where Rebecca is at this point. I guess they got the keys off
and they got her out, and she said, peace, I don't owe you anything more than what I just did. Losers. Bye.
She was like, not my monkeys, not my
circus, not my monkeys.
Matt is still bleeding out because Damon bit him. Stephanie heals him with vampire blood, and Matt is like, no, just stop saving me. And then Stefan is like, what the hell is your problem? It's so funny.
He's like, I'm sorry, you don't get to have survivor's guilt, bitch. After what Elena did for you, you better be fighting every day to live to make it worth her sacrifice. You son of a bitch.
Funny. Matt's like, oh, I'm the reason she's a vampire. It's because of me. I have to live with that. And Stefan's like, no, you get to live with that. And you better make sure that you honor that sacrifice and you earn it every morning when you wake up. And I'm like, damn, Stefan, harsh, but I guess fair.
Fair.
At the end, Elena and Stefan sit on the roof just before dawn, and they discuss the threat of the town council. They don't know that they've already been blown up at this point, and the impending struggle of Elena's new vampire status. And Stefan tries to comfort her, but Elena says he doesn't have to promise her that everything will be okay. And Stefan says, well, he wishes he could, but admits that new vampirism and the heightened emotions and the bloodlust will be the worst things Elena has ever lived through. Elena, however, says, I will get to live, though. I can be a sister and a friend, and I can be with you, Stefan, forever. And it's so beautiful. And the sun starts to rise, and she's like, oop, I better get inside before I burst into flames. And Stefan's like, well, actually...
No, babe. I've been prepared.
Bonnie and I made you this beautiful daylight ring, which twinkles so dramatically in the shot. Truly, like, they edited, like, sparkles onto the various angles of the ring. He gets her very own daylight ring and slips it onto her finger, all engagement ring style, or
as
maybe
you
like
pointed out in prior episodes I'd never thought about. It's an engagement is what's happening here. It's like, and now we are both vampires and I give you this ring that ensures your vampire life and we'll be together forever. It's beautiful.
It's so beautiful. And
As
the two
the
of them
sun's
vow
rising.
to get through this together the way that they get through everything together. That's what they say. They're like, we'll get through this together like we do everything. And I'm like, oh, how could you do this to me, Julie? How could you do this to me?
I just...
Because as you say, that is the last time.
It really is just bloody. I just saw Sinners is the thing. There's another thing, listener. We're on different days of recording right now. I have been ill and I have been about and I've seen Sinners. I'm a changed person. And there's no spoilers, but there's a scene in there too that it references the sunrise. Obviously, it's a movie about vampires. And I'm emotionally distraught in multiple ways about the sun rising today.
I will be going to see Sinners later tonight.
Yes.
So
so good.
I'm keen to see that. But yeah, that's how we dive into the season, feeling hopeful. And then we go into episode 2, Memorial. And yeah, it's all downhill from here, baby. Stefan, bless his heart, is trying to train Elena to feed exclusively on animals right out the gate. Damon disagrees and thinks she should learn to control herself when it comes to feeding on people, even if that means she fails a few times along the way and hurts some innocents. Stefan is like, no, Elena's compassionate personality and heightened vampire emotions means that she won't be able to handle it if she harms an innocent human. And he warns that too much pain will make her shut off her humanity. Elena comes in as they're disagreeing, and Damon makes it clear that he believes Elena should drink human blood.
Straight from the vein.
He doesn't say from the vein yet in that scene.
Oh, there's
So
a re-upping later. Good. That's
Yeah.
lovely. That's wonderful.
So I wonder if maybe if he hadn't said it later, we would have been fine with blood baths.
You know? It really is something to think about how much influence over the whole damn plot of this season a single thing this man says has. Oh my god.
Yeah, but he says she needs to drink human blood. Elena and Stefan disagree, because they're a couple, and they're in this together. So Stefan takes Elena hunting, she feeds off a deer, but doesn't kill it. And then she and Stefan get all frisky amongst the trees
they
due
do.
to Elena experiencing vampire sex drive for the first time. However, their hanky-panky is cut short when Elena suddenly gets nauseous and throws up.
Now, the obvious thing aside, which we will get to certainly, as with a lot of this arc of season 4, there is a repositioning of Stefan and his relation to Elena and vampirism. And other than the one we've mentioned about his opinion of Elena becoming a vampire and how that they shift that in season 4 for whatever reason. Well, for obvious reasons, but alas. The other thing is this idea that Stefan starting a newbie vamp off on animal blood is a foreign thing. Right? Like, even in the dialogue, they're making it seem like it's this non-traditional, sort of unorthodox plan that he's doing because he's trying to be soft on Elena. And it's like, lest we hop 2 seasons earlier when Caroline was starting off her journey, the first thing they did was hunt animals. I need to call out all the moments where they go, actually, Stefan's dumb and weak for doing this thing that has been proven to work in a prior season. It's like, why do we want to change that, story?
I guess Damon would say, no, you're doing this to bypass Elena making mistakes that will upset her. Caroline killed a whole human being before you got her started on animal diets. She also
Wild.
fed off a nurse.
Wild.
Maybe also there was some desire to show that we're not like Twilight. We're not going to say that our Bella Swan equivalent has only eaten from animals her whole life and she has super control and her boyfriend's quote-unquote vegetarian diet is perfect and wonderful and symmetrical and everything's fine. Maybe there was some desire to separate themselves from the Edward Cullen and co of it all.
Why shoot a scene exactly like Breaking Dawn then, where they're out hunting in the woods, eat from an animal, and then get frisky?
I guess we should be grateful that she wasn't hunting a deer and then a mountain lion came to eat the deer and then she went for the carnivore instead.
Right, because she felt bad from the herbivore animal because the food chain be damned. We can't feed on the pretty sweet doughy animals. Okay.
But at Chez Salvatore, Stefan, trying to be an optimist, brings Elena a bottle of bubbly to celebrate her first successful hunt. She points out that it wasn't successful, it made her sick, but Stefan's like, it took me a while to be able to stomach the taste of animal blood as well, like a whole month. So they pop champagne and share a toast. Then Damon phones and the moment is gone. Elena goes to meet Damon at the grill, alone, for some reason, and admits that she's struggling to keep animal blood down. In brackets I have, hasn't she only tried once?
Again, the setup needs to set up, right? She's confiding in Damon about her struggles because she can't bring herself to tell Stefan on the day she just started drinking blood.
The day she just started. Stefan said it'll take a while for you to be able to stomach it. And she
went
said,
immediately,
nah, that doesn't sound right.
No, this sucks. This isn't working. It's like, damn, where'd the trust go? And there is a reason why that is, but we haven't spoken about it yet.
Yeah. Okay, it makes sense, I guess, with that stupid plot point. I guess this is one of the few times it's consistent.
Yeah.
And it's actually like, okay. I was going to say, I guess it's that millennial need for instant gratification. She was like, yeah, it's too hard. I'm not going to put in the hours.
It didn't work immediately the first time I tried it, so I'm giving up. Hey, I hear you.
Damon tells her that, no, you're supposed to be eating people. Makes some weird, racially insensitive jokes that I'm not going to repeat.
That's
but,
fine. I can't remember what they are, and I prefer it that way.
But Elena refuses to feed on humans. So Damon says, fine, let me take you to the bathroom and offer to let you feed on me because you need warm blood from the vein.
There we go.
So I guess that instruction, plus the previous instruction that she should be eating humans, combined to form an even worse instruction that she can only feed on human blood from the vein. And Damon warns her not to tell Stefan about what they're doing because vampires feeding off of each other is considered intimate. And then Elena drinks from his hand.
Which is... I don't want to be the one who's always like, Damon, you're weird and gross for that. Aside from the obvious, like, hey, I'm going to do this intimate vampire act with my brother's girlfriend. Also with a newbie vamp who has no context for what this act is. And is in a very distressed state right now because she desperately needs the thing that you are offering her. You know, I'm just throwing it out there. That's all.
Also, you couldn't have taken like a glass to the bathroom and bled into a cup and let her drink out of that.
Right.
This from the vein nonsense. I'm like, even you, Damon, have been feeding off blood bags for the better part of a year. What do you mean from the vein?
Every angle you look at this, Damon is weird and gross for that.
Elsewhere, Tyler is attacked in his home by Connor Jordan, Hunter of the Five. He escapes, and we later see him at Chez Salvatore with Caroline and Stefan. Stefan removes the wooden bullets that Connor shot into Tyler, and he notices that there's some kind of marking or rune etched into the wood. And when he touches the bullet, it burns his fingers. Caroline asks if the bullets are spelled, and Stefan is like, I don't know, there's something. Stefan goes to see Bonnie. It is the first time. It is the first time that he's ever been to her home, so he has to be invited in.
It's so... And then you flip that on its head of like, he's the first one to speak to her since the last thing that happened, supernaturally speaking, it seems. Because nobody else knows what happened to her Grams. She then confides to Stefan because he sees that she's been crying and just like hugs her and is like, girl, what's up? It's a really sweet moment, but that also highlights, wow, we never let these two characters like hang out.
And unlike a certain someone seasons later who waves Bonnie's PTSD in front of her face because even though he knows Kai is a monster, he's like, yeah, but we kind of need you to do this thing so that, you know, our plans can align. Stefan sees Bonnie is depressed and is immediately like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll deal with it on my own. And she's like, no, you came here for my help. What do you need?
Yeah.
So then he tells her about the bullets and she's like, no, the runes aren't magical. Where'd you get these? And he's like, oh, we have a new vampire hunter in town. But I like that Stefan, again, with the compassion. It's funny that this show will treat Elena like she's the most compassionate person in the world. I'm like, this show is actually full of people with big hearts.
Yeah, it's true.
And Stefan is one of them.
Absolutely. Elena, Stefan, Bonnie, Caroline, just really big-hearted people.
Even Matt, who unfortunately eventually becomes a cop.
Proportionally to his time on screen, a very big-hearted boy.
Oh, gosh. Later on, Stefan shows up at the funeral for Pastor Young and the other blown-up council members. He arrives just in time to see Elena hurrying off from Damon, who is carrying a big suspicious bag. At this point, Elena has thrown up Damon's blood as well, and then Damon has brought a change of clothes for her and a blood bag to feed off of, which she can't even swallow. She just immediately spits it out, and she's like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, it's not great. And Stefan has no knowledge of this.
Stefan has no knowledge of any of this. He sees Damon's suspicious bag and is like, what's that? Damon tries to avoid the question, but is eventually like, okay, it's blood bags that I brought for Elena. Stefan is like, oh, you're just intent on having things your way, aren't you? And then Damon says, well, actually, the faster we can get Elena to control how she feeds on humans, the better off she'll be. And Stefan says, no, Elena will be devastated if she hurts someone, and then she might shut her for humanity. And then Damon says, oh, so you're scared that Elena will become a ripper like you. And Stefan admits that he doesn't want Elena to be anything like him, which I'm like, I mean, yeah, I guess the ripper thing is bad, but in terms of being a vampire who cares about human life and really tries, you're pretty good. You've helped people, you've healed them. Like, damn.
But his experience of it, right, has, like, suffering pretty much every day. That's the part that he's like, I don't want her to go through
I
that.
guess so. I guess nobody would wish addiction upon anyone else, even if they are managing their addiction.
Precisely that.
Yeah. Then Damon says, oh, maybe you're really afraid, Stefan, that Elena will turn out like me. because that'd be the worst thing, wouldn't it?
And it's like, well, yeah.
well, yes.
One of you is enough, my guy. And the thing is,
I'm like, amongst the Mystic Fall vampires, you are the worst.
the fear, first of all, ludicrous. But that, again, once again, the setup this season that they'll run with is that Elena, as she embraces the vampirism, is just a little more dark and daring and more on the bloodier side of things, which I'm truly curious as to how they thought that was going to synthesize together.
Damon says that Elena will go off the rails like every other vampire, so we might as well fast track her out of control era so we can be done with it ASAP. And Stefan says Elena is stronger than them and will be able to avoid going off the rails. So then Damon's like, okay, fine, I'm just going to tell you the truth. Elena is starving right now. Again, I'm like, hasn't it been one day?
It's been the thing is that she's not had a single drop of blood remain in her system in that day. So she is starving. But I'm like, why didn't you tell him this from the get-go? This is
I'm like, Elena, it's the middle of the afternoon. It's only been a few hours. I think desiccation is not setting in yet.
Well, no. It's been since she had the drop of blood that turned her, right? Because the animal blood, she threw up. Damon's blood, she threw up. The blood bag blood, not even staying down. So the last blood she had was the previous night.
I guess. Those few drops from the dead deputy.
Okay, yeah.
Damon. He's like, yeah, she's starving because she hasn't been able to... Okay, Damon... This is the quote, though. Damon says she's starving because she hasn't been able to keep blood down for days. So now I'm like, I don't know where the days is coming
a lot. Maybe there's a time jump that happened since episode 1 that we missed. But I don't remember it being days.
And she genuinely seems surprised to throw up the deer blood. So I'm like, surely that was this morning. And that was the first time that you fed.
Weird. And then he's like, she can't even keep my blood down. And it's like, oh, okay, we're just going to volunteer that
Which
information.
Which he definitely does on purpose. He lets it slip. But I'm like, given the way you reacted to saying it, you knew what you were doing.
Threw that out and stared that man down as if he shouldn't get staked in the gut for that. I'd say killed, frankly. If we're talking about vampire culture all of a sudden, I think you should be staked for that in single-armed combat.
Yes, vampire culture. That's why Elijah was telling them to have respect in season 2.
Right.
There is a culture.
Crazy to do that. We don't respect others' mates? Disgusting.
But yeah, Stefan is stunned to learn Elena's been lying to him. And I will point out she's been lying to him because in the next few episodes we'll act like lying is a cardinal sin. It cannot be forgiven between these two lovers. But yeah, Stefan goes inside and is surprised Tyler's shown up to the funeral despite knowing a hunter is out to get him. But Tyler's like, no, I won't hide because I have to show my support for my community. By this point, Connor has already knifed April Young to bleed her out and use her blood as bait for any vampires present. When April doesn't show up to make her speech for her father, a sympathetic Elena stands up to speak in her place. But she's still wigging out.
Yeah.
She's still tweaking.
It's not great.
Then all the vampires notice the blood and they have this cool whispered / super hearing conversation where they're like, don't react, it's a trap. Elena is battling her hunger, so Stefan quickly goes to get her. And then Matt, who can see Elena's not okay, is like, hey, feed off me and pretend you're just crying on your friend's shoulder. Tyler lures Connor's gunfire. Damon follows Connor outside and attacks him, but Connor fights back and injures him just as Stefan arrives. Stefan gives Damon his hand to help him to his feet, but then punches him in the face for sharing blood with his girlfriend. Damon's like, what was that for? And Stefan's like, you know what?
The very least you deserve.
That night at Chez Salvatore, Stefan confronts Elena about her lies. And she's like, no, I just didn't want to worry you. And he says that, no, girl, your suffering is my suffering.
Right.
Which I'm like, yes.
That's what a partnership's all about.
Stefan tells her that he's hurt that she went to Damon and that she fed off him. And he's like, I know it doesn't mean a lot to you, but it does mean something to me. And it definitely meant something to Damon.
Exactly.
And I'm like, ooh, the culture.
The culture. The culture.
Elena apologizes and cries, and then she gets angry at her own crying because of her heightened emotions, which I was like, someone in the writer's room was like, we've seen on the forums that fans hate that Elena's always apparently whining and complaining. So let's give her a scene where she's like, I'm so sick of crying.
She's got a lot of grief. I'd love to see how you'd respond to the shit that goes on in this girl's life. God damn.
And she's not the only one who cries. Caroline cries.
Right.
Bonnie has cried. Klaus cries every time someone upsets him.
Bonnie was crying the top of this episode.
But then Stefan has the idea to have the lantern lighting ceremony in remembrance for all the loved ones that the Mystic Falls gang has lost. And he gathers the group, and his lantern is lit for Lexi, which is really sweet. Episode 3, The Rager. Stefan is fixing up an old motorcycle so he and Elena can have some fun to distract from the depressing state of affairs of her new vampirism. Damon comes in to tell him that he's going to find and kill Connor. Stefan offers to help, but Damon refuses Stefan's help and reminds Stefan that they agreed at the end of last season whichever Salvatore Elena didn't choose would leave town forever.
Begs the question why you're still here then, buddy. You've been around quite a while.
So then Stefan is like, no, Elena turning into a vampire changes things. And Damon's like, yeah, well, I'm going to be sulky and I'm not going to stay where I'm not wanted. And I know I'm not wanted because you punched me in the face yesterday.
Does he say that?
That's essentially what he says. I'm not quoting him, but he's essentially like, no, I know where I'm not wanted. And that became clear yesterday when you punched me in the face.
I love how he can turn any situation where he's done some wrong and make it out like he's the aggrieved somehow. It's a talent.
Stefan goes to school and he and Elena find themselves in history class for the first time since Alaric's death. Then Rebecca spoils that moment when she shows up and devotes herself to more high school drama. She invites them both to a party that she's throwing after school. She pushes Elena's buttons until Elena becomes enraged. Stefan has to take her out of class and get cleaned up after she loses a brief pencil throwing scuffle with Rebecca. They notice Connor roaming the hallway, so Stefan's like, okay, you go to the bathroom and wipe up the blood. I'm gonna go see what the hunter's up to. His exact words are, you get this, I got that.
Oh.
So Stefan is there to eavesdrop on Connor's convo with Jeremy as he tries to recruit little Gilbert to his cause. Later on, Elena speaks to Stefan and Caroline about the murderous rage she feels towards Rebecca, and Stefan's like, hey, let's just skip a school day and go have some fun. And Elena agrees but says she wants to go to Rebecca's party to prove that the original sister isn't getting to her. Stefan and Elena show up at the party. Rebecca soon comes to bully her again.
Yeah.
She pisses Elena off to the point that Elena pulls out the white oak stake and prepares to chase after her and kill her. She brought the stake to the party
really
in her handbag.
Funny escalation that she came with the stake. It's so good.
But Stefan comes in and stops her and tells her that, hey, if you give in to your heightened feeling of anger and wipe out Rebecca's entire sire line just to kill her, your heightened sense of guilt will destroy you. So he tells Elena, hey, we can leave the party if you like. And Elena agrees, but on the way out, she does a keg stand to spite Rebecca. Connor has spiked the beer with werewolf venom, so that keg stand ends up poisoning Elena later on. And then he and Elena have that fun motorcycle ride with incredibly unsafe, by human standards, maneuver.
Oh, it's still, don't take the wind out of my sails right now. It's a really cute moment where he's riding the bike and she's standing on the back
I'm just
of
like,
it.
hey, if you crash badly enough, your head can pop off, and then as vampires, you'll be dead. So they go home to get it on, but the werewolf venom has already started to make Elena sick, so she begins to hallucinate Damon in the middle of her kiss with Stefan. I also think this is the last intimate scene that she has Stefan.
Oh, yeah. That's the only, after this moment, intimate anything we get with these two, which is so...
Oh, that's terrible. Take it out to the backyard and shoot it in the head.
Take me out to the backyard. Shoot me. I'm tired.
Stefan phones Klaus incessantly. Meanwhile, Elena continues to hallucinate Damon. Klaus finally shows up and he says, I'd have been happy to let Elena die if you'd asked me a few hours ago, but there have been some new developments. And he saves her. At the end of the episode, Caroline gets invited to Chez Salvatore by Stefan. The two of them talk about how vampirism helped Caroline become her best self, and she's thriving. And he says she's a well-adjusted vampire, but he is not.
Yeah.
And he, even though he wants Elena to enjoy the epic highs of vampirism, he's afraid that he cannot enjoy that alongside her without the risk of losing control and becoming the Ripper. And yeah, that's a good use of the addiction metaphor.
Exactly. There's something to be said there about, like, if you as an addict have a partner and it's like, well, now there's certain places you can't go and certain things you can't do without it being somewhat triggering or somewhat enabling for your addictive behavior. And so is it like, does that then put restrictions on your partner from living a certain lifestyle that they may wish to live? The thing about that is, that's a conversation, right? A lot about this first arc and the breakdown of Stelena is like, there's conversations that should be had, that would be had typically, that aren't being had. This is one of them, where it's like, hey, that talk you're having with Caroline, great to ask Caroline to be, you know, your support system as a good friend. But it is also something you should be talking to Elena about as your partner who you fear that you may be putting restrictions on. Because she may very well tell you, hey, and I imagine that's what she would have told him, hey, that life that you think I'm like jonesing for, not really hugely something I'm interested in. Like, yeah, I'm having fun, but a lot of that fun is because I'm with you, not because I want every ounce of vampire euphoria, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
That's a conversation they would have had.
And as beautiful as it is that Caroline ends the scene by saying, hey, I'm going to be your sponsor. I'm only this good because I had you as my mentor.
Which is true.
And I will keep you off the edge and you can come to me whenever you want and I won't let you lose control. I am like, Stefan, for his part in this scene, isn't complaining about Elena's vampirism. He's saying,
No.
It's great that she can get to experience this. I, however, don't think I can. And yet later on, the story will act as though he's kind of revolted or repulsed by the state that she's now in.
Right.
Or by vampirism itself. And I'm like, no, that's not what you were saying
Right.
a few episodes ago.
The fear here is his own insufficiency in his mind. It's an insecurity about himself not being able to give Elena the full experience of vampirism because he's so restricted in his own.
And as we go into the next episode, episode 4, the 5, there's still this argument being had with him and Damon, because Damon's like, no, Elena must learn the the snatch, eat, erase method. Now it's a thing of Elena has decided, yeah, I guess I have to, since I can only feed off people, because that's the era we're in. She believes she can only feed off people because of Cirebon nonsense that hasn't been revealed yet.
A natural conclusion to come to when this bizarre shit has been going on to her.
And Stefan, for his part, is dealing with the fact that Connor is still at large. Damon tells him, hey, I thought I blew him up yesterday. Turns out there's no remains, so he's out there somewhere. Elena speaks to Stefan in the woods and says, yeah, I gotta go off and train with Damon. He's the best available teacher. And Stefan's like, okay, what about Caroline? She's super adept at controlling her vampirism. Then Elena's like, no, Caroline's too good. And she doesn't understand how hard it is, which is utter nonsense that we discussed in the Elena and Caroline episodes.
It pisses me off so bad how transparent this shit is.
And she's like, well, Stefan can't teach me either because, you know, if you're around too much blood, it's dangerous for you. And then he's like, okay, I guess that leaves Damon. But she sweetly assures Stefan that she wishes he could mentor her. And no matter who teaches her how to feed, he's the one getting her through this. So he accepts that, but he's like, okay, be wary of getting caught up in the feed and losing yourself. Mm-hmm. Stefan spends the rest of the episode doing Brotherhood of the Five stuff with Klaus, tells him a little bit about the Five, and then tells him to go get Rebecca and bring her back here because they need something from her, and then they reveal the rest of the story. Klaus can't help himself and offends Rebecca so that she ends up storming out, and then is like, okay, Stefan, go fix my mess again. By this point, Stefan now knows that, okay, there's a cure for vampirism. So he dupes Rebecca into revealing where she buried her ex-boyfriend Hunter because he was buried with his sword that Klaus needs to find this cure. And Stefan essentially helps Klaus to dagger her, which is awful. But
it's awful. I simply don't have the time to get into that from Rebecca's point of view. Go back to the originals episode. She did kill Elena, is all I'm going to say.
She did.
So,
yeah. I mean, he's playing her. He takes advantage of her crush on Matt to get her to go to Klaus in the first place.
An option has been put on the table to undo a thing that happened to Elena that she never wanted to happen. Of course he's going to do whatever it takes to get that thing.
At the end of the episode, Delena has a moment on the porch. It's dramatic and tense. Stefan comes out and Damon leaves. Stefan asks how the trip to college was, and Delena admits she didn't have a good time and dealing with bloodlust is awful. She says she doesn't think she can survive this, and Stefan, who has been sworn to secrecy by Klaus, can only say, yes, you will, you just have to hold on. He now has a new hope because of the possibility of the cure.
And it's key that this whole time for these 4 episodes, the understanding is that Elena is struggling at vampirism.
Yes.
More than any other vampire in the world seemingly has struggled. Like, the shit that she's going through is unprecedented. So just to put a flag in that again as this cure stuff starts happening.
And Damon is of the mind that it's her weird doppelganger blood, even though we know a doppelganger who was a vampire. And if we really wanted to, we could reach out and ask her. She's not a danger to us right now. She's been gone for months.
Frankly.
In episode 5, The Killer, Elena and Stefan diarize in unison for the first time since season 1. Elena's very depressed by the vampire of it all. Stefan knows she's not coping, but at this point, he is like, well, you know, the cure is going to fix everything. Now in the story, we see that he is solidly against her being a vampire, but that's only because he sees she isn't managing. Not because he thinks vampirism is this terrible thing. He's not Bill Forbes. So he's banking on finding the cure and returning her humanity to her. Stefan gets a call from Klaus, who tells him that Connor's escaped with the decapitated head of a hybrid. So the vampire hunter is on the loose with access to werewolf venom. And Klaus is overseas right now in Italy getting Alexander's sword. So there's no Klaus blood antidote. And still he forbids Stefan from telling anyone about the existence of the cure. To the point of saying, if you tell anyone, I will throw this sword into the Atlantic Ocean and we can forget about this plotline right now. And Stefan is like, okay, well, Damon as usual wants to kill Connor, so can I at least tell him so that he doesn't do that? And then Klaus is like, well, if you tell Damon about the cure, he might jeopardize our quest for it. Because, he probably likes Elena better as a vampire. Stefan clocks Klaus and is like, I know you're trying to drive a wedge between us. I trust Damon more than I trust you.
A mistake. Sorry, that leapt out.
Connor captures Jeremy, goes to the grill, captures Matt and April, who happen to be there, and holds them all hostage, and sends a text to Tyler, Stefan, and Damon. When the group meets up to discuss, Stefan is late to the meeting, and they're like, where have you been, Stefan?
Yeah.
Highly dodged. First, you were dodging Damon's phone calls, then he phoned you through Elena's phone, and you still didn't pick up. Damon, as usual, was like, yeah, we're gonna go in and kill Connor. Stefan's like, it's dangerous. We need to think about this carefully, not just, charge in.
Which is a reasonable thing to say, even as he's lying through his teeth. Like...
Elena's like, well, Connor can't take us all on. And Tyler comes in and is like, hey, I've got the hybrids to help me. And Caroline comes in and she's like, my mother has cordoned off the area with the usual gas leak excuse, so we're good to go. And then Stefan's like, we shouldn't all be going. That's silly. And Tyler's like, well, no, I want payback. Then Elena's like, well, I'm obviously going to go because it's my little brother who's in danger there. Stefan is like, Connor's a dangerous hunter with a habit of using traps. We might be walking into one. And he accidentally states that Connor has access to deadly werewolf venom. So then it's like, do we know if he still has werewolf venom? And Stefan's like,
can't rule
well,
it
we had
out.
it before. We'd be dumb to assume he doesn't have it again. Which, fair.
All very logical. I get that the conceit here is Stefan is completely bullshitting, which he is, but he's suddenly very good at it.
So he urges them to just let him do a little recon first, but it's really an excuse for him to get in and capture Connor alive without letting anyone else get in and kill him. And Damon is reluctantly like, oh, fine, do it your way. Stefan calls Klaus and is like, yeah, there's a hostage situation. Klaus is like, I truly don't give a damn. And Stefan's like, okay, well, Damon's gonna kill Connor, and no one in the group is particularly against that. So, your secrets are really making it hard for me to complete your mission. If you want the hunter alive, can you at least get your hybrids on board with the plan? Elena spots Stefan on the phone from outside and she's like, who is he calling? Damon, at least at this point, is like, probably Bonnie, because we need her as usual. And
because specifically Damon said because he asked where the witch is and they were like, Bonnie's magic has not been working since the end of season 3. We all know this. And he's like, well, tell her little sweetheart Gilbert is been kidnapped. Maybe that'll wake her magic up. It's like, what? What?
So Stefan calls them and is like, yeah, the other hostages are Matt and April, just so you know. And Lena's like, cool, I want to go in and we can take advantage of Connor's ignorance of my vampirism in order to ambush him. Damon gets a map of the underground tunnels and is like, yeah, we're going to sneak into the grill. And Stefan dallies again by saying, no, we need to let Klaus's hybrids go in first to draw Connor's fire. And Damon's like, why do we need to work with Klaus's hybrids? And Stefan's like, no, the hybrids are immune to werewolf venom, so it's better to let them go in so that we don't immediately die. And Damon is like, why are you so sure that Connor has werewolf venom? And why are Klaus and his minions involved at all? Stefan tries to be evasive, but Damon's like, no, I can tell that something suspicious is going on. Have you been compelled by Klaus? Stefan weirdly doesn't answer that question, which of course makes it look even more suspicious, but just says, hey, my plan is the best way to go, trust me. He and Damon continue to bicker until Elena's like, okay guys, we're wasting time, we need to go. And then Damon's like, yeah, actually at this point, I'm just gonna go kill Connor. Forget Stefan's plan, I'm just doing it my way. So then Stefan vervain tranquilizes him.
Yeah.
Elena's like, what are you doing? And Stefan's like, Damon's brash approach. Stefan's lies, actually, they're good lies because they're all believable stuff.
Right.
He's like, Damon's brash approach will get Matt and April killed. He will let you save Jeremy because he knows that's your brother and he wants to win points with you.
Right.
But he doesn't care about Matt and April. He'll let them die.
About anybody in that place.
He'll be happy to let Matt die. And honestly, I don't think Damon knows who April is.
This is the only well-written part of this arc, I think, is Stefan very successfully navigating this whole dynamic where he is lying through his teeth, but being very reasonable. Nobody could look at that if they never found out and be like, no, yeah, Stefan wasn't making any sense.
Naturally, Elena wants to come along and help, but Stefan's like, if you go there, you might be pushed to have to kill Connor in self-defense, and then you'd feel terrible. Just let me handle this. And she's like, okay, but I can't stand the thought of losing Jeremy. Stefan looks directly into camera and says, I'll be broken if I lose my brother this season. Stefan's like, I swear this is the most important thing I have ever asked you to do. So she's like, okay, You can go. Stefan calls the Mystic Grill and Connor picks up and he tries to convince him to let the hostages go by offering to tell him all about the lore of the Brotherhood of the Five. Connor's like, no, I don't make deals with vampires. Dean the Hybrid goes in the front door, triggers all of Connor's traps, gets Connor's attention, and is killed in the process. Stefan goes through the tunnels and breaks into the storage room, finds Matt and April, and lets them escape, and then he goes to save Jeremy. Elena, having heard the explosion that Dean set off, tries to phone Stefan and find out what's happening. Then Damon wakes up from his vervain nap and is like, that damn Stefan took my data ring, which makes Elena go, okay.
Right. Now it's weird.
And Damon's like, yeah, either Stefan has made another deal with Klaus or he's been compelled. So Elena goes off to get Connor herself. Stefan tries to talk Connor down. Elena comes in and is able to get the jump on Connor. And then Stefan saves Jeremy from the explosive device. Connor almost stakes Elena, but Stefan grabs him and whisks him away. As they run through the tunnels, Damon has been whacking his way through the tunnels to avoid the sunlight. And he's like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but I'm angry now. I'm gonna kill this man. Stefan sends Connor off. Damon sinks his hand into Stefan's chest, and I don't know whether he was just threatening him or whether he would have actually torn out his heart. I don't know. The writing is all weird in the show at this point. Who cares? But eventually Stefan gives in and is like, there's a cure for vampirism, okay? Damon's like, oh, okay. Meanwhile, Elena has spoken to Jeremy after healing him with her blood, and he's like, yeah, apparently I spent the whole day with Connor yesterday, and I don't remember it. Someone compelled me to forget. And Elena's like, I know who. So she finds Connor in the tunnels before Stefan and Damon can, and she kills him.
Yeah.
The Salvatore's found in the woods, burying Connor's body in a guilt spiral, and Stefan tries to comfort her, but she's angry with him, and she's like, listen, I know you have some secret deal with Klaus, and I'm super pissed that you lied to me all day while saying that I could trust you and you'd protect Jeremy. And I'm like, well, firstly, he did protect Jeremy. He saved him from the bomb like he said he would.
Wait, like, complaints aside, Stefan's plan worked. Stefan's plan worked. He got everybody out. Sure, Elena was necessary to get Jeremy out. That's the only fault where I'll be like, this is the first time Stefan has sidelined Elena in a plan ever. That said, he asks her, right? He says, I need you to trust me on my character as your beloved, that I can handle
You know?
this. It is not, I will break your arm if you don't
Also, I'm
go.
like, Elena, 3 days ago, you were lying about the fact that you were starving to death. So, I mean, really.
Well,
Really, if we're gonna point fingers.
I will. It is about her brother. I won't hold it against her that she's upset about him lying. It is concerning someone she loves and not herself. It would be a different story if Jeremy wasn't
and
involved.
heightened vampire emotions.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that, like, this is the first, like, tip of the hand. Even the opposite, right? They've balanced it out well, where it's like, this is the first time ever Damon has trusted Elena to do anything by herself. So, I guess...
Only because he was incapacitated.
Literally had to be locked in a room for the entire day by the powers of nature for him to let Elena do anything. You love to see it.
Damon at least does try to come to Stefan's defense because now he understands the context of all in which Elena lives and what came before her.
It's almost as if not everything concerns you, Damon, and the shit that happens beyond your purview. Maybe you should shut the hell up sometimes.
But he's like, it's complicated, Elena. And then Elena snaps at him too and says, no, it's not complicated because I killed Connor.
Yeah.
You told me to do it, and I did.
Yeah.
And she breaks down as the full weight of homicide, I guess, crushes her. That evening at Chez Salvatore, Stefan comes to speak to Damon, and Damon asks how Elena is, and Stefan's like, well, she's still very upset with herself for killing Connor, and she's very upset with me. They discuss the cure. As usual, Damon doesn't believe that this exists, or like, he's at least skeptical it exists. I'm gonna be the hopeful one who believes in magic, because we're vampires.
Because it exists. We've seen it.
And then Damon's like, listen, I will look for the cure with you, but I have to know, do you want to cure Elena because she's bad at being a vampire, or because you just can't love her if she is?
And you really have to go, where's that coming from? Where is that question coming from? Because you were there, Damon, when you force-fed your blood to Elena, and Stefan beat your ass and said you couldn't make that choice for her. You know what the crux of the issue is. So where's that coming from?
And to see someone struggling with something and say, I don't want them to have this kind of life,
right,
doesn't mean that you're like, oh, I hate all that you are now, or I disapprove of the very cells that make up your body. I'm like, no, how did we get here? I don't think that's what's happening.
And conversely, on Damon's end, to see someone struggling, someone you purport to care about, and be like, no, I don't want an alternative option for her because she's more like me now. And that makes me happy.
And Stefan says, hey, I will always love Elena, but she's not meant to be the person that she has now become since turning. And Damon says, okay, cool. I'm just going to make it clear right now that I love Elena either way. And if we go on this quest for the cure, I'm doing it for you, Stefan. Which, okay. Episode 6 is when Elena's dealing with all her hunter hallucinations. We've discussed most of what Stefan did in that episode in the Michelson's sibling episode. What does annoy me about this episode, when Stefan goes to save Elena and she hallucinates that he's a threat and impales him with a pole and runs away, he calls Damon and says, you got a better chance of getting through to her. I don't know why he says that. He's like, oh, she'll listen to you. This is before anyone knows about the Sire Bond.
Yeah.
If you'd known about the Sire Bond, I would have been like, yeah, sure, of course. But I'm like, she's not in her right state of mind. That's why she didn't respond well to you, Stefan. I know you're in a fight right now, but the idea that you needed to call Damon now to get through to her out of all the other friends she has.
Oh, it's the pattern, right? We spoke about it last session when the narrative through Stefan asserts that now we need this to be an Elena and Damon moment. And for whatever reason, Stefan needs to be the one to vocalize that. Whenever Elena and Damon need a push, it's Stefan who has to say, oh, I know you care about Elena, even though you won't say it. I know you're in love with Elena, even though you don't say it. Elena, I know you have a special bond with Damon. I know you care about Damon, even though you know he sucks and he's my brother. I know the two of you need to work out your feelings, so you need to go off to Denver, Colorado on a road trip and figure it out along to Florence and the Machine. Stefan always has to vocalize it because by itself it cannot stand. So even in this moment, when all the elements seemingly are being set up that, oh, Damon's there for Elena, it needs to be Stefan who says it because otherwise it's insane.
Because, you know, we can't be conjuring Rose's ghost every season to convince us this is a good ship.
You get that once and never again.
Oh, also, I forgot to mention, at the beginning of this episode, Elena has accidentally stabbed Jeremy in the neck because of her hallucinations.
And she calls
calls Damon over to come and help. And even Damon, who understands the context, is like, oh, you should have called Stefan. And Elena's like, no, I'm not speaking to him right now because he has all these secrets and lies.
And it's like, babe, you've stabbed your brother. I think this warrants maybe a little truce.
Damon's like, just call Stefan, because, you know, I know what I know, and you should just talk. And Elena's like, no, I can't trust Stefan right now. Stefan himself then shows up, and Damon's like, well, I already called Stefan.
So crazy to me.
And Stefan tries to offer his help, and Lena's like, no, I don't want your help. And he says, oh, but you'll accept Damon's. And she's like, don't make this about Damon.
But it is, though.
Which I'm like, but I mean, Elena...
It is, though. You really have to be like, is it that bad? Is this where we are?
Is this what we represent?
I don't know. Okay, I guess.
But yeah, that's the mood that she's in. So maybe that's why he thought, oh, I won't get through to her, because she's like, no, you've been working with Klaus and I don't want to talk to you or be around you at the moment. And then the next time he sees her, she stabs him in the stomach. So maybe that's why he felt the way he felt, I guess.
Sure.
But ultimately, Stefan enlists Caroline's help to offer Chris up as a sacrifice so that they can end the Hunter's curse and start Jeremy off on his Hunter's journey. But the last thing that happens... this is the episode it happens in. Stefan goes to the Gilbert house to speak to Elena. Damon has told Stefan that he told Elena about the cure at this point, because he was like, I have to explain to her why Stefan's been doing what he's been doing, which is actually nice. I do like that Damon has that moment with Elena where he's like, I saved you from your suicide by sunlight, but I have to admit that even though we're in a better place than you and Stefan right now, it's because you're upset that Stefan has been working to actually save you from this. So when Stefan speaks to Elena later on, she's like, hey, why did you send Damon to save me? And Stefan says, he's been able to get through to you in ways that I haven't been able to lately. You listen to Damon, you trust Damon, even when you can't trust me. And Elena says, I love you and I appreciate your efforts. I love how hard you wanted to find this cure for me, but this vampirism has changed things between Damon and me. And Stefan accepts the weight of the ship and is just like, yeah, I understand your feelings for Damon have been magnified by vampirism. And Lena's like, I'm sorry, I don't want to lie. And Stefan's like, hey, listen, in season 3, when I was on my Ripper arc, I understood why you fell for Damon. I practically drove you to it. But I can't do this anymore, Elena. And Lena's like, I know. And the two of them sit somberly on the porch as the Stelena ship slowly sinks. And that's technically the end.
That's the end. After hours and hours about talking about this relationship, it always feels so pitiful when we get to this point. And just be like, yeah, that was it, huh? That was the end.
They will dance around it and toy with us for another whole season, but this is the official end, and they are not back together again after this point.
Ever.
The next episode is My Brother's Keeper, which, it's the Miss Mystic Falls pageant. Stefan is in his post-breakup funk. Damon, when he finds out that they've broken up, tries to be, like, brotherly. And he's like, oh, let's just go, like, have a drink and, you know, commiserate. And Stefan's like, Damon, don't pretend this isn't the best day of your life.
Right.
Because
why are we acting?
He's trying.
No,
he's trying.
No, he is not. He is assuaging his own guilt. He's going, oh no, I broke them up and now I get the gyal. But that means my brother's sad and I kind of care about that now. So I feel icky. Maybe if I bro bond with him.
I mean, I guess there's no guarantee that he'd be getting Elena. I'm going to give it to him. I have to take the Damon moments where I can.
You can do that if you want. That's your prerogative. I don't owe him shit.
Caroline, like you, is still very much like, ew, Damon, how could that possibly be a viable love option for Elena?
Truly gonna sit here.
We have to find that cure and fix her immediately.
Now, I wouldn't agree with that, Caroline, because I don't think that's the issue.
To that end, Stefan's mission for this episode is that, okay, I gotta complete Jeremy's hunter mark. Klaus accosts him in the woods and makes it clear that that's what he must do. So Stefan takes a trip to a hospital and is like, let me find a lost cause to turn into a vampire that Jeremy can kill. And it's like, damn, Stefan.
It's no driving Elena off Wickery Bridge, but this is a relative low. This is a moment of desperation and disaster. It's not great.
He conveniently finds a convicted murderer who he compels to admit that, yes, I did do it.
That's something.
And I have no regrets, only that I got caught. And Stefan's like, cool, you'll do. Feeds him his blood and kills him. He summons Jeremy to the Lockwood cellar and is like, hey, Jeremy, got a present for you. I've got a vampire here that you can kill. And Jeremy's like, what? What are you doing, bruh? This is crazy. And he's like, listen, do you want to fix Elena? I mean, save Elena and, you know, stop her from being this deadly vampire that's causing so much trouble? Then you got to complete your mark, and that means killing vampires. I've got a guy here, grabs Jeremy, cuts open his hand and forces his blood into this man's mouth to complete his transition.
Yeah.
Then holds the man back with some chains and is like, come on, Jeremy, do it right now or I'll let him go and then you can fight him for real.
Yeah.
And it's like, geez, Stefan, this is not your best day, hey?
It's not. And I, on any other day, would make a case for this just being like, this isn't Stefan behavior, period. But I don't have the energy today to argue character assassination. What will it get me? You know? Where will that put us?
It's post-breakup. He has told Caroline that, hey, I'm even spiraling with bloodlust right now. Or I might be if I don't, like, sublimate with a workout routine in the woods. So...
Sure. You know? Heartbreak puts us in strange places.
Stefan goes to Jeremy and is like, hey, you know, I can't see the tattoo, so how much did it grow? And Jeremy's like, actually, I'm not going to tell you because you have now awakened my hunter instincts and I'm distrusting of vampires. And Stefan's like, tell me or I'll make you tell me because I can compel people and control minds. Jeremy refuses again and Stefan tries to compel him and realizes that Jeremy is now immune to compulsion. Jeremy stakes him non-lethally in the stomach and leaves him bleeding on the ground.
It's just not a thing he'd do, but fine, it's cool.
He's not okay right now. He's having a bad day.
All right.
He's also got heightened emotions.
Yeah.
Jeremy attacks Elena at the pageant, and Stefan has to help save her, and then...
reveal
Matt
that he's the one who caused
Jeremy
this.
away. Yeah, Elena's not happy about that. And then she's like, listen, if finding the cure is going to put Jeremy in danger, then we can forget about it.
Fair.
The old Elena died when I went off that bridge, Stefan. This is the new me, and you need to let the old one go, because this is who I am now. And then she moves into his house, because she can't live with Jeremy any longer. I don't know why she didn't go move into Caroline's house.
Yes, you
That is her
do.
childhood friend. Liz Forbes wouldn't mind. She could go live at Bonnie's house, since Bonnie barely has any family members. But no, she has to move into Shea Salvatore.
We all know why. We all know why Stefan's brother couldn't wait like a week before shagging his brother's girlfriend. We're not going to pretend and dance around the question here. Is that this is what we all wanted, right? This is what we all were cheering for.
Stefan is like, I'm not willing to live with my ex and my brother that she's falling for, so I'm going to head out. And he goes to speak to Caroline, and he's like, listen, Elena's right. I need to let her go. And Caroline's like, no, I'm still Team Stelena. Don't give up. And Stefan's like, she looked me in the eye and man told me to move on. But hey, I have to find the cure either way because Klaus has ordered me to. And then Caroline's like, oh, speaking of Klaus, I just had a light bulb moment. I think Elena is sired to Damon. Dum dum dum. We're into Sandile's least favorite arc of this entire show.
Sank in my heart and soul to think we now need to delve into the sire bond after all this shit has happened.
It's largely Elena and Damon nonsense, so I'll speed through the Stefan side of things.
Yeah.
Like episode 8, for instance, we'll always have Bourbon Street. Stefan's like, hey, the sire bond might not have turned Elena into the same kind of mind slave that Klaus's hybrids were. And Caroline's like, hey, I'll talk to Tyler and get more info. Stefan comes over to Shea Salvatore just as Elena is leaving after her night and morning of passion with Damon. It's super awkward, but they don't really speak much. And then Stefan's like, hey, Damon, Elena's sire. And Damon's like, what? No. Stops just short of telling Stefan that he's just bitter and making up lies.
Right.
But to prove he's right, Stefan is like, hey, okay, tell Elena to drink from a blood bag and see if it takes this time. Make sure she knows how happy it'd make you and that it's what you want. And Damon's like, fine, I'll do it. And when it doesn't work, I want a big fat apology from you.
Okay.
Damon goes to the high school and asks Elena to try drinking from a blood bag, and surprise, surprise, it works. So Damon now knows she's sired. Will that affect the story in any way? Not the ways you'd hope.
You would think when we come to the conclusion that the reason all of this shit has happened is because Damon has mind control over Elena, that maybe we would stop in place, look back and go, hey, let's all discuss how none of that shit actually means anything, right? Right?
Except that's Damon's personal struggle that he's now worried about in his own mind. Caroline calls Stefan and is like, yeah, so Tyler says that the mechanics of the sire bond are such and such, werewolf suffering, hybrid gratitude. There is no vampire equivalent, as far as we know. So then Stefan goes to Shea Salvatore and Damon's like, okay, you were right, the sire bond's real. Let's go to New Orleans because I had a vampire lover who was sired to me when I lived there in the 40s. And I think maybe I can figure out how to undo the sire bond with the help of a witch that I knew. I don't know why he thinks she'd be alive, but I guess they met Gloria. So.
You know, why not? He knows one black woman who was 100 years old. Why not all of them?
So they go to New Orleans, and Stefan and Damon bicker about the Delena drama, and Stefan hurts Damon's feelings when he suggests that if not for the sire bond, Elena could not possibly be so blind to how bad Damon is.
Which I don't think is true. She's been blind to how bad Damon is for some time prior. So I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
What Damon says is, oh, you think without the sire bond, she wouldn't have picked me? And then Stefan is like, well, no, I just think that without the sire bond, she couldn't look past all of this and then pick you.
Fair. Point taken.
We have a flashback to the 40s. Lexi had finally gotten him out of his Ripper fugue by the 1940s. And she was like, okay, Stefan, time to mend fences with your brother Damon as part of your rehab. So Stefan finds Damon in New Orleans and they rekindle their brotherly bond to the point that Damon even agreed to join Stefan on the front lines of the war effort. However, when Stefan stepped away, Lexi was like, you still need to keep your distance from Stefan because you are a bad influence on him. Case in point, Charlotte, Damon's little little sire girl, comes over at that point with a dead and drained body that she's been feeding off of and dumps it in front of them, triggering Stefan and making him be like, okay, I have to leave. Charlotte is still very clearly sired to Damon. Damon had been tricked by this witch whose name is Valerie. I hadn't realized.
That's great. I did not know her name.
He calls her
also.
Val mostly, but her name is Valerie, who had tricked him into doing some sacrifices, claiming that it would give her the power to break his sire bond with Charlotte. They run into Val's daughter, Nandi,
Queen,
who has been keeping herself relatively young with magic. All she does is tell them that the sire bond is formed when a vampire who is genuinely in love with the vampire who turns them gets that feeling heightened and twisted, and the only way to end it from vampire to vampire is to tell them to go away and get over you. Yeah, Damon, do that.
Will he? I guess we'll see.
Stefan is immediately like, well, I don't think Damon's gonna do that. Damon's like, well, you don't know me as well as you think you do, Stefan. I can be selfless. And we get a flashback to the 40s where Lexi's like, yeah, Damon, you absolutely cannot go off to the war effort with Stefan. I know you murdered 12 people the other day for some witch. And when you bring that violence and bloodshed around Stefan, you will throw him off his game. Stefan will want to know how you manage to be this way and still cope. And he will try your methods, and he will fail again like he did in 1912, and he will become a Ripper again, and then you'll just step away because you're useless.
Right. Because you can't be bothered to deal with that shit, right?
So in the present, Damon has just finished telling Stefan all this, and Stefan's like, my brother made a sacrifice? I thought you just stood me up. I was there at the train station waiting like a fool, and you never came through. You can be selfless. At the end of the episode, he speaks to Caroline, and Caroline's like, hey, I'm sorry for spilling the beans about the sire bond to Elena. And Stefan's like, no, it's okay. I think Damon will do what he needs to do to free her from it. And Caroline's like, Damon! And Stefan's like, yeah, I trust him to do the right thing because I think he loves Elena as much as I do.
Oh,
Lol.
honey.
Episode 9. It's Christmas time. Stefan speaks to Klaus and is like, we need to find that cure because my ex-girlfriend is sire to my brother. And Klaus is like, I've done my part. I've got the sword. You guys need to complete the hunter's mark. And then Stefan's like, okay, how do I even know you have the sword? Klaus is like, okay, let me go to my safe. Here's the sword. You use the hilt to decipher the hunter's mark and it gives you a map to the cure. And Stefan's like, you revealed to me the location of the sword. Now I can come back and steal it later. Klaus wasn't born yesterday though, so I guess after Stefan leaves, he hides it somewhere else.
Right.
Meanwhile, Shane, Bonnie, Damon, and Elena spend the day trying to reprogram Jeremy's hunter instincts at the Gilbert Lake house. Caroline calls Stefan in a panic about Tyler's plan to get rid of Klaus by trapping him in cement after they've body jumped him into Tyler. And she's surprised that Stefan is back at Chez Salvatore. And Stefan's like, no, I'm here because Elena's not here. Jeremy and co have been taken by Damon to the Gilbert Lake house, so I guess Elena went home because it's safe for her to be there. And Caroline's like, oh, okay. Okay, sure, yeah. And Stefan is like, I know that Klaus has the sword, but I don't know where it is. I can't find it. And Caroline's like, okay, you need to find it by the end of day because Klaus is going to be gone after that thanks to Tyler's plan. Stefan calls Damon and is like, oh, do you know where Elena is right now, by the way? He avoids admitting that she's with him at the lake house.
Wild.
But technically doesn't tell a direct lie because he says she's running around trying to figure out how to reprogram Jeremy, which is technically what she's doing at the lake house.
I don't know where to start, so I won't. I'm walking past it.
Stefan is like, oh, how did Elena take it when you told her she had to stay away from you to break the sire bond? Assuming that when Damon told her that, he then instructed her to stay away from him to break the sire bond. Damon's like, she didn't take it well, which is also the truth. But he doesn't elaborate that he didn't actually order her to stay away. Thus, Stefan has been deceived. Stefan meets up with Caroline and is like, hey, couldn't find the sword. Sorry. Tell Tyler to call off his plan. Tyler himself shows up and is like, Caroline, I asked you to keep one secret for me. And then Stefan's like, don't be angry at Caroline for blabbing your secret plan. I just need you to postpone the plan just a little while because Klaus has info we need. Which is kind of crazy since they had no intention of asking Klaus where the sword was.
No,
they just
Klaus
wanted to
is
steal
not
it.
involved at all in anything. It feels silly, this conceit of like, what changes about what you were planning if Klaus is buried in concrete? Encase Klaus and then spent however long we need to find the sword in his non-infinite number of holdings. And with his hybrids who do all his work
also,
for him.
if it's technically Klaus's property, locator spell.
Right.
You're gonna have his
We have
empty shell of a
magic.
body. Bonnie's getting her magic back.
Even if it's not Bonnie, which you're right, she has expression now, we can go back to Nandi and pay her an actual price instead of trying to strong-arm her. Because witches do business.
Anyway, Tyler's like, no, we're not postponing our plan. Stefan tries to get forceful, but the rest of Tyler's pack shows up. So they take Stefan and Caroline to the Lockwood cellar to jail them until Klaus is dealt with. Later on, Damon calls Stefan to say, hey, actually, we don't need the sword after all because shady Professor Shane knows how to decipher the hunter's mark himself. So Stefan tells the hybrids and Caroline, because Tyler is left by this point, that, hey, actually, Team Mystic Falls Vamps won't be needing Klaus after all, so you can do what you're gonna do. Damon tells Elena he feels guilty for lying to Stefan all day, and he's like, hey, I was supposed to do right by you and do the right thing by Stefan. So despite her protests, he's like, I want you to leave, and invokes the sire bond to force her to obey.
Now, do you know what that isn't? Telling Elena to forget him and move on with her life like he was told. That's all.
Stefan then speaks to Caroline at the end of the episode, and he's like, Yeah, I felt kind of bad watching Klaus get led away to the slaughter today. Despite all the awful things Klaus has done, our team has also done awful things. So I guess the only thing that makes us better than the Michelsons is that we have family we can trust. And Caroline's like, yeah, trust is everything. Has Damon told you where Elena was all day? And Stefan's like, huh? And she's like, yeah, Elena was with Damon at the lake house. And Stefan's like, oh, so he didn't release her. So they're like still together. And Caroline's like, yeah. And he's like, Caroline, how together are they? And then her face just tells the whole story. And he's like, oh, they're like fully and physically involved. I see.
I don't know how you ever engage with this person again. I don't know how this happens and you go, yeah, that's still somebody I want to speak to or know ever in my life as your brother. But that's just me, I guess.
I mean, Damon has a long list of sins. Maybe he's become desensitized to it at this point.
I mean, yeah.
Then we go into after school special. Suffice to say, Rebecca is being a true menace.
Bless. Good for her.
Kidnaps everyone, because by this point she's been undaggered by April. Tyler, Caroline, Elena, and Stefan. But before Tyler gets there, she forces them all to reveal the drama that she's missed out on, forces Elena to admit that apparently Stefan doesn't seem to like her the way she is. Now he looks at her like she's this broken toy, something that needs to be fixed. Which, I'm like, in the broadest sense, maybe, but only in the sense that, you know, like, if someone is having mental health issues, like struggling with depression or something, you'd be like, yeah, let's get you therapy. Not like, oh, you're broken and worthless and I don't like you the way you are. Like, you're really flavoring it in the wrong way.
Or again, if someone's being mind controlled by the person they're in love with. And nobody's acting normal about it.
I'm like, you're not doing okay and he just wants to help you. You were struggling with vampirism and being led to feed off one of your best friends.
Right.
Because Damon made you think that you couldn't cope normally. And Stefan's just like, I want to help. You even know about the cure now. And you're the one who said you never wanted to be a vampire. So why is Stefan now the bad guy for apparently perceiving you as wrong in this status that you now exist?
It's so weird and transparent. We spoke about it at length that, like, there's something here. There was a version of this that might have made sense if the setups were contra to what they're trying to do here. And if the absolute just shit show of the Sire bond was just nowhere in the storyline. I so wish they had not done this, because it's stupid. It's silly, frankly, that we are here.
Yeah.
And for whatever else, I appreciate that in this episode, it's this episode and I think a little bit in the next one, that Stefan gets to get nasty. Stefan at no point, when he's in his right mind, is he ever, like, spiteful or uncharitable, because that's just not who he is. And at a certain point, it just becomes, I think I said in the last session, he's too fair sometimes. A lot of the time, he's just, like, way too generous when he's being put in a very, very uncomfortable and gross position. And in this era, when he's like, no, actually, screw this, actually. Like, why am I dancing on eggshells around people who have no care or concern about the things that I'm trying to be concerned about, right? It's just so frustrating.
And after Rebecca, and she's largely doing it because she's bitter at Stefan for her own reasons, crushes him by getting Elena under compulsion to admit that, yes, I still love Stefan, but I am no longer in love with Stefan.
What do you do after that, huh? What do you do?
She sends Tyler off to bite them all, chase them down, and when that fails, she's like, hey, Stefan, I could compel away your memories of Elena, make you forget all about this heartache. And Elena's like, no, that's crazy. And Stefan's like, do it. And then Rebecca's like, no, psych, I just wanted you to admit that that's what you wanted, so that Elena could also leave this situation feeling offended. I won't make you forget her the way Klaus made you forget me. So that's where we leave Stelena.
I don't understand.
It's so bad. And I'm like, now we've said things that we can't really take back. He's essentially been like, I would be happier just feeling like I'd never known you.
Which, fair. Again, I don't see how else you're supposed to respond to, you said it before, your girlfriend going, the guy I always told you never to worry about, yeah, actually, I want to bang him now. Goodbye. And then learning that she's being mind controlled, and when you protest this, her saying, no, I'm not being mind controlled, I love him. What are you supposed to do? I don't care that I'm being my control. It's true love to me, so you need to get wrecked. What do you do after that, huh? Somebody tell me.
As you say, Stefan decides, you know what, actually, I'm in my selfish era now. I'm going to look
Screw
up
it.
for numero uno.
For once in my life.
This is when he decides to go to Rebecca and be like, hey, let's you and me work together to find this cure.
Screw your brother. Screw my brother.
I could maybe want it for myself even. Screw everyone else.
Right.
Then we begin our race to the cure arc. This is when they go into Shane's office to steal a headstone. They talk about their relationship history and get high. Rebecca's like, oh, Stefan, you're so moody and broody. You used to be so fun in the 1920s. And he's like, I had no emotions, Rebecca. I was a killer without humanity. And then she's like, no, Stefan.
That's not true.
You might have been all ripper, but you were far from emotionless. He didn't let himself care about anything, and that's why they were so good together. That's why the sex was so bomb. And Stefan says, no, the sex was good because you're crazy.
I said it once,
Which
I'll
is such
say it
a
again.
wild thing for Stefan to say.
Not something. We're in the rebound era. We're in the get high, get drunk, forget my old girl, this my new girl. It's a very, very gross, dark era for Stefan. It is not him. I need you all to accept in your hearts in this moment. He will get out of there.
I can accept that Stefan's mean boy side is coming out because he's jaded. And it's not like he's particularly fond of Rebecca. They just want some of
No,
the
I
things
agree.
right now. And he's like, I've been
I agree.
alienated by everyone else. Except, I guess, I don't know what Caroline's dealing with right now.
With Tyler.
Her Klaus ship.
Yeah,
So-
that's true. She's on a date with Klaus right now. It's not the energy I take issue with. It's the dialogue. It just doesn't sound like Stefan, even a little bit. Even in Stefan at his most snarky, it's just not him. The energy is absolutely correct for the time period he's in right now, and I love it.
Yeah, I think that's about it for Stefan in this episode. I don't think...
Well, it's the Elena show now, so from here on out,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of Stefan.
It's almost like the writers wanted to explore the possibility of, okay, if Stefan's not with Elena, now we can rekindle the Rebecca stuff, but they never actually commit to it. The next few episodes is just them being like friendly, and then that immediately dissipates after they get to the island.
Yeah, I think it was very much a rebound situation. I don't think they were pushing a romance. I think it was quite clear, hey, here's an ex from the Roaring 20s who has shown she will always be into Stefan regardless of what he's done.
I guess.
And he just needs to get his rocks off.
Yeah.
So
They do end up hooking up. So, next episode, View to a Kill, is the 1980s decade dance, which on the Stefan side of things, the dance gets cancelled. He's told to woo and distract Rebecca by just going to the dance, just the two of them anyway, because the plan is that they want to dagger Rebecca. Matt's going to do the daggering, so that they'll have one less thing to worry about when they murder Cole Michelson. Stefan then starts to feel guilty because he's like, oh, shame, can't do it. And thus, he's just chilling with Rebecca, I guess, when they get the phone call that Cole is dead. Stefan's like, I was aware that this was happening, but the reason I did this is because I want to find the cure for myself, and I also want you to find the cure for you. You know, so that you can have everything you want out of this human life that I think you deserve and I think could finally make you happy. Into the Wild is the next episode where they go to the island off the coast of Nova Scotia. Stefan spends this episode being buddy-buddy with Rebecca and trying to stop her and Elena from bickering.
around this time, there's a lot of Elena kind of jabbing at Stefan, being like, are you trying to make me jealous? Like, what's happening with Rebecca? You know everything she's done, and it's like, girl,
At which point I'm like, I don't think...
I'm sorry, it's not about
I don't
you.
think when you've moved on from your ex with his boyfriend that you have the right to be telling people who they shouldn't sleep with.
Primarily, exactly that.
She's like, Stefan,
And-
you remember
and-
how she killed me and Alaric by extension? And it's like, if I was Stefan, I'd be
Yeah,
like,
remember when Damon killed your brother?
yes, actually.
Remember
I'd be
how Damon killed
how
my
Damon
best
killed
friend?
Lexi, and also how he killed your brother Jeremy, and also how he killed Vicky, your brother's girlfriend.
Shall I step in with you into that glass house that you're shouting from? I don't know, babe. Very bizarre energy coming from Elena in this era. When she's asserted that she's like, no, I'm no longer in love with Stefan. So why you bothered? Why you bothered, babe? Hate it. Hate all this shit.
Yeah. I don't think anything else that really happens that's Stefan-centric. He's kind of just a plot in other
Stefan's not instrumental in this era.
people's stories. The tombstone goes missing and Rebecca freaks out. Yeah, that's about it. Next episode.
Yeah.
Gosh, this middle era is really just like, it's the Elena show, so Stefan has nothing to do.
Right. And will you be surprised? Season 5, same situation. We roll right into it. Stefan's basically not there for 3 episodes.
Down the Rabbit Hole, which is episode 14, is when they actually go into Silas's tomb. I think for the most part, Stefan and Bex are on the outside. Caroline and Tyler in the B-plot back in Mystic Falls, and Klaus have deciphered what exactly the narrative of this cure and all of that nonsense is. They do this while they're on the phone with Rebecca, Stefan, and Elena. And Klaus is like, oh, there's only one dose. Stefan is like, oh, damn. He hangs up quickly, but Rebecca's already hurt. And he's like, there's only one cure. I mean, I'm not with Elena anymore, but... you know, she's still the main character, so...
I mean, it's still Stefan at the end of the day. Even if... That's the thing that pisses me off about this whole season 2, is that not on the tail end of finally him going, actually screw everybody. In the middle of that, he goes, no, I still have to get this for Elena.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, they don't deserve this, man. Y'all don't deserve.
Rebecca can see that. She's like, yeah, if you are the one to get the one dose, you're not even going to be selfish and take it for you. You're going to give it to Elena, aren't you? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, well, I'm sorry it couldn't work out the way we all wanted it to. Snaps his neck and throws him off a cliff.
Very fair.
Elena's already jumped down the cliff at this point. Yeah, I think Stefan is out of it for a while until he revives.
He's the one to find Elena having been encountered by somebody in the caves that we didn't see. And when he finds her, she's injured and shaken.
We, the audience, are like, wait, but we just saw Elena with Jeremy in the actual tomb. And she's like, Stefan, she's here. And that's when we realize that Catherine is back. Catherine lets Silas kill Jeremy at the end of that episode. So then we go into Stand By Me, which is, a grueling episode. Now, this is, given how we've been treating the whole, who's better at dealing with Elena and handling her and getting through to her, this is an interesting episode. Jeremy is dead.
Yes.
Although Elena initially believes that, no, he's got his ring, so he'll wake up. Bonnie is missing. By the time the rest of the group got to the cave to find Jeremy's corpse, Bonnie had disappeared. Stefan, Elena, and Jeremy's corpse go back home, where they meet up with Dr. Fell and Caroline, and they're like, Damon had to remain on the island to look for Bonnie because we couldn't, just leave Elena's bestie not there, and we might need her in terms of another magical loophole. And I'm like, but if Elena is dealing with this crushing loss, or might potentially deal with it, why is Damon, her boyfriend at this point, not with her? Why couldn't Stefan stay behind and find Bonnie? What is it about Damon that requires him to look for Bonnie?
Because now that we're in Delena territory, we need to now fashion a connection between Damon and Elena's best friend, quite literally out of thin air, right? Because this is the episode where Caroline's like, why would Damon spend all the time finding Bonnie? I guess for Elena. Elena's like, I think Damon actually kind of loves her. And it's like, Y'all have lied about a lot in the show. This one's crazy even for y'all. You're gonna tell me to my face that Damon loves Bonnie like a sister, like a best friend. Why? Because he's dating Elena now.
And I guess between seasons, Bonnie forgave him for turning her mother into a vampire. Because she ended off season 3 still pretty upset about that. And now all of a sudden, it's like, bygone.
I'm fairly certain the first time Damon and Bonnie speak this season is the lake house, when Jeremy's getting deprogrammed. I think that's the first time those characters see each other.
They go to college together when Elena's gonna go do her blood drinking training and Bonnie's gonna go speak to Shane.
Oh, when she tells Elena, I don't want to leave you alone with Damon because that man as a vampire disgusts me. And then she calls him out for that shit when she comes back to find them covered in other people's blood. Love, friendship, growth.
It's a lot, but on Stefan's side of things, he speaks to Meredith Fell and Caroline, and they're like, I don't think Jeremy's going to revive because he's a hunter and that makes him supernatural. That would mean that the Gilbert ring wouldn't work on him. Elena's not going to handle this well. And then suddenly it becomes a thing of, okay, we need to get Damon back here as soon as possible and also find Bonnie. And I was like, well, now to create drama, you've kept Damon away just to now bring up again that he's apparently the best fix for any emotional distress she'll go through. And I'm like, you're boring me. This is tiring. Eventually, Stefan has to phone Damon and is like, listen, Jeremy is deader than disco. I think you need to get back here. We haven't been able to locate Bonnie. However, thankfully, Damon does manage to find Bonnie in the 11th hour. So they do come back together.
Bonnie finds him.
Yes, Bonnie finds him.
Let's not give him any more credit than he's being afforded for free, I think.
They do get back to Mystic Falls, but Bonnie doesn't actually come back to Elena's house for whatever reason. Matt drops her off at her home, and then Damon is there with Stefan and Caroline when Elena has that famous breakdown when she realizes and accepts that Jeremy is dead, and she has lost all her family, and she cannot handle the crushing grief that vampire heightened emotions are making her experience. And then it's Stefan who turns to Damon, and I don't know what Stefan's intention was. I'm not blaming you, Stefan. I just don't know what your intentions were when you turned to Damon and you said, help her. Maybe he was thinking, you've been able to get through to her in ways I can't.
Right. Maybe tell her it's gonna be okay. Maybe give her a hug. Maybe console her. Anything other than tell her to turn off her emotions. I don't think that's what Stefan was going for. I know maybe that's a stretch, but I'm gonna make that assumption on his behalf that that's not what he was telling Damon to do.
He says, turn it off. And Stefan's like, what? No. And Damon's like, shh. Turn off your emotions. It'll all go away. You'll be fine. I guess he's like, put a pin in this and you can grieve later on because the emotions will always have to come back at some point. And so Elena switches off her humanity. And then she still burns down the house anyway, which is what she was going to do when she was distraught. Yeah, but now she's like, no, it's pragmatic. It's practical. We need a cover story.
Then it's the no humanity era for Elena, I guess.
Elena spends the first bit of this era being a pain in the neck for Stefan and Damon. Stefan is very much like, I know you're grieving. I know it hurts, but you gotta let those feelings in. And I'm like, Stefan, I don't know why you thought after she turned off these feelings to avoid them, she was gonna switch them on like the next day. Like, that's...
I mean, you've got to start. The alternative is just sitting there and letting this happen.
I guess. But Elena's like, no, I'm actually super chilled. I don't care about anything right now. She flirts with Stefan, does her cheerleading stretches, putting her leg all the way up on his shoulder. Stefan's like, okay, let's just all relax now, Elena. So Damon does take Elena back to Chez Salvatore. And then they go on the road trip to New York.
Right.
Because the Night, episode 17. This is mainly Stefan, Klaus, and Caroline trying to figure out where the final point in the expression triangle is going to be. Wow, this is crazy. On to episode 18.
American Gothic.
American Gothic.
Which, again, is not his episode, right? It's the girlies. It's Damon and Rebecca. It's Elijah and Catherine.
I think the only thing is him bickering with Damon, and when Damon fails to stop Rebecca from getting the cure, what he thought was the cure, Stefan's like, I arrived just in time to see you fail to stop Rebecca from downing this. Did you secretly want her to take it so Elena wouldn't be human again? Because now in this era, Stefan and Damon, to varying degrees, might believe that if Elena takes the cure, she'll go back to her Team Stefan factory settings, as Damon once said.
I don't. We got into that in part 4 of the Elena episode as to the implications of that, especially in season 6 when Elena does take the cure. So go back to that for that, because there's some crazy implications to this. At the end of this episode is where Elena sits them down in the diner, because the whole time they've been trying to get the cure.
Sit down.
And she's like, listen, my baby girls, y'all have been operating under the assumption that as y'all try and find the cure and parade me around like I'm a stupid little girl, that I'm just going to go quiet. That's not gonna happen. And to prove that, I will snap this waitress's spine, much like Catherine did in season 2.
She tries to be reasonable. She does say, I'm not taking the cure. If you try and force it on me, there will be consequences, there will be violence, there will be bloodshed. And they're like, oh, Elena, you don't mean that. Come on. Stefan is like, listen, I know what you're going through. I turned off my emotions and you refused to give up on me. Let me reciprocate. Elena's like, okay, I'm clearly not making my point. Stands up, murders a waitress in cold blood in front of them, and then walks out.
Again, my girl knows how to send a message. Next is prom.
Pictures of you.
It's probably not prom, but I'm always going to say it's prom. It's a dance that's happening.
It is prom. It is. This one is prom.
I got one.
At long last. It's not a decade dance.
Right.
We do get some fun scenes this episode, which will turn out to be a foreshadowing, I guess, of Silas running around impersonating people. he pretends to be Stefan and attacks Damon. Later on, we find that Stefan has also been attacked, and Damon is like, oh, let me guess, an incredibly handsome guy who claimed to be me showed up and ambushed you. However, they are walking on eggshells around Elena now because, Stefan actually values human life and is like, no, I don't. I'd love to see what would have happened if Stefan hadn't been a part of this equation. Would Damon have given a damn that Elena's threatening to kill people?
I don't think so.
Or would he have said, no skin off my nose?
I honestly don't think he'd care. Why would he? No part of his ethos or his ideology about vampirism would lead him to care. Even if it's caring about Elena's state of being beyond this, as far as he's concerned, this is necessary as part of the process of becoming a vampire. So I don't think he'd care.
That's true. He's like, she's just teething. It's a painful process, but it's beautiful and natural. Who was Elena's date to prom? Does she go with anyone?
Stefan.
Oh, so Stefan is her date.
He shows up with flowers and she's like, I don't need a babysitter. And he's like, no, we're just gonna hang out. But he is definitely watching her.
He tries to get all flirty with her on the dance floor. He's like, you don't feel anything when I touch you like this with my fingertips or my lips? And she's like, no, I'm actually kind of irritated.
Yeah.
And then she's like, listen, Stefan, like, I remember being attracted to you. I remember sex with you being great, but I just look at you and I'm like, there's no love there.
Yeah.
And I don't want there to be. She attacks Bonnie because Bonnie wins prom queen,
right?
Which is what Rebecca wanted for herself. And I guess Elena is Rebecca's friend now.
And then Bonnie leaves, and then Elena tries to attack her again, and Bonnie whacks her a second time. And then I think Stefan snatches her up at the end, because that's when they go and lock her up in the Salvatore cellar.
And then we begin the detoxing era.
Yup.
In episode 21, She's Come Undone, Damon and Stefan spend most of the time torturing Elena, trying to get through to her, trying to get her to feel emotions of resentment, fear, anger towards her captors so that they can be like, see, that's humanity. You can let in the negative feelings first, as vampires often do, and then let in the positive ones. Elena, however, she is hilariously unreceptive.
Yeah, she's like, nothing you actually do is gonna hurt me or kill me because y'all don't want that. Y'all don't have the spine to actually harm me in a lethal way, so I'm safe.
So eventually Stefan and Damon are like, I guess we don't scare her. Let's call Catherine, who's around for whatever reason. I don't know why she's still in town, considering Elijah has left. Let's get someone who we know will really cause her pain and like it, who's a real threat. So Catherine shows up and tortures Elena for a little bit. Then she gets bored and unleashes her into the world because she's like, actually, I want Elena to do something awful she'll regret. It's eventually Damon who has the idea to pretend to kill Matt in front of Elena to trigger her humanity switch. Elena's emotions come flooding back in, and she goes right back to being devastated. Stefan's like, yeah, I understand how you're feeling right now. I've been through this 1,000 times and more. Focus on an emotion you can handle and hold on to that. And she's like, Catherine got my brother killed. She did a lot of other nonsense that led to a lot of death and destruction in this town. So the thing I'm focusing on now is how much I want her dead. Next is The Walking Dead.
You brought up too that like when Jeremy died, Stefan's the one with her, like making sure she's okay and Damon's off elsewhere. In this episode where she spends a lot of time like $1 Million Baby practicing for her square up with Catherine, it's Stefan there with her trying to like tell her why this isn't a great idea through like, hey, let's actually assess what we're feeling and sit in it and figure out why we should maybe divert our energy another way. And even when it gets to a point in the episode where she does catch up to Catherine and get a shot at trying to kill her, it's Stefan there to pull her from the brink because it almost kills Bonnie, who has linked them together for like plot reasons, magic reasons that have to do with Silas. It's like, hey, do you see where vengeance has led you? Do you see what the consequences could have been because you're so singularly blinded by hate? It's Stefan the whole way through this episode.
Even though she briefly accuses him of still being in love with Catherine. She's like, why would you save her? You still have feelings for her, Stefan? And I'm like, Elena, you sound crazy. If I was Stefan, I would have summoned up that mean boy energy from earlier in the season. I would have been like, Elena, unlike you, I don't fall in love with my abusers. So... Like, how dare you say, do I still have feelings for Catherine?
But he's kinder than that. He's more pathetic than that. He decenters himself and he goes,
I know
she's going through some
he would
shit.
never say something like that.
No.
He would never throw Damon's evil back in Elena's face. Largely because he's a good person, but also because the story wants you to forget about all the stuff that Damon has done that has directly harmed Elena in the past.
Certainly. At the end, because he talks Elena down from the ledge, the expression triangle has been up for a bit. Jeremy came back. Who else comes back in this sort of triangle?
A bunch of past villains, also Alaric.
Rick comes back, and then towards the end, Stefan tells Caroline that there's somebody he wishes he was going to see.
Yes. His new Lexi, at least at this point.
And then Lexi walks into the Mystic Girl and is like, oh, I forget what she says, but it's something really cute. And it's like, oh, finally, because this is the first time they've seen. The last time they saw each other, his humanity was off. So he truly blew that chance to reunite with her in death. So this is the first, like, good and proper moment. It's so sweet.
It is nice that she comes back. Once again, we're left wishing that she had not been killed for silly reasons.
Yeah.
She would have been a great character to have around. Not as a mainstay, but as like someone who would pop in every now and then.
Oh, at the end of this episode, because they leave the grill, because Lexi thanks Caroline for keeping an eye on him. Then they leave the grill, and Lexi tells him, see, there's another blonde one now. And Stefan's like, what? And
Oh,
she's like,
yes! She's like, you replaced me with another blonde. And he's like, what's that look? And she's like,
she's cute.
she's cute. Like, don't start.
Stefan says, don't start. And it's like, oh, okay. Okay, I see. A seed.
I guess the seed had already been planted. Congratulations to you, Sandile.
Do you think I'm winning at the end of season 4? Don't paint me in this light.
Listen, you have something. You have something that will eventually make you happy for a time at least until season 8
Until
finale.
season 7. This is a disaster show for me. This was a sweet moment. I didn't recognize the seed. As we said in the Caroline episode, the seed for me was that Traveler episode, which we'll discuss soon, where they're sitting in the back of the truck. At this point, devastating, because we're about to get into graduation where it all ends.
Oh, the season 4 finale, episode 23. Stefan and Lexi are just like partying in the grill. Damon shows up and it's nice that Lexi gets to like slam him against the wall and be like, oh, you, the one who killed me and could never take me in an actual fight. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm here enjoying my limited time with Stefan until I have to go back to purgatory.
It's a lot of talk with Lexi about Elena and how she feels like, oh, he's giving up. But yeah, Stefan graduates along with all his friends.
For like the umpteenth time.
Yeah, it's like not hugely important to him, but he likes that like everybody's graduating together. He's like, let's not focus on like the dire shit that's going on in the background. The best thing we can do is focus on the joy, which is a very Stefan thing to do.
We get a brief flashback in Elena's final scene, second last scene, where we see that Elena said, hey, I'm actually kind of okay with being a vampire all of a sudden. I think that you should take the cure, Stefan.
Because I'm choosing Damon, and that's my happiness. So this cure
I'm
should
choosing
be
Damon,
yours.
and you should at least get to be a human. And Stefan's like, ultimately, my main motivation for finding this cure was for you, so that you would get to live the human life that you wanted to live. Even if that wasn't with me, I'm fine being a vampire, so I don't actually want this cure. You can keep it for yourself, which is why the cure is on Elena's person when Catherine attacks her and she's able to shove it in her mouth and turn her human.
And, of course, when the dire shit is dealt with, again, he's the one who has to go bury Silas's body. But nobody knows that Bonnie's died.
It's because Elena has chosen Damon that Stefan's like, yeah, I'll be the one to take Silas out of town, dump his body in the safe in the quarry, and then I'm going to keep driving because remember at the end of season 3, Damon, we were like, whoever doesn't get picked is leaving. I'm going to honor that deal even though I've now lost after the fact, even though I was technically picked and contractually I would have fulfilled my obligation. But they do have that conversation, which I guess is the denouement to Stelena. If they didn't string us along in season 5 with that faded doppelganger nonsense, this is the denouement of Stelena, where Lexi's like, listen, Elena was your epic love, but you can have more than one. I don't know what the plan, I know what the plan was. The plan was eventually to have Elena circle back to Stefan. But I guess just this thing of like, oh, Stefan can love another was just their way of being like, it's the CW. We are going to try pairing him up with some other people. I hope you guys can be receptive to that because we're not going to spend the entire Delena era with Stefan just being bitter and pining after her, because that's a Damon thing to do.
Right.
And that's more fun when you haven't gotten your chance. Stefan's gotten his chance, so we're going to let him move
After
on.
the fact it's just not cute.
He finds that the petrified remains of Silas are hollow, and he's like, wait, what? Then the real Silas shows up and is like, surprise, bitch. Bet you thought she'd seen the last of me, wearing Paul Wesley's face. Stefan is like, show me your true face, you imposter. And Silas is like, girl, this is my true face. You see, I'm an immortal. Being immortal triggered a series of doppelgangers who all have my face and die in my place to assuage nature's need for me to be killable. You are one of my doppelgangers. And he says, hello, my shadow self, which is a term they hadn't often used, but that Catherine had been using increasingly frequently toward the end of
They were setting
season
it up.
4.
They were plotting
They were setting this up. Silas shoves Stefan into this safe, throws it off the cliff, and Stefan lands in the quarry and proceeds to spend the break between seasons 4 and 5 drowning over and over and over again. That's where Stefan ends out as Elena and Damon run into each other's arms and begin their summer of love.
It's really so quintessential to what this dynamic becomes in season 4, and then frankly going to the end of the show, is that there are Damon and Elena and their summer of love, and there's Stefan drowning in a quarry by the safe. Yeah, as you said, season 4, beginning of the end. Middling, honestly, there are worse seasons. It's just,
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. And we're going into it.
we're going into it. Regarding the main romance, absolute shit show. A lot of nonsense, a lot of cobbled together zombie parts to put together something that, even in its pale imitation of a logical conclusion, is insufficient. But, you know, it had the support of everybody and their mother. So here we are now.
I was, as I've said many times, not a Delena shipper, but I did want Elena to have her time with Damon. I fully expected that to happen, so when it happened, I wasn't devastated. I didn't know it was going to be Endgame, or I would have been. I would not have wanted it to happen this way.
This way?
The Sire Bond
It's
muddies
crazy.
things too much. Mind control being mixed with true love is already messy, but because of how TVD tends to handle its own lore, especially regarding the Sire Bond, even before when it was just a werewolf thing, it's too superpositional, it's too ephemeral and vague, so you're like, we don't really know what's happening here.
And I don't want to be like the ideal of fairness, right? Because what the hell does that ever mean? But it strikes me as odd that, and I guess it's consistent to Damon in the show, Damon makes no effort in this season whatsoever to do something different from what he's ever done before to win Elena's affection, right? It gets thrown into his lap because of mind control.
Yeah.
As we've stated many a time. And then when he's given the opportunity to undo the mind control so he can know for certain, he doesn't. And again, thrown into his lap the realization that when your humanity's turned off, it switches off the Sire Bond automatically. And so she just comes back fresh and clean and new, ready to fall into his arms with no selfless choice of something that was set up, right? As you described everything about him and Stefan in the 40s. They set him up to make the selfless choice, and he doesn't, and he wins anyway. And Stefan drowns in a quarry for 3 months, after having done pretty much 95% of everything this season right. Again, fairness be damned, right? Elena made the choice of who she wants and who she wants to be with. Again, post-mind control, but nobody cares about that clearly. It just strikes me as odd that that's narratively what we then said. That's our way forward, baby!
I find the idea of someone having to deal with the Sire Bond very interesting, even if it's in the messy waters of romance, still interesting. I truly am at a place, largely because, you know, you've made a pretty good argument, but also I've seen that I think the best thing to do was just to not have this be a Delena thing at all.
Take it
Maybe
out.
some other character could have explored that, because it becomes a thing of like, if you wanted to justify Elena choosing Damon, you had your justification by like episode 4 or 5.
Right.
It's that her emotions are heightened. She was already in love with Damon in season 6.
We
She
know
admitted
this.
that. But she picked Stefan because she's like, no matter how hard I fell for you, I never unfell for him. it's always going to be Stefan. I love him because I loved him first. Maybe if I'd met you first, things would have been differently. But now with the heightened feeling, she's like, oh, okay, now I can't just ignore them. And I didn't break up with Stefan. Stefan said to me, I don't want to be in a relationship with a girl who's also in love with my brother. I can't do this anymore.
You're in the clear.
You had it.
The only issue, right, because as you're describing it, I'm going, well, no, all the problems that push her into Damon's arms in the first place are because of the Sire bond. So,
yeah,
I guess maybe if you had her actually struggle for real, maybe if you had her genuinely struggle with vampirism instead of being mind controlled.
just be like, it's my heightened feelings. We'd already established how messy the heightened feelings can be for a new vampire.
Yes.
When we saw Vicky go through it, when we saw Caroline go through it, where it's like, I want to eat you, but I also want to be with you. Vicky gets violent and threatens to kill Elena if she keeps him away from Jeremy.
Right.
We understand. Like, you could have just had this be the thing. I also truly dislike how all of a sudden, as I've been saying, this season, it's like, oh no, Stefan could never love Elena as a vampire. And that's a large part of why she ends up with Damon, because he accepts her as she is. He says, I would love her either way. He starts off the season saying, I didn't used to get why you'd want to be human, but I get it now, and I'm truly sorry that Matt Donovan survived and you ended up a vampire, which you never wanted to be. Not because I have an issue with your vampirism, but because I know you have an issue with it. And once Elena ends the season being like, girl who's going to be okay, Damon's like, cool, then I'm happy too, and we're happy. Too bad Stefan could never love you this way.
Right, too bad
he looked at you like a broken toy that needed to be fixed.
Stefan, who looked at you and thought you were nothing now that you were a vampire, you were damaged goods. It's like, okay, well, as always, you have to take the dog out and shoot it to get the new one, right? That's the only way this show works.
Yeah.
God, you know what would have been interesting, maybe? And this is a thought that popped into my head now, and I don't know how I would fine-tune it so that all the nuance works. As we're saying, no Sire bond. Elena genuinely struggles. Because, yes, she is a Ripper also. Because, as we are constantly saying in the show, Elena is so goddamn compassionate. It's like that struggle with feeding on people turns her into a Ripper. Much like very early on, we were saying that's how Stefan became one. Okay, she's got the same genetic predisposition, absolutely. And it becomes a situation where at first Stefan feels, hey, I'm actually so well positioned to help you through it because I go through it myself. But as we know, Stefan struggles every day with that. And the toughest thing you could be in a situation as an addict is to be in a relationship with another addict. If both of you are fighting habits, who's helping who here? Unfortunately, that starts to break down because there's enablement going on. And for whatever reason, because it's Elena and not his brother, it's tragic that it would never have been for his brother, but for Elena, because he loves her so goddamn much. He finally gets his shit together in terms of trying to help somebody through being a Ripper and properly following Lexi's plan for once, right? Maybe because the baggage of failing Stefan throughout his life is not there anymore. Maybe because it's a new person who's a Ripper, now he can actually figure it out. And then Stefan, as he already does in the season, has Caroline in his corner to help him out. And then all this nonsense is out of the way, right? No mind control. No, oh, Stefan thinks his girlfriend, for whatever reason, is damaged goods now. It's just that as much as they love each other, they are now incompatible in a relationship because they're both Rippers. And that is the struggle that breaks down their relationship.
And then that could have been their motivation for the cure, rather than the Sire bond, which,
right,
yeah, largely exists as motivation for everyone else to want Elena to take the cure.
Because if Elena's a Ripper, then it's like, okay, maybe we should cure her because she's not gonna be able to deal with this shit. And we can't deal with it either.
And even the idea that, yeah, we're both Rippers, let's take the cure, we could be human together, which is also something that you wanted. I fully believe that Stefan would have given up his vampirism if Elena had asked him to.
Absolutely.
He's not particularly in love with the idea of being a vampire.
Right, absolutely. God, anything would have been better than this.
Maybe if season 3 hadn't ended the way it had ended, maybe if we'd had more time with Stefan and Elena being apart and more time to build on the Delena of it all. Like, I do love that she was coming back for him when she went off the bridge. Dramatic irony in that that's the beginning of the end for them.
I guess that's the lesson, right? Should have picked Damon, because you were going to end up with him anyway. Ugh.
Also, all roads lead to Damon is what I'm hearing. The timeline wants to write itself,
Not
no matter
mine.
what you pick.
I'm hopping off the road. I'm jumping into the river myself. I don't need to be driven off. I'm diving, bitch. I'm cliff diving.
To our beautiful listeners, Sandile won't know what this is, but if any of you are fans of Buffy the Vampire Slayer,
I'm gonna take out my earphones for a bit. Oh, but I'm gonna have to edit
no,
it
I'm not
later,
going to
so
say
it doesn't matter.
I'm just going to say there's a significant moment that Stefan has that I have mentioned that is word for word, bar for bar,
Oh.
what happens to Angel at a certain point. Something Angel experiences.
I don't like being out of the loop. This sucks.
Julie Plec, I see you.
I
You
mean-
think I don't see you, but I see
They're
you.
wildly unsubtle about it. And you know what? Fair enough.
We even get points where Stefan talks about like, oh, Ripper me and the Ripper, and now he's talking about it like it's a separate entity, and I'm like, you mean Angela? He's like, I can't enjoy myself with
can't
Elena,
enjoy myself
or I'll lose
because I'll
myself,
become him.
and the Ripper will come out.
That's actually so... That's wild. Yeah, fair.
That's all she wrote for season 4, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the only thing for this session that I might have wanted to mention, I had a thought to be like, I'll save that for season 5. And it's the Stefan and Klaus of it all from Stefan's perspective, I think will come into play next season. But you gotta wait 2 weeks, listener, to find out why that is. So until then.
If you have any questions or thoughts, you can mail us at animalattackpod@gmail.com. You can tweet us at animattackpod. That's at ANIM attackpod. And you'll find our link tree in the bio, which has all of our online stuff. But until then, thank you for listening, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Cheers.